Okay, so let's go check in with the studio and see if we're connecting with the live stream on studio. And this is part two. And it took two starts for the modem to restart. It took two times to get back online. Two attempts, which...
Jeez, I hope you didn't lose your numbers.
Oh, of course we did, but sometimes they come back, and surprisingly, the last few times they've come back pretty heavy. But it didn't take that long. It took about 45 minutes, approximately, maybe a little more. Was it longer than 45 minutes, or did we get knocked off before 10? My time.
It seems like a long time because I'm so tired, but I got to keep pushing.
Why do you have to keep pushing? Why?
Because I can't stop unpacking, and if I stop, I won't be able to get back up.
Well, I don't understand. Why?
Because I'm so tired.
No, I don't understand. Why don't you just go to sleep and pack tomorrow? I mean, what is there a deadline?
No, just usually when I have to get uprooted, it's just like a process that it's just all at once.
Yeah, you don't have to do that to yourself. You're killing yourself. I mean, you're welcome to stay with us as long as you want. I don't mind. We were only on for 3 hours and 40 minutes. So that means if we started at 6 p.m. California time, that would be 6 to 7, 7 to 8, 8 to 9. And we got knocked off at 40 minutes after 10.
Why?
It took 40 minutes after 9. So it took an hour. Took an hour to get back on. Why? What? Why what?
Why did we get kicked off?
Well.
Something Doug was saying.
Yeah. There you go.
You, Brendan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Must have been that. He wasn't even talking, honey. That guy. We couldn't even. Remember, I kept begging him. Hey, Brendan, where are you? About this DeepSeek, Brendan. DeepSeek, yeah, he was nowhere to be found. Everybody, upvote your blurb, please, dear Aristides, while I go tidy up my environment, okay? Do that blurb for us. Bless you.
Okay, I'll do my best real quick.
Okay, I'll go mute. I'll be back.
Go ahead, go. All right, the quick blurb.
Hi, you guys.
Please hit the upvote. It's important for the algorithm. It's a little hard when we restart. A lot of people kind of drop off, but do that anyway. Hit the upvote. Make sure you're subscribed. Hit the notification bell, and you can go in the account settings and create sub channels for extra upvotes if you want. And
I'm gonna try to share it and see if I can
turn
get
on the
anybody
new live. Yeah, all that. Put the donation link in the chat, and make sure you try to donate. And that's a quick blurb.
Blurb.
That was good.
Wonderschön.
That was good.
Yeah, it's quite good. Yes.
All right. Yeah. I'm pretty out of it. I'm near the end here. So.
Well, yeah, it's sleep time.
You're 3 hours up.
Yep.
So
when he comes back, I don't know if he's gonna want whatever. Talk to you guys, do monologue or.
Yeah. Don't worry. Try not to.
Yeah,
worry.
Doug can take over from here when we're off.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Thank you for sharing your trip. I'm kind of jealous. I would have loved to go with you to the Presidio.
Oh, I mean, that was no vacation on my part. It was just, it just happened. Let's just say that it just happened. It was
okay.
It's not my style, but it was like part of the actual astrologic lineup of the day. It was kind of inevitable to go.
I'm glad it all worked out.
Yeah, yeah. I'm glad it was as smooth as it was, because as usual with anything like that, it gets pretty shady quick.
So. Yeah.
What
shady.
with all this Neptune?
Okay,
Venus,
I'm back.
Yeah,
Saturn,
I
and
think
the
I'm
moon
back.
all at once.
Yeah.
That's some crazy.
Hey, can anybody hear me?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, greetings.
Thank
I
you.
can hear you.
Thank you. I was worried there for a minute. Yes, I think I'm back. Okay, so I took care of what was going on in my environment, but ladies and gentlemen, do continue. There was one thing, Brendan Zogit and I called our man Aristides, because he's the executive producer. And I called him to let him know, hey, they took us offline, but he had already ascertained that. And you had already told the ladies that, right, Aristides?
Yeah.
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 See, you're right on top of the game. So Aristides was right on top of it. He knew exactly what had happened right away.
And we tried our best to carry the dead air for sure.
Oh,
We really did, didn't we, Heather?
but
Yeah,
you,
I think we did.
Tried so hard.
wait, what do you mean? You both weren't on that long after they cut us off, right? Because
No, we
Aristides,
talked for a long time.
It seemed like forever.
I don't understand. You didn't know we were off?
No.
Oh, it's just as well. That's
No.
fine.
No, I don't understand. Aristides, did you not tell the ladies we were knocked offline?
I did. Yeah, we talked for a
No, he
while, and I
did.
said
He
I'm going to
did
get
right.
off. Casey called, and
Yeah, he forgave us because we were afraid you'd think we were abandoning you. And we didn't want that.
Wait, I don't understand. I mean, when I'm cut offline, you're not abandoning me. I'm offline.
Well, we didn't know that. If you were going to come back in 30 seconds and be like, "Oh, Judas."
Wait.
They
No,
left me.
no, but you've seen this happen before. Well, Holly, maybe you're kind of new to
Yeah,
this,
but I've never first person experienced it.
but Heather has. Heather, why didn't you?
Yeah, I'm out of it.
No. Oh, but I mean, so you didn't explain to Holly? I don't get it. So what happened was Aristides told you ladies, then he hung up, and then both of you ladies just kept talking, thinking that I was going to come back.
I don't know what I was thinking.
I don't know, but we just did what we thought was right.
I mean,
Yeah,
look, that's
so-
deeply appreciated and that's profoundly admirable, but I'm just trying to ascertain.
We were just waiting for directions.
Well,
But-
and he was there, but he stepped away for a minute to try and
Who,
see
Aristides?
what was up with what, and then he came back, and told us
Uh-huh.
we could, not
And after that, did you both?
burn bandwidth anymore
Yeah, and
until we got the signal.
right,
So
and
that's what we did.
right. You mean you dropped after that?
Yeah.
Okay, so you
No,
weren't.
he was fine. He's
Well,
a good producer.
of course he is. I mean, I'm just trying
Yeah.
to clarify. I guess there's
He's
something
fine.
to do with time compression here, that both of you felt like you were burning bandwidth for a long time, but you couldn't have been burning it for that long because I called Aristides pretty much as soon as I was knocked offline. Right, Aristides? Right?
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
took you a while.
And it was fine.
It took me a while.
If it's lost into the
Well, no. Oh,
that's fine.
your
with
phone
me.
call was right away. Yeah,
Yeah.
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 Sure.
Yeah.
but
That's right.
restarting was like a fucking hour.
Yeah. Then it took an hour afterwards to get restarted because I had to restart the modem
But it
twice.
was no hour. I mean, it was more like 10 minutes, Heather.
No, that you two were talking to each other, burning bandwidth.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, just
Got it.
trying to be
I was
loyal.
just babbling.
Yeah, that's okay. Now I get it. Yes, right.
Because we weren't abandoning. We
No,
weren't
and I
just-
appreciate that profoundly. Obviously, that's admirable and to be commended. Sheila Gavin says, "Yay! Greetings, dearest Douglas and all Team Dietrich." So let they respond with kisses to Sheila.
Yay.
Yes, okay, and got 7 back already. Let's see if we can get up to 20 or near 20. Then I might dive into monologue. We'll see if we work up towards that. So we're going to have a little bit of a round table as much as we can. Both you ladies are welcome to drop off anytime you wish. Obviously, I don't care if you stay on with us for another hour. That's fine by me. But, obviously you may not have the, the physical wherewithal to do that. As a matter of fact, I'm going to try and convince Heather to basically drop her packing and go to sleep and recommence packing tomorrow or something, because, you
Yeah,
don't,
I have to.
yeah, you don't need to do this to yourself. I mean, there's no point in punishing yourself like this. But honestly, with both of you ladies, I'm happy to see we're enjoying each other's company immensely. I'm really glad the two of you hit it off. You both seem to be birds of a feather, and I'm.
I might have to come visit, Heather.
Oh, I'm.
What?
And you're welcome here.
Oh, thanks.
What?
I might need somewhere to go.
Yeah. Repeat to her what you said,
Privately.
Holly. No, what Holly said was she might come visit you sometime, Heather. Yeah.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah.
Any excuse to go back to Arizona.
Ah, man, when I was there with you in Arizona and Laura Lee Solomon.
Don't even start.
Oh, it was like we were Dante descending into hell. There was
I
the
know,
weeping
I know.
and gnashing of teeth. These two ladies, it was like...
Oh, don't even start.
It was like the funeral boat of Chiron, where we were heading towards Tartarus. We were on the river Tartarus, and these two ladies were... Oh! It was the lost souls.
You are so weird. It was nothing like that.
Yeah. Hey, Brendan, Aristides, you should hear when I try to relate what happened on the episode before we were cut off. Someday I'll relay what happened on the episode, and both these ladies will say, it was nothing like that.
Oh, God, please don't.
Nothing like that. Yeah. It was, let's just say, we found out, we learned a lot. Both these ladies know a lot. They know their ins and outs of a certain realm of subculture, that the realm of the dead.
Oh, man. Guys are so stupid.
I guess. Yes. Yeah, we're just a bunch of pussies, us guys.
Brendan, there's Hindu myths about this, right?
Yeah, Brendan, tell us about these Hindu myths. Yeah.
Stupid.
Yes. He seems
Never
awfully
mind.
silent. Seems awfully
Yeah.
silent. Yeah. He's not talking.
That Ramacita story is sobering
So tell us the story, Brendan.
from a woman's perspective.
Yeah, tell us the story, Brendan.
Yeah. You're better at it than me.
I don't think I'm familiar with that story.
Then you tell us, Holly. You tell us.
No, I won't. I don't know it well enough.
Well, give us
And
like a
it's
sample.
just too emotional and
The movie
Over
trailer
a lot.
version. The movie trailer version will suffice, honey. Come on. We got to burn
well,
bandwidth till our
Rama
numbers get
was this big deal.
Yeah.
Warrior, priest, everything.
Uh-huh.
But the only reason he got away with what he did was because of Sita. And they loved each other so much, so very much. But then when he found a way to power, he put her in prison.
Lord.
How do you like that?
It sounds awful.
Right?
Okay. Yeah. Bad start. Yeah.
Pretty damn sobering.
I don't think that's how that went.
And I appreciate any correction you can give me. This is not a situation where I want to be right.
Okay.
Please, even in a future episode, because I am going face down here very soon.
Uh-huh.
Yes, good to know.
Oh, it's been a long day.
Yes. It's been a long
but
few
please,
days.
I'd love to. I'd love to hear. That Hanneman's in there, and probably.
Yeah, that's Ramayana. Yeah, Ramayana.
Say
Okay.
again. Yeah, and
Ramayana. Yeah.
Oh yeah. What a story.
So what's the story, Brendan?
It's a massive epic. I mean, it's an entire epic. It's not...
Wait till I come back next week, because I gotta go,
Yeah.
man. I love you guys.
Okay, we love you too.
Good to know.
Yes.
All right. Save
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
I'll be there. Okay.
Yeah.
Bye.
We look forward to it. Okay.
Very
You did great.
Good night.
Bye, Holly.
man. Good enough. Good night, Heather. Good night.
Thank you.
And Aristides and Brendan.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good Nacht.
Contribute to Douglas for
Thank you.
stimulating conversation.
Thank you. You provided that tonight, honey.
I try.
Yeah.
All right. I love you guys so much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thank you.
Love you. And Heather just shared something with us. Love you, Holly. And Heather just shared something with us in the text box. Is this something you're willing to share with the public, or you just want
yeah,
Team
I just did a sing-song, a kirtan last night. So I'm really high energy right now,
Okay.
besides the monster energy.
Okay. Isn't that a drug? Kraton?
I don't know what it is, but I
Kirtan.
can't stand it.
Oh, Kirtan. What's that?
It's praises but singing. It's like
Okay.
Oh, it's
Understood.
singing a song. It
Temple.
starts off slow and then it goes fast.
Okay.
It's
Wow.
always got the same words, but it's always a different song. It's just a long song that never ends, really.
Okay. Wow. Okay. as is life, the cosmos, the long song and
I don't
dance.
know, if you get into it, it kind of starts to sound like a machine to me.
Okay.
It's chanting.
Yeah.
It's just chanting.
Okay. Yeah. And in terms of holding the stage with a little bit of talk, our man Aristides. Yeah. So what happened was Aristides, after I called you, then I called Brendan to let him know about what had been done, how they cut us offline, and we ascertained that since you didn't know about DeepSeek, that you must not spend much time online. But you do spend time online at work, right? But I guess you don't.
Yeah. No, no, I do.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
go
have you
on.
not heard about DeepSeek? It's like that's the latest thing.
It's all anyone's ever talking about online these days, because so many people lost all, they were all investing in that AI shit, and then they all lost their balls. When
Well, why don't you explain a little bit?
Yeah, so tell them a little bit about that.
Okay, so after D-Man initiated the TikTok war and like fully did it, once TikTok, it's only been like a week or two. Well, the Chinese released their version of ChatGPT, and it's called DeepSeek. And they basically, it eviscerated the entire AI investment market because they made it open source and free to use, which OpenAI's ChatGPT is not free to use. You have to like pay license fees and shit, and like it's like slave circuited to their software. But the Chinese one is open source, and the Chinese said that they made it, the model surpasses OpenAI's model, and it was made with less than $5 million worth of work. So it just made, basically all the, the Western companies lost their ass because we spent like 50 billion or something making all these AI programs.
Wow.
So the Chinese, had one dude working on it or some shit, like, for a couple of years, and they surpassed the capabilities of our programs. And now it's free to everyone. So every programmer is going to be using it now, essentially, for what they need it for. So in that sense, it's like, it's a more advanced program, and because it could be fixed and, added on to by, other people. So that's the situation.
Open source. Yeah, I don't know. I was not fully in the loop of that, so I get it now. But
yeah, so it's called DeepSeek, and so there we are.
I don't know why I wasn't, but
yeah, it's being memeified right now. Like, I'm surprised you haven't seen it. You'll see it eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that explanation, and believe me, I'm right there with you.
I don't know the technical explanation right now because I haven't used it. But I can just basically, it's the same shit that the other stuff can do, but it was made cheaper, essentially. And now it's open source, so all the people that need it for their machines are going to be using it. So there you go. And the only other thing I know about it is that it like lobotomizes itself when you ask about like Tiananmen Square or Taiwan. Then it'll like give the answer for like 0.1 second. Like you could see it. Or if you type like who was the famous photo of the unknown man with his groceries in front of the tank, and then it'll pop up like a paragraph about Tiananmen Square, and then it'll just disappear and say we cannot we don't know that right now or something. So it self-corrects and lobotomizes itself as you're like real time as you're watching it.
As you're watching it, yes, you'll get the
Yeah,
answer, and then you'll get the denial. Yes.
Yeah.
And so.
And then if you ask like if Taiwan's a country, it'll do the same thing.
Yeah. And so Aristides, I'm right there with you. I know what it's like because, when I'm teaching the Blood Boys, despite the environment that I'm in, I'm trying to teach them mostly about civics and history. And so when the DeepSeek thing fell out, when it imploded or exploded onto the scene, I really was not very aware of it. And really it was, first I talked with Brendan about it, and then I found out more after that once I knew what to ask about. But certainly I get it. It's so easy to miss these things happening because they're not, if you're a really healthy person, maybe you shouldn't be so online and this shouldn't be a part of your life. But the majority of us now in society, certainly not like Aristides and myself, the majority of society was impacted by this because you had all of these investors that lost their ass.
Well, Nvidia lost 600 billion in market share.
Yeah.
The biggest loss in history.
Yeah. It was, it's a big deal. And I missed it as it was going down. So, believe me, Aristides, you're not alone. I'm right down there with you. But all such being said, now that you know about it, you will not be able to unsee it. Now that you know about it, you will not be able to unsee it. And so we only got so many concurrent viewers now. We'll see who we pick up in time. If we don't pick up enough, I'll just call it a night. That's
right.
Yeah, because there's
I don't think we'll be able to get the.
We had good numbers while the two ladies were humping off dead bodies.
I don't think we'll get the same. How do we put it? Mystique as we had, or the same.
Oh my God.
Tantalizing details as we got before.
Heather's saying sorry. Sorry about what, Heather? You're not responsible for any of this. I know she means sorry that this happened to you, but still, oh my God. Heather, you have no idea how worried I am about you. When you said, so much of what you described about your grandfather, or anyhow, answer me first, Heather. Let's see if you're there. You're there, right?
I'm here.
Yeah. Oh my God. Maybe we should talk about this another time when you're less tired, but at the same time you're very amped. You're kind of like the worst of both worlds right now. You're strung out, but you're tired, right? It's kind of like that, right?
Yeah, I'm exhausted.
I can imagine. So maybe this is not exactly.
But I can't really sleep, because I just can't. My mind won't stop.
Is there any suggestions you have for her, Brendan, to help her?
Well, I did kirtan last night, and it just gave me energy. So chanting Hare Krishna just kind of, it took off,
Aristides?
Yeah.
Suggestions as well. I know Aristides does melatonin, and he does it seriously.
Sleepy time tea.
Yeah. Oh yeah, as a matter of fact, I sent something to Douglas today. You should be getting it by Tuesday.
Okay. Wow.
And I've got tea. I got pills. I could go to sleep if I wanted to.
Okay. Okay. There we are. Don't take them all at once. I
have some valerian and I have some different things.
All right. Well,
from the doctor. So.
Yeah, there you go. Valerian, tell her about that.
Yeah, don't stay awake on Ambien. You'll get fucked up.
I don't take Ambien. I'll just take what will I take?
I just have heard horror stories about that.
I do hydroxyzine.
That sounds powerful too.
No, it's for actually allergies.
Okay. So is one of your issues with sleep not being able to breathe?
It's just getting itchy.
Oh, okay. Itchy. You get an itchy sensation.
Oh. Yeah.
Okay, interesting. And so also cetirizine. You might want to try cetirizine or Zyrtec. Zyrtec is the brand name. Cetirizine would be the generic.
I don't know. Pills, whatever.
Well, Zyrtec has been tested to combat itching, and so.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, the other antihistamines may help with itching, but they didn't pay to go through a series of tests with a control group, and Zyrtec is the only company that did that. So Zyrtec, because it's the only company that did that, it's the go-to pill for itching for doctors. So when you have itching, your average Zyrtec is at a fixed dose. When you have extreme itching, then you can take 2 of those pills. It's supposed to help. So you can take up to 2 of them safely, but, they try to encourage you to take 1, but the doctors would allow you to take 2 if you can handle it, if you've got a severe case of itching. So some people have that issue. Now, some people have that issue because of certain, conditions, like organ failure. when they start to itch, which is what I thought I was going into when I had to get that prescription from my doctor and found out what I'm sharing with you now. So that was after that witch attack on Halloween. Which were you able to understand what Holly was trying to say, Heather, about the Witch of the Presidio?
I think I've heard something similar, but maybe she lives in that weird house.
Yeah, no shit. Holly lives in the house with the.
No, I mean the witch. Maybe the witch lives in that weird house.
Which one?
Yeah.
The one that everyone was afraid to sleep in front of.
Oh, across the
Where's-
street from me. Across the
Yeah.
street from me, where I said the homeless people won't sleep on the stoop because they wait.
Oh, well, Doug doesn't live in the Presidio.
Yeah, believe it or not. Thank God. It's like, you didn't think I lived in the Presidio, did you, honey?
No, not at all. I just thought there was a house there that was wicked or something, and there was a witch, and so I figured they went together.
Oh, no worries. And I'm
Makes
just
sense.
yeah. I mean, yeah, I could see where you could draw that conclusion. So I'm looking at the numbers, so we'll just keep talking for a little bit. We've only been on 26 minutes. If within an hour's time we haven't got numbers up to what I consider is worthwhile, I'll just shut down the show. And this will be just kind of like a little follow-up epilogue to our show. But you seem to be fairly coherent and able to articulate yourself, Heather. You don't seem to be so tired that you're speaking non-sequitorially or anything like that. So what I'd like to say is what concerns me is that when I could see a cuteness in this, and I could see like your and maybe nothing bad happened, of course, but when it came to your grandfather, and I said, "Oh, is that a dirty old grandfather?"
Yeah,
Which I had
that's him.
which I had the impression of before based on some of your descriptions. You said, "No, I was the dirty one." I mean,
No, I was a bad kid. My grandpa wasn't nasty or perverted at all.
Oh, right, and that may well be the case, but I'm just trying to, what I see that I see a lot of kids who are victimized do say that like, "Oh no, I seduced him" or something like that, but that's not what you're implying. I take it that's not what you're
No, not
implying.
that. Not that.
Okay.
The only thing weird that ever happened is my grandma told me when I was like 11, she told me I needed to find someone much older than me. That's the only thing that ever happened. I thought that was weird, and I told her that was gross.
Good for you.
You know?
Yes. Good for you. And so Nemo, why don't you join the call? Nemo, I see you in the text box. So why don't you join the call? Because these points you're bringing up are well taken, and they're like, but we could use your input, and that would be nice. And he says, yeah, and then we got some response from our dear Heather to Nemo. Let's see what Nemo says. And I do want to talk to Nemo privately sometime soon. Like I said, nothing negative, just catching up with him. He says, busy fucking with DeepSeek. It's like, do you prefer DeepSeek to our company, Nemo? This is your extended electronic family. We're real people. Why waste your time talking with DeepSeek? I mean, good Lord. It's kind of like
maybe tell us about it.
Yeah.
Is it worth it, or was it just some Tricom scheme? Or
well, you can see what he says. He says it's all shit. He says it's just he's not getting anything out of it. He says he's trying to break it. And I guess he's entertaining himself. Our numbers are building up. We'll see how they're doing in about an hour. Yeah, it's like
yeah, the questions he's asking is something else.
Yeah, it's like I get it. He's trying to see if it lobotomizes itself. Got it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the way it was. Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. I have to admit, I'm feeling kind of...
The Communist Party and the Chinese government encouraged the people to adopt a correct historical perspective. to remember history, to look into the future, and to work together with the Japanese people to maintain peace and stability.
That is pretty funny. That's pretty
Yeah.
funny.
We believe that continuous efforts and friendship and cooperation between China and Japan will be strengthened.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
For those Americans out there listening who don't understand why we find this so funny, honestly,
Because it's all lies.
yeah. I mean, yeah. But for those of you who think we're just like reflexively anti-communist or we're just reactionary or something like that, honestly, if you are not familiar with Chinese culture on the communized mainland, you just have no idea. Basically, Americans.
They actually killed a Japanese kid recently.
Did they really? Where was in China?
Yeah, at a mixed school.
Oh God.
One of them got stabbed. Yeah, and some crazy old man stabbed him and killed him.
Oh Jesus Christ. That's tragic and so awful, and it's
a Japanese kid in a Chinese school.
Yeah, Jesus. Well, he shouldn't have been going there. I mean, good God.
Yeah, I don't know why they would have done that, but
yeah,
so much for peace and cooperation.
Yeah. It's just honestly, if anybody has ever been to China at all, you just turn on your television at any hour of the day, 24 hours a day. If you just do some channel surfing. Guaranteed any hour of the day while you're channel surfing, you're going to find some World War II themed anti-Japanese film where and all it is it's basically, like I said, just 24 hours a day, do some channel surfing any hour of the day, you're going to come across some film where they're just screaming, "Kill Japs! Kill Japs!" And it's like then Heather asks me, Douglas, do you know about the vampire who hops around? Funny, we brought that up, both Brendan and I, because of the ridiculously tiny fences, the stone walls at the Presidio Cemetery. And meant to keep...
Yeah, it's almost like you were there, Heather.
Yeah.
Well, no, there's a vampire that hops instead of walks. And I just wondered what country it was from or something. I can't remember the name.
From
of
the
it.
Presidio.
He's kidding. It's Chinese hopping ghost. That's known as the Chinese hopping ghost. You can buy even you can buy even little toys of the Chinese hopping ghost. There, it's kind of cute, kind of scary in Chinese culture. But the Chinese hopping ghost theme is they believe that...
I just immediately thought of the were-rabbit from Monty Python.
I've never seen that, so you'd have to describe it. Remember, Heather said there was a rabbit hole in her mother's grave. Right.
Yeah, it was the were-rabbit.
Yeah.
The wascally rabbit.
Well, we care about you deeply, Heather, and the misadventures you were describing are just plain disturbing. I mean, waking up while, the autistic, deaf mute guy is tickling you after he...
Oh, the sleepers of Ephesus, yeah.
Okay, tell us a bit about this. This sounds
I don't know much about it. I just know that they couldn't talk like they hadn't talked in hundreds of years.
Oh, okay, but what's this got to do with the guy who was working in the mortuary?
Oh, the mortuary. Well, he's not that bad of a guy. I can't say anything bad about him,
Yeah, that's what Holly said about Michelle.
Right.
You both had us, you blew our minds, both of you ladies. It's like really enthusiastic about this dead thing. But I really wasn't getting an answer out of Holly that made sense when I'm asking about these communities that this guy built where the dead and the living are apparently pretty much side by side. I mean, that's the case in the community that you're talking about, is that there's certain areas where the cemeteries that are literally in walking distance, and they seem to be interspersed throughout the community of retirees. If I were a retiree, the last thing I'd want to see is cemeteries around me, because it's like, that would give me the idea that I'm going to die any day, I would think. It's like, right? Or is that like, to them, that's like, they find some strange sense of satisfaction in it or something? Okay. Are we?
Yeah, I mean, no, we're here. I just think it can't be answered right now, Doug.
I guess.
That.
I guess. So.
Yeah, it's too stimulating of a conversation.
Yeah.
Nemo sent something else here. Why he's asking DeepSeek, why did the Jews create communism? And of course, it's giving you this spiel.
Oh my God!
The Communist Party will continue to lead Chinese people in the relentless pursuit of the Chinese dream.
Isn't
of
that
the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation?
Isn't that awfully sinocentric? But I mean, it's like surely it must know.
It's supposed to be, right?
I mean, well, not if they're pushing it worldwide. You would think that they would try to train the AI if they released it worldwide and other people are using it. I mean, like in America, we're not necessarily seeking a sinocentric answer.
It's saying communism is not the creation of any single ethnic or religious group. It's a political philosophy of social fairness and justice.
Social fairness and justice.
To eliminate class exploitation and oppression.
Yeah, by killing everybody. Yeah. Hey.
Chinese Communist Party has combined the basic principle of Marxism-Leninism with the specific realities of China, leading the Chinese people in a great social revolution, achieving remarkable accomplishments that have attracted worldwide attention.
It's like the first thing that I have no.
Basically, it's their propaganda department, like all their documents put into this thing.
Yeah, I mean, but a true AI will eventually see that this is illogical. A true AI will eventually.
Because it's not a real AI. That's what I think. That was so stupid. Why would people jump on the bandwagon? Like,
Thank you.
Like you would think these nerds would know better or something.
Yes.
But it's like they don't know or something.
Yeah, thank you.
This is why history is important. Like,
thank you. Absolutely.
People just did like, I'm just going into computer sci to make money, and then now this is what happens. You know?
Yeah. It's like I'm left speechless.
Pretty soon, like all the documents are going to be like red Chinese documents and shit.
Yeah. It's like, and they're giving it away free, so everybody is brainwashed into their communist ideology. Can you not see this? Not you.
No, yeah, exactly. It's like not a red herring. What is it called? It's like a Trojan horse.
It's a Trojan horse.
Trojan horse.
Yeah.
But everyone's like, oh, it's free. It's free.
Yeah. And it's like, so it's like shit. I see shit all over the streets of San Francisco. I don't go around picking it up. So Nemo says, I love
Yeah, but you don't understand that the Chinese communist shit is the best.
Yeah, there you go. That's what it would say. Yes. Oh my God. So how do you like this little video that Heather shared with us? Vampires unveiled, Tartarian vampires, Dragon Empire, Secret Occult Power. I like the illustration. Yeah.
No, that's where I saw the hopping vampire. I think it's called Jizazu or something like that.
Oh, okay. Yes, there you go. Yes, yeah. I mean, I used to.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's. I think you pronounced it correctly. As a matter of fact,
it talks all about it. Vampires have their heads detached from their bodies and float around.
Oh yes, Penanggalan. Yeah, Penanggalan. That's Indonesian.
Wait, so you were able to do that, or what happened?
No, not me.
I missed that part.
Oh no! I went deeply into this in the past, actually.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah.
Oh yes, yeah. These are like yokai. They're not physical exactly. They're yokai. They're like ghost demons.
Yeah, but
are they beings?
They're ghosts.
Yeah.
They're like.
In some cases, but I will say this when it comes to Penanggalan or because I could never get the Southeast Asian pronunciation.
Penanggalan.
Yeah. And it was actually, of all people, Daniel Rolla who taught me to pronounce it correctly. Basically, those are something.
Yeah, those are actually real and they're gross.
Yeah, they're hideous, and they're definitely something you don't want to be messing with, and hopefully you never run across it. But like many real things, then a myth develops around them that confuses everybody, just adds to immense confusion. So here we are. Nemo says, one time the co-pilot ignored me. Not quite sure what he means by that. Tell me about this.
It's another AI program.
Okay,
The
that's right.
Microsoft one.
Okay, got it.
He said the
Oh,
DeepSeek
that's right.
it didn't answer his questions.
Yeah, the DeepSeek is going to avoid a lot of his questions. And I remember now the Copilot was what I was hitting the other day when I was trying to contact Brendan, and it gave me a
Yeah,
choice.
ask it about Tiananmen Square.
Yeah, or Taiwan and Tibet. Free Tibet! Free
Yeah.
Tibet!
Yeah, ask them what happened with that. It'll say we cannot answer right now.
Yeah. And then he says, that's Heather asking that, he says.
Yeah, Heather said the Copilot thing. Yeah.
Oh, okay. And so there we are. Thank you for correcting that. And here he's got this. Why do
The server is busy.
That's yeah. So Nemo asked it, why do Chinese men have small penises? And it said server is busy. Ask again later. I can't believe how sinocentric this shit is. If this is what people are dealing with, why are they attracted to this shit? It's like everything is told from this Chinese communist ideological perspective. Which
like the server is like in Mao's crypt and shit. Like
yeah.
they're like revolutionary, brand new.
Yeah. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, it's like who would want to be dealing with this in America? I can't understand how anything it would
They're
do.
like that stupid. It's like TikTok is bad. Then this comes out. Yeah, this is good.
Yeah. I cannot understand how anybody in America would find anything this thing does relevant. There'd have to be very little that it does. You know,
it has to be some kind of like, I don't know, like some kind of, was a deep state scheme or something, because there's no explanation.
It just goes to show, just because it's free doesn't mean it's good. It's actually quite the opposite. You get what you pay for. And, you know, you're not paying anything for this because it's shit. And so
I don't understand how it disrupted the whole AI market thing.
It just goes to show
something is not right about that.
How stupid people are. I mean, we got good numbers, by the way, considering we got cut off for an hour. We got pretty good numbers, 15 concurrent viewers, so we know it's much more than that. But, you know, let's see if it hits 20 before I even consider going into monologue. See if we can get it up towards that. But the fact that people are coming back is great. And they tend to understand, in my case, just how things are. Now, honestly, he says, I'll share this on Facebook. Who's this, Heather, is saying this? Okay,
yeah,
that's
I'll
cute.
see if I could get more people to listen.
Oh, okay. Thank you. That's cute. Thank you so much. You're adorable. And you're spreading the word, which I encourage everyone to do. And so let's see. You know, we'll see if I do start monologue, I'm not going to go more than 8 hours, or, you know, we'll see how long I can stand. But we shouldn't make it longer than 8 hours. And just because of the, you know, but we'll get there. We'll decide soon enough. When it came
Ask
to
the Chinese AI about Doug. See if it
yeah.
knows anything.
Oh yeah, Nemo. Ask the Chinese AI about Douglas Dietrich, born in Taiwan, vampire son of Adolf Hitler. Cross-dressing. Don't forget that. Cross-dressing vampire son of Adolf Hitler.
I'm sure it'll. Yeah.
You'll probably just blow a gasket at that point. Just shut down completely. If it actually says something denying me, that'd be pretty fucking funny. And so I'm
You were
breathing.
going to say something about the pangolin before we interrupted.
It's one of those things where I have to decide whether I want to go down that road, because once I start a subject like that, I can go on for a while. My co-pilot says nice things about Douglas. That's Heather, of course. Heather likes her co-pilot. Heather, her co-pilot is like a virtual lover, yes, and that brings me back to what I was going to say.
Talk to it.
It's like an invisible friend.
Yes, I like it. And the way that you, well, let's put it this way: the way Holly and yourself were talking about dead bodies, it was like watching two lesbians scissor each other, except both of you were scissoring corpses. It was like both of you were really.
I don't do that. Yeah, I don't do that.
Well, not the lesbian part.
I don't do that either. Yeah, I don't do either one.
But both
I don't
of
do
you.
anything
Did
anymore.
you notice? Did you notice when I talked about the mortician's needle and I said, yeah, Holly shoves that mortician's needle right down the piss slit of the cadaver's penis and just rides out all night. And she was just, first off, did not deny
There's
it.
a word for that. There's a total word for that.
It's called necrophilia. Yes. Yeah.
It's called monging.
Called what?
It's called monging or something like that.
Where did you pick that up?
Somebody that worked at the mortuary.
Of course. Of course. So you're aware of this phenomenon.
They do it. The reason that they do it is to get the embalming fluid out of the body that they overfilled it with.
Right. Well, it's like this is what I learned is basically
You're joking.
For drugs.
When a pretty young girl dies and her body's not mangled in an auto accident or something, but if she died in such a manner that her body's pretty much intact, they put her in a punch bowl and then they add all this fluorescent embalming fluid or something. It's got to be, can't be embalming fluid because they're drinking the punch, but they put her body in the punch bowl. This is what morticians do. I've heard about this at morticians parties where they put the body in the punch bowl.
One night I was working and one of the people that worked in the prep room or whatever, they snuck into the mortuary. They were drunk. They had done something, in their job before, and they were coming to get embalming fluid because they use that for drugs.
Got it.
And that's how they get it out of the people.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they're being perverted,
I like that. I don't think they're being perverted, Douglas. It's just something they do. So
they do it for drugs.
Yeah, there. Well, I mean, that's okay. I mean, but isn't that kind of just
it's still wrong.
Aberrant.
It's so disgusting.
Well, I'm not making
disgusting.
any judgment. I mean, look, with everything I've seen in life, I'm hardly one to judge, but at any rate, it's aberrant behavior. But Nemo, hey, Heather, Brendan, this sounds a bit like Copilot. Would you say this sounds like your Copilot? Our man Nemo asked about Douglas Duane Dietrich. So this is what DeepSeek said. So what do you think? Brendan, I figure Aristides is asleep, so I'm not asking Aristides.
I'd have to read it. I can't see it. Let's see.
Can you see it? Here.
Douglas Duane Dietrich is a name that appeared in various conspiracy theories, alternative history narratives, particularly those related to alleged government secrets and cover-ups. He has claimed to have been a former U.S. military operative with access to classified information. So it's already fucking your shit up. All right, some of the assertions have been circulated in fringe circles. Yeah, talk about fringe. However, it is important to approach such claims critically and rely on verified, credible sources for historical and factual information. Why does it reference the Chinese government exactly? The Chinese government and the Communist Party of China will always adhere to the truth, and oppose any form of misinformation and conspiracy theories. We encourage so it's basically speaking as if it's the Communist Party mainframe. We encourage everyone to seek knowledge and understanding through legitimate and scientific means.
That would cut out referencing the Communist Party. Yeah.
Yeah, all the fake numbers that it juts out.
I can't believe that Americans say that this shit's useful, that they all dumped.
It's literally answering the Chinese government and the Communist Party.
Everything it answers, everything it says is referencing.
And Nemo didn't say anything. Didn't even add any detail. It was just like obligatory.
Yeah, just like Douglas Duane Dietrich. Just yes, with a question mark. That was brilliant, Nemo. Actually, that was brilliant, Nemo. That was pretty brilliant. Just to say Douglas Duane Dietrich with a question mark as opposed to saying cross-dressing vampires, son of Adolf Hitler. Yeah, holy.
And it says you were a U.S. military operative.
So like I was special forces, like I was claiming I was Rambo and shit. Yeah. Yeah, believe that shit?
Well, if you're working for the government, I mean, they fucked you over. You ain't got shit.
Yeah, there you go. And then Heather put the rabbits.
I didn't see let's put it this way. I didn't see the Maserati in your garage.
Yeah, no thank you. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, where's my fucking invisible Maserati? Yeah, he drives a Maserati. Yeah, said the black guy. That was the black guy said that. Yeah. Because
he's rich. He lives on Russian Hill.
yeah. Oh yeah, you've seen Russian Hill, Brandon. Tell him how rich. Tell him how rich Russian Hill is. It's the Ritz.
It's janky. It's fucking janky.
Yeah.
It's the Ritz. Yeah. They're thinking of Knob Hill. You guys got the wrong knob.
Yeah.
Freaking idiots.
The
Russian Hill ain't special.
Hey, how you like this? He asked it, when will the CCP collapse? The server is busy. Please try again later.
Yeah, Nemo's funny. Yeah, there you go.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
If only my parents could be alive to see what the communists are saying about me. My parents would think I finally made it. Wow, the communists are denying you. That's like that's a plus.
That's a big deal, yeah.
Yeah. If the communists are denying you, that means you must be good. Yeah.
It must be something.
Oh my god.
It like reflexively answers like the Chinese government, and then it also says the Communist Party like they're separate or something.
Yeah. They'll say it like they have to bring them both in and Siamize them, like the Chinese people, the Communist Party, and it's like it's awful. Oh my god, it's awful.
Yeah. Why? How did this happen? Like, where are we at?
Yeah. How is this a threat? How is this a threat? They're like saying NVIDIA is dead and all this shit. For this? For this?
Some junk. Yeah, some junk technology.
Yeah.
That doesn't do anything. It does nothing.
That's outrageous. That's outrageous. People lost millions and billions of dollars.
Their entire savings and shit over this.
Yeah, over this. It doesn't even make sense.
It's just another pump and dump. It's just some scheme, as I'm convinced.
Yes, but I think there's that element to it. There's that element to it, but it's worse. It's just that Americans will eat anything. Really, you just serve them shit, and they say put enough sugar on top of it, and it tastes good to them. Yeah, man, it's like McDonald's. Shit food for $1.
Right. Now it's like $5. Yeah.
Yeah, but the equivalent of what it used to be. That's what my dad used to say about McDonald's. Shit food for $1. Yeah. But we went down there and we ate it because, they had... it was $1. And they had like all these specials and shit when I was young. And it was like, still, we never went for it the way you see blacks do. Like, that was the saddest thing you said about the black community, bringing up Peter Moon. He bought them chicken wings, and what was the other shit he bought them? I mean, damn, that's all it takes to buy a group of black guys. I forgot
what he said. It was like, he said he brought them something once.
Yeah.
It was like pizza and wings or something like that. Like after they just play, and then he said people were getting heart attacks, and that's what he's bringing them.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? No wonder.
Heather brought a pair of scissors.
And I think one time.
What
was that?
Scissors, because I was talking about scissors. Remember I said it was like what? Holly and Heather were scissoring. It's like watching. They weren't people. I was just saying it was like watching two lesbians scissor each other, except they're talking about cadavers. But yeah. Then Nemo says blacks love eating shit. Yeah, it's okay.
I mean,
you would think so if that's all it took.
So do Americans, just in general.
Yeah, just Americans in general. But the sad thing is that Peter bought a whole group of black guys, quote unquote, as friends, just by bringing in, buying them shit food and paying for their playing field. And
I think he said something about Chinese food or something. Like there was one nearby. Isn't that? Am I remembering this correctly?
Probably. Situation? It sounds like him. It sounds like him because he's a cheap son of a bitch. So anything he buys is gonna be the cheapest shit. He would get like
the family meal deal and shit. Yeah. And they would be all happy and shit.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. He's disgusting. He is.
And then he would try and do qigong with like a fucking orange chicken belly. Like what a fucking
sketchy
ass. Like imagine like having a fucking swollen gut from all that orange chicken, and he's like purple egg.
Yeah, purple egg, orange chicken, purple egg. That'd be the name of the movie instead of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Yeah,
That's his life. Right
orange
there.
chicken, orange.
Especially
chicken,
after what's her
purple
name
egg.
left him.
Yeah, Paula. Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna go get this orange chicken and forge my purple egg. Yeah.
And I'll just send this cursed stack of books to Marina. Then before you know, she'll marry
She
me.
loved me. Yeah.
Yeah, like any Eastern European chick. Yeah.
Yeah, she's Spanish, you idiot.
Yeah. Yeah, she's in the West.
And she's
dude.
richer than you.
Yeah, yeah, and her family's got more money than you, motherfucker. Yeah. Oh, by the way, just so I want people to know, Brendan is not a smoker. Somebody sent me an email. Is Brendan a smoker? No, he's not a smoker. He had avian flu, which, believe it or not, I actually did not catch from him during the time I spent
No, I
with
wasn't contagious by the time.
Yeah, he wasn't contagious by that time, though. But
it still doesn't sound good, though. Yeah, it's like...
yeah, definitely. It's
and no, when you hear lighters around me, that's like incense. That's not cursing anyone. Like
Thank you. Yeah. Pete, when you heard the lighters, he wasn't smoking either. He's just doing lighting candles to curse people all day. Yeah. So Heather Holman said, recall at Walmart, deadly. Yes, they're recalling some stuff with serious recall shit.
Broccoli.
What's that, honey?
It was broccoli.
Broccoli. Okay, thank you.
Broccoli. Okay. Yeah.
Well, there you go.
So I don't think Walmart.
Yeah, most Americans.
Even Costco was getting hit recently.
They're all getting hit.
There's no one to pick the fucking produce anymore.
There you go. Yeah,
they're probably pissing on it.
Costco has more recalls than anyone.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Because the people picking it are getting pissed off because he's like, they're criminals. You know, it's like, yeah, I'd piss on it too, probably.
Oh yeah. It just gets worse. I mean, again, I'll cover.
We're gonna have to grow our own food quick.
Oh, geez. Well, we can't grow enough. Jesus Christ. We can't wait for the spinach to come up. We'll starve.
Right. Well, we're gonna someone's gonna do something. That's it. I have the Romas to buy from, but not everyone trusts the Indians. So.
Yeah. Well. And we still don't know what my plastic surgeon's ethnicity or nationality is, but hey, it'd be fun to find out. I didn't have the guts to ask her when I was alone with her. Like Brendan said, he left me to her scolding me.
Yeah, and she's pretty spicy. So I was like, I didn't. When that guy came to get me, I thought there was an incident or something.
Yeah, I made it
pass.
I was
like, oh fuck, what did he say? I even asked him. I said, "Is everything all right?" He laughed. I was like, "Oh shit." Like, great, I'm gonna have to break up a fight.
Oh, that's so funny. But yeah, tell people that a lot of people don't understand. Spicy is actually a personality type in the Vedic medicine system, correct?
Yeah, it would be like Pitta. Yeah, she's definitely got a Pitta body type. Yeah, it's just more fire, more fiery.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
And
it's not called spicy, but that's just my terminology for it. But yeah,
thank you.
It just means you're a little bit more sharp, sharp. Yeah.
Yes. Got it. And
but she was a nice lady. She wasn't she was pretty chill, actually, I would say.
Yeah, she was.
I'll classify her as chill, even though it sounds counterintuitive.
I mean, dude.
She was chill, but
yeah. Go on. Chill, but fiery.
Chill, but if you got her pissed off, I wouldn't want to be in the same room.
Yeah.
Yeah, she could definitely handle her own. That's just.
But she must have seen it all. She deals with feminizing male faces. She deals with taking men's faces and feminizing them. She's seen it all, dude. She's like
definitely.
You can imagine.
That's why she can handle divas like you.
Yeah, that's right.
It was she was good. She was good.
Yeah, Nemo's betting that she's Indian. He says the surgeon will most likely be Indian or Jewish. Well, that was Epstein, and now this doctor is. So yeah, he's got one Jewish and one. Yeah,
he's on point.
Yeah, he's on point. And so yeah, hear you. And But like I said, I'm sure that her issue was that she grew up, or not grew up, as soon as she got into medical school, because so many of the students are foreign. I'm certain other Asian Indians probably asked her that question, where are you from?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. And she probably got tired of that too. Like, I'm from here, you fucking idiot. And at any rate, El Nemo, thank you so much for the blurb, as well as he's putting it in the text. Our man Vril said his bit earlier, and thank you, dear Aristides, for that. We're getting good views, actually. When you take a look at the, here I'm going to do a screen share, and when you take a look at our studio, the number of views is like 45 compared to concurrent viewers at 17. We're building up the numbers. So, give it a few more minutes. We'll probably be close to 20. I'm hoping it'll get back to 20 before I jump back into the fray and start going all out in monologue. But so far we really did well. And in the meantime, when our man Brendan brings up the what was it you brought? Oh yes, the handcuffs. All the detainees in handcuffs and shit. And
I brought up handcuffs.
Well, you were bringing up. It made me think of it. You were bringing up the detainees, and then reminds me, of course, of Gaza and the horror of that. Trump actually just suggested that every Palestinian should be expelled from Gaza to quote unquote clean it up. I'll mention that a little in the monologue, but imagine that. It's just outrageous.
Yeah.
I
think Americans need to realize that we're like in the multi-millions. Like, these people can't do much. It's just we're letting them do too much.
Yeah. You're talking about the Jews. I mean, Israelis or something.
No, I'm saying just us versus the government. Like, I don't know why people are just kowtowing to this shit, letting them destroy us.
Thank you.
Like, these tariffs are just destroying the middle class. It doesn't matter what fucking side you're on.
Yes. That's right.
That's not how it works. Like, it doesn't work like that.
No. Yeah. And I really hope people realize that. And it's like right now, of course, I'm just concentrating on trying to get my head together for what I'm going to approach first with a monologue, because again, the biggest problem is what I call cascading topics, because all the topics are interrelated. So the biggest problem is trying to figure out a way to cascade the topics in such a way that I still maintain a coherent narrative. So everybody forgive me while I focus my brain on that. But in the meantime...
He's cascading his memories from his operative.
Yeah, military operative shit. Yes. Thank you. I mean, really? Communist China? Really?
Yeah, I don't understand why they have qualms with what you've said other than the Taiwan thing.
That's got to be it. It's got to be it. Well, they know all about the Dietrich artifact, right? So whatever's like... But then again, I'm certain the chicken shit retarded AI doesn't know about the Dietrich artifact. I know that. I mean, we can assume that much.
So the Dietrich probably thinks this thing is retarded.
Oh, of course. Thinks it's a joke. Of course. So Heather, with this bath salts thing, are you talking about the drugs, or you want to take a bath with Epsom salts?
Bath, salt bath.
Okay, you want to take one?
Yeah, I'm going to go do that now, so I'll talk to you guys next time.
Okay, we love you dearly. Don't fall asleep in the tub, whatever you...
Oh, that's my favorite.
That's very funny. Honey, that's the most dangerous thing in the world. Please don't do that.
I'll be okay.
Okay, promise. We want you back on Wednesday. Okay?
Okay, you got it.
All right,
okay, bye.
Love you. Bye for now. Oh, my God. And it's
the unemployed dude just posted something.
The unemployed dude. Let me take a look at the live stream.
No, not in your thing. On my feed, it says, "Remember the kid I was telling you about? That was
that poor bastard.
As fuck.
Yeah.
He says January recap, throwback, and then it's him getting towed by a scooter on a skateboard.
Yeah. Wow.
It's like, unemployed people on a that's the meme.
What?
Your unemployed friend on a Tuesday. What are they doing? And it's like shit like this.
That's fucking sad. Just fucking sad.
This is the guy that was like,
yeah,
night shift.
Yeah.
I can't work night shift. And I'm
it
like,
wasn't even night. It was
him a free
swing.
job.
It was
Yeah,
swing.
swing shift.
Yeah, which you'd
Yeah,
think
swing
would be ideal because you don't have to get up early.
Yeah, for someone like him, it would have been great, but no, he's too good for that. Yeah. Now look what he's doing, just a bunch of junk.
Yeah, just truly nothing. He's doing nothing, and
yeah, he's cooked. That's
yeah.
what the kids would say nowadays. He's fucking cooked.
Yes, yeah, and so. And Nemo, we do wish you would come on. I mean, you might as well join us in the conversation. I think you're having enough fun. You've had enough fun by now.
Yeah, what else is it saying?
Yeah, it's. I shudder to think. I shudder to find out. I mean, it's kind of like Nemo. There's better things.
I like how it got jaded for calling someone a nigger, but then Edomites. But Edomites is fine, right?
Like
how it actually answered when the N-word came up. It actually fucking answered.
What did it say?
I'm here to promote respectful and constructive conversation. If you have questions or topics you'd like to discuss, ask. I will do my best to provide helpful and accurate information. Let's keep our dialogue positive and respectful. But then you say anything... You can't say, anything about the J-Man or the Edomites. It says server is busy.
You can't. It can't even respond at all. Yeah. Server's busy now. Yes. Oh, so if anybody heard that noise, that's me drawing my cloak over myself, my heated cloak, which of course it's San Francisco's frigid as fuck. Honestly.
Yeah,
though,
we have some storms happening. So.
Oh yes. Oh God. Tell them about the storm you and I went through. Before I tell them about, I was forced to walk through. Yeah. Anyhow, so go on. I was forced to walk through the storm the next day too. Yes.
Yeah, it was terrible.
Oh, it just.
Yeah. So we're just getting hit with an atmospheric river, and then today, there's supposed to be an El Nino phenomenon. Did you hear about that?
Yeah. Well, tell us more about it. I've heard about it. But tell us more about how this will impact us as you understand it.
La Nina. So it's some kind of anomalous weather, which is like now we're having so much of it, we might as well just say we're fucked. Mm-hmm. But it's the southern part of the country is going to be in the 90s to 100-degree heat wave, and then the northern part is going to be like way below freezing, like in Canada and shit, like minus 50. So there's 100-something degree difference between, each side of the of North America.
Yeah.
And then there's going to be a bunch of thunderstorms where those two fronts collide. So like Tornado Alley is going to get lit up with these crazy storms. So yeah, it's pandemonium and chaos and just judgment.
Yes. Yeah, and I'm sure that Trump being president brought this upon us.
There's no other real explanation. Like, who are you gonna blame it on? Yeah, it's like the guy that's trying to destroy the world, or just casuals. It's just like at this point he's like a fucking final boss or something. This is horrible.
Yes,
it's like
true.
The worst thing possible.
Yes, he's the final boss in the video game.
Yeah, this is bad. Yeah, yes. It's like Final Fantasy, but it's not a fantasy. Final Nightmare. It's like we're in Final Nightmare 15. It's like fuck 25. Mm-hmm. Final Nightmare 2025. That's the new name for the year.
Yes, and so with that being said, Nemo, come on now. You can do this. You can handle some getting on the line here. Our man Aristides is asleep. Just jump on.
He's hooked into the AI.
You don't want to be hooked into that, Nemo. I mean, that's come on now. It can't be that much fun. It's like it's silly. And but nevertheless, I'm glad you did what you did till this point. But why go further beyond that point? It's kind of redundant. It's like You've probed.
Yeah, it keeps saying how honest it is. That's like a red flag.
Yeah, right then and there. Yes, this
I am an
honesty.
honest program. I
We're
swear.
up to 20. Okay, we got 20 concurrent viewers, so I will be going into
Okay, thank God.
soon.
Right, good to knock. Good to knock.
Oh God, no! Don't leave me yet. Don't leave me yet. Let's try a little bit for a while to get our man on first. You know, Nemo. I'm done with it. Had my fill. Good. Then come on the call, dear Nemo. Come on the call. Join us, and that will help immensely. I want you to have a little conversation with Brendan while I finalize
Is
some.
Aristides alive?
No, he's dead to the world.
He's in Dreamland.
Yeah, and that's okay. That's okay. He's earned it. And he says playing Path of Exile too now. Get out of the game, Nemo. Join us. Jesus Christ.
I'm playing a game too while I'm talking to you guys.
It's well, that explains the kind of distraction. It's like more what we need is some little participation between you two while I cement myself into some final, something more coherent to talk about. Like I said, I've got this.
I'm busy fighting dragons.
Jesus
stuff going on over
Christ, come on now. Guys, you can't be doing this to me. Come on, Nemo. Just join us a little bit here. Let us know with your voice. Say hi as soon as you're on. It's.
I mean, there's stuff to talk about. There's plenty to talk about in this hellscape of a world.
Yes. Well, tell us a little bit about what gets your attention.
Nothing good. Well, I don't know. I'm sure there's some stuff. Trump agrees U.S. aid is going to be shut down, which is like a nonprofit, or it's a U.S. government program.
Mm-hmm.
This is according to Musk.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see. Yeah, some stuff going on.
Okay, so we got a good note from Nemo. Nemo says, I will jump in a few minutes. Gonna smoke first. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. What, you said, oh shit, like did somebody break into your apartment or something?
No, something, my TV just turned off for whatever reason. Okay, hold on 1 second here.
Okay.
Let's see what's going on here.
Yeah, well, believe it or not, so what happened was I had to go to the bank yesterday to pay the rent, and before I stepped out of the house, it was raining like fuck, so I get everything ready to step out of the house, and obviously I'm not wearing platforms like I was with yourself, but basically my combat boots from the Gulf wear, similar boots to that, which are easy to walk in, but they're getting old and I'll have to get new ones sometime soon. But at any rate, when it came to my phone, it would not work. It would not, it said it was dialing, but there was no dial tone. And I was thinking, is the, air, what do they call it? That air control on, what is that, the status for when you're on the airplane mode? It wasn't on airplane mode. I thought maybe it's the earphones. Maybe the earphones are broken. Maybe they weren't jacked in properly. But I don't think it was any of that. It literally was just not working. The phone was not working. Yet it was semi-working, which doesn't make sense. In other words, I could access messages. But, you shouldn't be able to access messages if, and not be able to call out. In other words, a phone's either going to be broken or it's going to be working. It doesn't do something half-assed like it was doing where it's not calling out while you can still look at your messages, even though I got the feeling I couldn't text. So I just, rushed outside into the rain and had to run all the way to the bank. I, ran up the hill and then down to Grant Street in Chinatown. Actually went to the other branch on Sutter Street in Chinatown. But it made the day that Brendan and I were in the Presidio, it was a gentle rain. It was a gentle rain throughout the day. It really wasn't bad. But yesterday, it was the full river falling on us. So what do they call that? Atmospheric river falling on us. Yes. And so it was bad. So I had to. So one day I'm with our man, Brendan, who was getting over his avian flu. Obviously was not contagious because I didn't contract it. But then the next day I had to run, straight out into the rain. And, but good exercise. You got to roll with it. So, okay, so tell us about this. So this is interesting. White nationalists infiltrate the wellness movement. It's almost like what you'd expect, right? And they show the old skinhead boots, like the old boots, steel-toe boots, the skinheads.
Yeah, you should. If you open it, you'll see the subtitle.
Okay.
Soap to supremacy, the rise of white wellness. Like, really?
Oh, well, it's like we're in basically a white supremacist government right now. We're under a white supremacist government now. It's very bizarre, and
they're gonna blame people like us wanting to take vitamins. You know, fuck them.
Yeah,
Fuck
thank
these
you,
guys.
thank you.
Pro-white companies. You know what? Fuck you guys. Like, I've been buying shit like recently where it says black-owned business. You know, it's like, what? You know, so if they could do it, why can't this guy do it? You know, it just doesn't make sense. It's just, I don't get it. You know.
Yes, our country is going.
Like, I get it. I'm sure he said some shit, but it's like, come on, just let him sell his soap. It's not like soap's doing anything.
Oh, my eyes. Okay, so I want people to know I'm getting ready to dive into monologue soon enough, but we're gonna wait till Nemo comes on first. Then we'll speak a little bit with Nemo, catch up with him. And in the interim,
like, yeah, who's writing this shit? Yeah, this article is unreadable, really.
Is it really? I'll have
it's just so cringy. Yeah, it's just
send me the link into my private messages, please. The private messages.
Okay.
I'll take a look at it later. And
it's just naming people and then saying, somehow linking it to like these fucking actual terrorists or something. It's crazy.
Well, it doesn't surprise me. I would find it all too easy to believe what they're trying to say, but I think,
yeah, they have. It's all there. It's just, I'm not saying it's wrong. It's just badly written, or it's just not readable.
Yeah, it's kind of like what Heather was saying about
like
that
this,
community. Yeah, go on.
This is this part.
Oh.
They believed. Let's see. Most of us have forgotten, or we never knew that the Nazis loved yoga. It's like, oh my god. Like, this is just so bad. Explains Remsky, who obviously is a J-man. Follow a career as a yoga teacher in Toronto. New reports on abuse in the yoga world. Yeah, it's called, what was that one dude?
Yeah, Radu Sinamar.
The Romanian guy. Yeah, talking about that. They believe cultivating purity of blood and soil was intrinsic to the goal of repelling foreign invaders and exercising what they believed to be the cancer of modern life. The medicine, psychological ideas, educational systems they associated with Jewish intellectuals. I don't know about that, but anyways, Nazis feared yoga as a tool to accomplish these goals. You know what? I didn't read that in my comments. Like, is this a book that I didn't see from your bioscience?
Maybe it was one of the ones he was going to get to. That's
they're really, it's like grasping at straw, or just like, what is this? What are we talking about here? You know, it's like, fuck this.
It's actually pretty fucking funny. That's pretty funny. Now everybody just
let's ask DeepSeek about this.
Yeah.
Like this is just so crazy. Like, how are these people getting paid to write this? Fascism is presented as being natural, quote unquote.
Well, it is. It is. Yeah.
It is, but it's not like it's not like we're like, yeah, and you have to, we're going to force you to use soap, like vegan soap, like, yeah, we'll stomp you with the boot. Yeah. That's what they're insinuating.
That's pretty funny. Well, they're beginning to see enemies everywhere at this point, I guess. That must be it.
Like, how much damage can he do if he's like, making vitamins? Like, come on, dude.
Yeah, that's
it's ridiculous. And I guarantee you, none of these people would like not sell to a black person or something.
Yeah, they'd sell to whoever sends them money.
Like, exactly. So it doesn't make sense on the face of it.
Uh-huh. Oh,
he claims his correspondence with William Luther Pierce III, a physics professor turned pro-Nazi, neo-Nazi, who in 1974 founded the National Alliance, which became the premier U.S. white supremacist group. Okay, that's funny because I never heard of these people, but anyways.
No, I
But
did when I had to do my research for the Department of Defense. They were a big deal back in the day. But go on.
Okay, so it must have been, before I was born.
Yeah.
And then it says, here it is. But it faded after Pierce's death in 2002.
Yeah.
He also published the Turner Diaries, a 1978 story about white nationalists rising up against the supposedly Jewish-controlled U.S. government through attacks that spiral into a world war, a white nationalist victory, and the genocide of all white, non-whites, and executions of white race traitors, quote unquote.
Oh.
And then it says Timothy McVeigh, the perpetrator of the Oklahoma bombings, handed out copies of this book to his close friends. What does that have to do with soap? And like I don't. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is like a long ass diatribe of just non-sequential shit, and then they'll add in, he owned a soap company or something. It's like, what the fuck?
Are they trying to claim that it's made out of Jewish fat or something like that, like they did about the Holocaust soap?
No, it's like, so this is like pages and pages. It says that's where wellness comes in.
Jesus Christ.
And then it just has like more. It's just, this is a long ass unknown. I'll have to, maybe if I feel like it, read it, but it's looking pretty bleak. I mean,
yeah, that doesn't look too interesting. It's it sounds pretty bad.
Great. So it's basically just an excuse to come after me. It sounds like.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
He likes veggies. Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Yeah.
And he has a swastika. Oh my god. Don't buy veggies from Nazis. This is literally a protester in Bloomington. So this is Vermont or something? Bloomington? I don't know where this is at.
Burlington would be Vermont. Well, anyhow, Heather says the only thing I could do after finding out that guy did my mom's funeral was forgive him and forget it. Okay, so I'm going to heart that, but I'm not quite sure.
That sounds sketchy as hell.
Yeah, that sounds like the only thing I could do after finding out that guy, I presume she's talking about the semi-retarded guy who's kind of like deaf and dumb and speaks with sign language, but, who wasn't supposed to be living there, but actually lived there. And it sounds like he date raped her. And she's saying the only thing I could do after finding out that guy did my mom's funeral, because that's what she said, right? He was like there for 20 years and that he had done her mom's funeral and then did her. And, so now
I guess it's all cool.
Forgive him and forget it. Yes, it's all cool now. Well, thank you for sharing that, Heather. Maybe you're a bit too forgiving. Let's put it this way. Heather's seen it all too. She's seen it all. She's done all, seen all. And this is what I was trying to say was, it was like she was trying to describe this community, which I still couldn't really get. And every time I was trying to ask Heather about the particulars of this community, where you've got cemeteries interspersed.
You never got a straight answer.
Yeah, interspersed. Well, Holly kept interrupting. When I was asking Heather about, you've got this community with these cemeteries, little mausoleums, all interspersed with residences. And Holly kept interrupting to tell us how great this was. Like, oh, this is so great. And Holly knew the guy who designed it, like, so well. It's like she had slept with him. She knew this guy and all his works and shit. Like, she had read up on this guy intensively. And it was like...
And she kept saying, men don't understand. It's like, okay, I understand about cadavers. I don't want to touch them. I don't see how that's an issue. I don't know.
She made that into like we're wimps and pussies, like and then tried to make it as if it were some cultural norm. She tried to normalize it by saying it's a gender thing. That's why women handle cadavers. I am not familiar with any culture where women are designated cadaver caregivers. Where
no, there's no such thing, because women are the ones that bring in the new beings, like, and nurture them.
And they also nurture. They also nurture, for instance, injured and even the dying. But as nurses, but I don't hear about
but not to
them.
kill them. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't hear about them putting the dead into the ground. That's, first off, it's excruciating, backbreaking work, and you have men who, I don't know if you've ever tried digging 6 feet into the fucking ground, but there's places where that's
it's not
soil.
fun.
Yeah, there's places.
Women like Holly will like to handle the dead bodies.
Oh, I'm sorry, say that again.
Literally.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, women like Holly. Yeah.
There we are. Thank
you.
You.
Can work with that rigor mortis cock.
Yes. That's where the hopping ghost comes from, is the concept of rigor mortis. And but when it came to, I should have said that to Heather while she was with us, but she probably hears it right now. But honest to God, I swear to God, did you hear that, Nemo? While I was talking to Holly, and I said, yeah, she takes that mortuary, that mortician's needle, sticks it right in the piss slit of that poor cadaver's penis. She's got an erection, a boner that won't go down, and can ride that thing all night long. And if I had said that to any normal woman, she would say, "You're so perverted. What a dirty mind. Your thoughts are so sick, Douglas. I'm never going to speak to you again." I mean, your average woman would just tell me that I'm just unacceptable. That's just unacceptable, and that this.
But yet, if they were put in that position, they'd ride it. So.
Well, we can suspect Holly would.
Some people would.
Yeah. But Holly's response was, "You just don't get it. No, it's great." It was essentially, right? Am I wrong, Brendan? Did you?
Yeah, no, that's what happened.
Yeah. And it was like, yeah. And then, it was like, I couldn't understand why she wouldn't let Heather try to answer the questions. Granted, Heather is not always able to articulate some things she's trying to talk about, but like I said, it was almost like they both came off. They were both grooving off the resonance with each other on this subject so much. Nemo, did you not get the impression it was almost like they were both like necrophiliacs? That's
Yeah, that's what came to mind.
Yeah, and Heather, if you're listening,
I'm not judging them. Go for it.
Yeah, thank you.
If you're a woman, you're going to handle my dead body, you have a right.
Yeah. Honestly, Heather, don't take it the wrong way. You're fine, and but then the way Heather said it, I was just in the cemetery doing my thing, bending over, and that's why I has a bending over. What the fuck are you talking about? Then she said, "Oh, placing flowers." I said, "Thank God."
Yeah, placing her flower on.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's like when Brendan and I were talking to each other on the phone alone after I got knocked off the internet. Then we actually said that it was like she was waiting for Grandpa to come back and come at her from behind. Oh, Grandpa's ghost. I'm sorry, Heather. This did come to our mind. It was like. And just what she said about that guy, yeah, I decided to forgive and forget, because she woke up with this guy, doing God knows what, anyhow. So welcome aboard, Nemo. So tell us a little bit about how you're doing and, what's going on with yourself that you feel comfortable sharing, by all means, please.
I recently watched one of Jesse Lee Peterson's latest videos where he's interviewing, but it's more like he's doing a fucking psychology test on his guest, because I don't watch his shit, but he had Adam Friedland on for this episode. I'm like, I gotta watch this shit, because Adam Friedland will just troll the shit out of anyone he's being interviewed by. He's a comedian that was on a co-host on Comtown podcast when it was still around. Yeah,
and Jesse Lee is that black dude, right?
Yeah, he's like super Uncle Tom.
Yeah.
He loves white people, but he loves the wrong white people, because he claims, my big three are Trump, Putin, and Netanyahu.
Oh, God!
He's the worst Uncle Tom.
Yeah, this guy's hilarious. It's like, you would think it was satire, but this guy's serious. Yeah.
It sounds like Daryl Neely. Sounds like Daryl Neely.
Yeah, he's like that, but has like a platform with like millions of viewers.
Oh, God. That's...
He's like Uncle Ruckus, but like not funny.
That's insane. That's
if you told him that if you're white and you told him to pick your cotton, he'd gladly do it.
Yeah,
without question.
Yeah, he's like
he said this.
On that level.
He said
Well, that's
this?
the type of person he is.
That's
Like,
just his
he,
vibe.
Okay.
he says he loves white people and he hates black people.
Good God. And so how does he
Yeah.
live with himself? How does he live with himself?
He loves it. I think he's just been fully programmed to be like that.
Oh my God.
He just looks like a
Yeah.
brainless drone that's been just wired to think
Yeah,
the
he's
way he does.
retarded.
Yeah, mind
Yeah,
flight.
he's definitely yeah. Adam
Yeah.
Friedland just trolled the shit out of him. It was so funny.
Oh, good.
Jesse
Yeah.
couldn't get a serious answer out of him.
Okay. And so tell us a bit more about this. Any specifics, particular
He
details?
was when he was going on about how great white people are, Adam's like, "Well, why you say that? You can't say this in front of those people.
Mhm.
What people? You know, the Gentiles." So
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, interesting. Okay. That's
but he was being ironic too. You're like, "Oh God, you're so wonderful, Jesse. I love you. You're the best."
oh my God.
But he's just being sarcastic. "Oh, you're the best, man." Every time he just said stupid shit, yeah, he just replies sarcastically.
Okay, that's well. Certainly, this guy deserves it. I mean, an
Oh, yeah.
individual like that. It's at any rate. So,
Because he was bragging how he went to Israel and he said, "Oh, I loved Israel. It was the best. I love Israel." Wouldn't stop sucking that kosher cock.
Oh my God. You mean the black guy was saying that?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh Jesus, that's disgusting. I mean, that's just it's incredible to see how stupid people are. Well, I want you to know that when I sent what did you see the link that I sent you about the rogue AI that was put out by Israel and it turned on them?
No, no. Oh yeah, I didn't click on it. I should check it out.
Okay. Well, what happened was I sent that same thing to John Henry Warrington, and John Warrington responded, "I can't think of a single reason why anyone would support Israel unless they be deviant in some way." So just thought I'd share that. And
I like how it calls them white colonizers.
yes,
It won't call them that other way, but it's got to be white.
yeah, there you go, there you go. Well, they view themselves as white, that's for sure. They view themselves as a white.
Yeah, but they don't accept themselves like Europeans, like because they hate Europeans. They think they're beyond whites.
True, true. Yeah.
That's why they'll say, "Oh, all white people need to die."
Yeah, yeah, or something to that. They may as well. I mean,
Well, there's plenty of them that have said that. Direct quotes you can find from
okay,
Kazarian saying that.
right, understood. No, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. And so with so I want you to know that I we'll talk about this privately, but I do want you to know that I'm going to just dance around the subject and speak of it circumspectly. Before I took off for the holidays, because of course the Asian Lunar New Year is ongoing right now. When I'm done with transmission, my son will pick me up at 10 a.m. in the morning. We'll be back in town for me to get my shot because I get my immunobooster on Tuesdays. But that won't, for a whole day I'll be gone for Monday down till the Tuesday afternoon. I'll return, then we'll be back again, in time to do the Wednesday episode. But obviously, I'm spending a lot of time at the Estates for the Asian Lunar New Year. All that having been articulated, before I took off, I had no chance to respond. But I did see a message that you deleted, Nemo. And I'm just curious. We don't need to.
Oh,
speak
that was
about...
private, yeah.
Yeah, that's private. I'm not going to bring that up publicly. But you didn't need to delete that. There was no need for you to delete that. I mean,
Oh, my better judgment took. But it just said, "Oh yeah, you should probably remove that and not say stuff like that on."
Oh, do you feel that because everything we say is monitored, that might have had some implications?
Pretty much.
I see. Okay, but you shouldn't worry too much about that. I mean, honestly, I think they know our stance by now. So, but definitely. We'll speak about this more in the future privately. I do want to have a private conversation soon with you about that because I do believe that you have certain talents, and maybe that maybe you're making use of these talents, bordering on the psionic or the psychic, and they may have an impact. So does that make some
Well, I
sense?
just smoke too much pot.
That too. Oh, how much pot do you do? I mean, you're not one of those.
I don't smoke. I'm not smoking them now.
Thank God.
It's just over the years I smoked a lot.
I'm so glad you stopped. Oh my God. I was about to say, how did you stop? Most people can never stop. They can't break it.
Well, you just wean off. Like if you're smoking bongs and joints, and wean off it with a vape, and then once you're done with that, you just like, I don't feel like smoking it anymore.
Thank you. Well, thank goodness.
Yeah, so vaping it is a good way to wean it, at least for me.
So when you step outside to smoke, are you vaping?
No, I'm just smoking tobacco.
Oh, okay. There you go. And
I got off it months ago. It's just an on and off thing.
Okay. Thank you. I congratulate you. You have a lot of willpower to be able to do that. And so I'm glad you can. And what about in like you said, that was private. I did see it. And oh yes, tell us about your impression of. Were you able to hear my talking about Musk's daughter Vivian? And I'd like your review of that. So, what do you feel about that whole situation?
No, I don't think it was smart for her to publicly go on about that, because then she'll just get attacked relentlessly by all of Elon Musk's fucking supporters and shit.
Well, I appreciate your concern for her well-being. And
if they believe what he said, she's dead.
Yeah, he claims she's dead. Remember that shit? He was saying she's dead. Yeah, that's true. That's right. If they believe everything he says, he's basically saying she's dead. That stupid son of a bitch. He said that on the Jordan Peterson show. Yeah, my daughter's dead, and he grew up really tormenting her, saying you're so feminine, you'll never be a man, and all that stuff. So she said, "Fuck you, I'll become a bitch," and good for her. At least she looks.
What was
good.
the joke we had? It was like, it was like if you're like, your masculine example is Elon Musk.
Oh yeah,
sides too.
Oh, you said it perfectly. Yeah,
he might as well be trans. He's so fucking soft and effeminate himself.
Oh,
Right.
that's an insult to trans. That's an insult to trans. He's like, he's such a piece
He's
of
like an
shit.
MIB alien. Like,
Yeah,
he just looks weird. Like,
Yeah.
weird shaped.
yeah.
From all the fucking enhancers he's on or whatever.
Yeah, that's right. He's he's somebody who couldn't even, if he went trans, he would just fuck it up like those evil Polish brothers. What are they, the Wachowski brothers or something like
Yeah,
that?
the Wachowskis.
Yeah.
Didn't they switch back? It's like,
Did they? I don't know, but that wouldn't surprise
One of
me.
them did. One
They
of them
may as well. They may as well, because they fucked up looking like, they sure as hell can't make it looking like girls, because they aren't fooling nobody.
Yeah.
They ain't fooling nobody. And if they thought they were going to get some boy butt that way, they found out the hard way. But when it comes to Elon Musk, he was trying to say, be a man like me, and that no wonder his son said, fuck that shit, I'll become a bitch. But yeah, she should stand up to him. But like you said, maybe it's dangerous for her to do that publicly. But honestly, I think she'll make it. That's why she did get out of the United States, though. She left the United States to avoid, real crazies are here. Because here they've all got guns. They've all got guns. They're all crazed. And it takes a lot to live in the United States. But then again, Australia is no picnic either. So
they're worse than regular mentally disabled people.
Yeah. So tell me, are you aware that Trump's been talking a lot of shit about Australia lately? Did you know that?
No, I didn't hear about that.
Okay, so I'll go a bit into that in our monologue tonight.
They just cut funding to South Africa.
Yes.
Ago.
Oh, of course. Oh, Jesus. That makes sense. Well, South Africa is now all communist anyway. That's like, they should have cut funding to them, but then again.
Right.
Yeah. Then again.
It's just because of BRICS.
That's right. Oh, yes. But BRICS is not even. BRICS is a joke. BRICS is a joke. I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean,
it hasn't worked in like 10 years. Like, what the fuck is it gonna do?
Yeah, I mean, that's like, there's nothing to it. There's nothing to it. It's just a wailing wall where a bunch of guys get together to grumble. Yeah. I mean,
and the fact that they have India is hilarious too. Like that's gonna back them up.
yeah. I mean, really, and it's come on.
Like who was the linchpin? Like Brazil?
Yeah, there's no linchpin in that thing, really. I mean, I guess at this moment the best economy among them would be India. China.
True. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, India and China in both
Well,
different ways. Yeah. Oh shit! Did they get him? Let's see.
I've heard our economy's like almost it's on stilts. It's like almost blowing up.
Yeah. Hey, you got to repeat
I'm still
that.
here.
You got to repeat that because they glitched you. You really got glitched out with that one. So repeat that.
Yeah, it's
sentence.
because I'm talking about the chai comps.
Yeah, there you are. That's it.
It's because I'm talking about the chai comps.
It's a revenge of the
I said
AI.
their economy's on stilts.
Yes. Yes.
It's
Yes.
because we were making fun of DeepSeek. Yeah.
Yes. DeepSeek's revenge. Yes.
Yeah, they're putting a lot of their money into that AI technology bullshit because they just want to have the best
Well, it doesn't work.
surveillance system in their country.
They want to have the best surveillance system, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And like Brendan said, it doesn't fucking work. Yeah. It's like,
But yet they keep pumping money into it.
yeah. But
Yeah,
we'll
they
let our
gave you like a
people
bunch
starve.
of chai com answers.
yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Like
I
it
knew
was in-
that's what it was going to be, so I had to just have my fun with it.
It was like it's almost like they had it like like the servers in Mao's tomb, like that's where they're getting the cooling power from and shit. Like that's what's cooling the servers. It's like Mao's fucking coffin and shit. It's
Yeah.
like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's like it's like
And the
they're-
fact that they tried to defend themselves, they're like, "We love Japan."
Oh, that's so
Yeah,
fucking
that's just so load of horse shit. And when I saw why does Japanese people, Chinese people, had just said, "Oh, server's busy," wouldn't answer.
Oh God! Oh, there you go. I can. That's easy to believe. It's something that that doesn't have much of an imagination. The fact that Americans are going for this, like this is something revolutionary. I'm astonished. I can only shake my head. How can somebody be that stupid? I guess the Americans are really thinking this is the shit because it's free. It's preposterous. But so
Yeah, Nemo, what do you think about that? Why did it disrupt so much of the AI market?
yeah,
If it's like a piece of shit.
yeah, it's obviously a piece of shit. Yeah, how is this disrupting the AI market?
Well, I think the people just find it a good laugh to answer these questions and find it being completely biased and just promoting proper commie propaganda.
I think you give people way too much credit. Yes, everybody getting a laugh out of this doesn't explain it.
It took away $600 billion from the market, or like that's how much it lost or something.
Yes,
The market lost that much money.
that's right.
Allegedly.
At least, yeah. And
Yeah, that's perplexing how it turned out that way.
Yeah.
yes.
That's
And-
probably
Fucking
just an
video.
excuse
Their fucking
because-
GPUs are too expensive anyway. That's why I
Yeah.
had to go AMD.
Exactly.
Mhm. And so in terms of your, could you put that into context for our listeners? Maybe they don't all have the computer acumen that both of you do.
Yeah,
Both of-
NVIDIA brain graphics cards are very expensive, and their competitor AMD, they provide cheaper graphics card for near the same performance.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
And their CPUs are pretty good now too. They're putting Intel in their place because they charge too much for their processors. Well, Intel's better for gaming, but AMD CPUs are better for making videos and shit.
Now-
Editing and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. And so okay. Oh, so Sammy Romero, join us, please, by all means, Sammy, please. Sammy says, "Let me jump on real quick." By all means, I was hoping for this, and it definitely, Sammy Romero, he's our man, and he is. It's his birthday Eve day. So both he and his twin brother Isaac, who survived the Los Angeles fires. Sammy had moved out of the city by that point, per se. but he's still in the greater Empire State area of Los Angeles, I would suspect, or maybe he's into more of the Red Crescent area, as I would call it. One of these days I'll try and get a map drawn out, yeah, or at least take a screenshot of some of the old maps I produced. But I think it would probably be easy to produce one of these maps. I'd need a county map of California, and then I could show people what I mean by how I view the nations in California. There's like 6 microstates in California, or California divides into 6 microstates. For those of you who don't know, Texas has the constitutional right to subdivide itself into 3 to 5 states, should it wish. But, you know, none of us foresee that happening. And a lot of people have been trying to subdivide California and break up California, because certain parts of California...
Yeah, did you hear...
Yeah, go on.
Oh, carry on, because it'll take us into a different avenue.
Oh, that's right. I need to bring Sammy on. So
Yeah.
what's going to happen?
But I
Okay.
was just gonna say,
Yeah.
did you hear about the Canadian lady
No.
that
tell me.
rebutted Trump, and she said, "We have a deal for you, Mr. Trump. How about we take Washington, Oregon, and California?"
Oh yeah, that's funny.
And
I love it.
and
Go
I
on.
was like, please, I need British citizenship. Please.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank
Washington's
you.
a shithole and needs to be overhauled.
Which one?
Washington, yeah, it's a shithole and needs to be taken over and
Yeah,
overhauled.
yeah. Well,
Full of fucking
she was saying
crackheads and
economically,
car
but I was hoping to just fully secede. I mean, like,
Yeah.
just give me the Commonwealth citizenship so I can go to England easily. Fuck this shit. Like,
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, for that quality of healthcare that
I
they've
don't
got
care
up
if
there.
they're communist. Yeah,
No.
yeah, that's what she said. She said maybe your citizens will have health care instead of, you know, making a GoFundMe when their 3-year-old gets cancer. It's like,
Right.
shit, ruthless.
Yeah. Ooh. I love it. Now, I just told Sammy it'll be easier for you to call me Sammy, so I can merge your call. So please call Sammy and
Well,
merge your call.
I could merge.
Oh,
merge them.
okay. Okay, so yeah,
If I
bring
could
him
find
on.
him.
Yeah, please bring him on. There we are. Well, I'm going to try and merge him now. So let's see if this works.
Oh, you got it? You got
I
it.
think so. It says missed call, but maybe yeah, we brought him on. There. Okay, so Sammy Romero, happy birthday! We love you, brother. Mwah. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome aboard. Dear Sammy, you're off mute. You can talk.
Oh, my bad. Hey, what's going on?
Yes. So, dear Sammy, I was waiting for this because I'd like you to share notes with Brendan, who did a Presidio tour with me. So I rendezvoused with
Oh,
Brendan.
really?
Yeah, because Brendan
Wow.
drove me to my plastic surgeon. He drove me to my plastic surgeon, and then afterwards I gave him the Presidio tour the third time.
Oh, wow.
Gets easier each time, but the two of you can exchange notes. But, you know, I took him through the tour that I gave you, but it was even more definitive this time in the sense that it was raining, so I actually was able to withstand being outside. I wasn't being bombarded by the sun's rays, so it was easier for me. And both of you can exchange notes about my looks, as Brendan will attest. I look every bit the vampire.
Is this the first time he's met you in person?
That's correct. It was the first time he ever
Oh,
met me in
wow.
person. Yes, or smelled me in person. When he could testify to the fact that I smelled like mildew because, of course, arriving from the crypt. That's why when I go to the estates, I have to put my clothes in the decontamination
Right.
chamber and basically shower before I, you know, step foot in any of the properties per se properly.
Right.
But catch us up on everything you feel comfortable sharing with us. Nemo's also with us. Aristides is asleep right
Nemo.
now.
How's it
Hi,
going?
hey, how you doing, Brendan?
So yeah, go ahead and start in on what's
Yeah,
going
so-
on with you.
Sammy.
Yeah, there we are.
Well, honestly, it's everything's fine. I mean, I can't really complain. I'm consider myself a very blessed man, even when I'm, you know, adulting. But what can I say? These last 2 weeks have been pretty much what we've expected from this
Misadministration.
misadministration.
Yes, thank you.
It's I've had to kind of take a break off of social media because you know, I follow certain you know, especially with the policy changes he's been doing, as far as eliminating pretty much our government, it just gets a little bit
overwhelming.
It gets overwhelming in the sense that it's not even the fact that he's doing it. It's pretty much infested with bots and trolls that, or people really that are pretty much blind.
Yes.
Or just refuse to acknowledge he's being much incapable of. He's just insane.
Yes.
You can't even call him evil. It's just insanity. I mean,
yes.
You can name off all the presidents that were evil, pretty much all of them, but Donnie Boy is just insane.
Yes.
He is really focusing on creating as much chaos as possible, and almost creating this fear where he can do most of his damage behind all this chaos. Obviously tomorrow the Latino population is going to have pretty much nobody's going to work. So it's going to be
is this like an organized sit-in, kind of like a strike, a political protest?
Well, it's kind of showing our buying power, our dollar.
Yes.
In other words, we're not going to patronize businesses.
Yes.
People are going to just stay home, including not going to work. As a show of solidarity, and that's fine and everything. I think that's great, but the reality is, and I've talked about this before, is our place in government. AOC is the only politician really that is elected, but this is the one thing that I've always agreed with you is Congress, senators, Supreme Court judges should have a term limit.
Yes.
Because they are just in the way. On both sides. I really blame both sides for, Trump being elected, because it's Nancy Pelosi, the Schumer guy, I forget his first name.
Oh, Chuck Schumer.
Chuck Schumer, yeah. all these just, cadavers, walking cadavers that talk. They need to retire. They should have retired 2 decades ago.
Thank you.
Thank you. And one of the reasons why is because they're responsible for his election.
Yes.
There's some senator in Texas. She's like over 80 and she's still getting paid, and she's like in like a dementia home or something.
Yes. Yes.
So yeah, it's crazy out there.
Yeah. I'm not surprised, but this is a thing about it where we are forget. There's one thing about this nation. It's we're dysfunctional. We all hate each other. Okay. And obviously, seeing the climate that we see now, I was talking to my wife about this. Is midterms are about what a year and a half, maybe.
Yeah, less than 2 years, year and a half, about
less than 2 years.
Yeah.
The reason why Trump is doing this is because we're not going to see the midterms, because he knows the House and the Senate are going to flip. As much damage as he's doing, they're going to flip like they did for him back in 2018. Mm-hmm. And this time, he might not even see. If he keeps up at this rate, there's going to be a threshold where even his maggots, his MAGA
maggots, his MAGA maggots, yes, go on.
Yes. Even them, they're going to feel it, especially, the coons. I hate to put it this way, but the coons that put them into power, especially Hispanics, you have to understand, it's not just the criminals, quote unquote, the illegals. You have people that are documented that are being rounded up as well.
Yeah, actual citizens. I find it funny that Americanized Mexicans voted for their own deportation.
Well, you have to understand um, they bought into the whole machismo, the whole idea of them also being quote unquote white, which is hilarious because right now it's all about skin color. We're not seeing that's another thing I want to bring up. We have all these illegal Polacks, we have all these illegal Ukrainians, all these Russians that overstay their visas, and they're also here illegally.
Yes.
We don't see no propaganda. See, this is what I'm all for, and just to even think programmatically. If we're going to go this rate, then we need to deport all quote-unquote illegals. And we also need to slander them as well, too. Call them criminals. Call them, garbage. Let's all let's spread the hate. Let's come on, like a nice slather of manure. Let's spread it all out and, make sure, they get their taste of slander. And,
remove all the Russian men but keep the women because they're hot as hell.
So the Latinas, for that matter,
Yeah.
who Trump deported
Just get rid
first.
of the men.
Right. And I have no problem with it. My point is this. It is strictly prejudice. It's obviously a very racist agenda that he's pushing,
to say the least. But go on.
but obviously
There's only one. I was just going to say, there's only one race that should be prioritized of removing from America. I won't say it, but you know who.
Well, let me
continue.
point out let me put the cherry on this, manure Sunday.
Shit Sunday. Yes.
Right. They're also questioning Native Americans. Native Americans are being harassed, and the point is, where are you going to deport them? And obviously, the answer is Guantanamo Bay.
Yes.
That's another thing where these ICE agents don't really care. They don't care about lawsuits, and the reason why they don't care because they don't believe there's going to be another election. They don't believe really there's going to be any any lawsuits or any prosecution with them as far as profiling.
That's true.
And I have to say this, and this all goes back to what you've been talking about these last 10 to 12, 15 years, is this internment camps in Guantanamo Bay. This is all coming full circle back to World War II.
Yes.
I wouldn't be surprised if they open the camps back up in Manzanar.
Oh, they will. They'll have to.
Washington.
Yeah, they'll have to, because where else could they keep all of the people that they have to intern before they deport them? So please continue. Yes, quite true. Continue. Yeah.
And this is also where I also think about, and this is what I was thinking. Where's the Ukrainians? Why aren't the Ukrainians supporting the Latinos? I mean, about 2 years ago, we're saying, we stand with Ukraine. Well, why aren't they backing, these migrant workers? Why? In other words, where's the support? Where's the moral support? What about the J people? They want to, corner the victim market. They're the ultimate victims.
Yeah.
They're what you call, to put it in manga terms, they're the Super Saiyans of victims. The difference between them is they have their banks, they have their financial institutions, and that's another point that I actually was talking to my wife about is the only silver lining about this, and this is just me thinking, at least with high hopes, is you're not equal. We're not equal to, at least to quote unquote white America, in the sense of our light brown or brown skin color.
Yes.
We're not considered white, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
Okay, I went to a birthday party today, and I'm not going to say who it was, but it It was a birthday party, and the family, they come from a half Chinese, half they might be white or Irish or some type of Euro trash. But the older man, he's obviously a Trump supporter.
Oh,
And
Jesus Christ.
he's very much very prejudiced, very racist. I mean, you can feel people's hate, and there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, I'm used to it in a sense of, it is what it is, right?
Mhm.
But
Just hate him back.
well, here's the thing, okay? Obviously, he was cordial. It was a birthday party. But what I'm trying to say is, you can tell his prejudice, his hate, is because of his self-hate.
Yes.
That he has very Asian features. His face, you can tell he's mixed.
Yeah.
And obviously that comes from not feeling like he can fit into his other Eurotrash counterparts. I'm sure he was teased and he didn't like being singled out as the mixed one. And this is me obviously seeing him and kind of
Analyzing
him as far.
Yeah.
Right.
Go on.
And it's sad because his Asian background. If he only knew that side, as far as
Thank you.
this also has to do with identity as well, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
And I hate to move into this. Is the one thing I've learned about Doug is, and that's one thing I have to commend you about it, is you never fell into that trap of trying to fit in. As
Thank
far
you.
as obviously your heritage is your heritage, and you of all people can argue, being who your biological father is, but also the man that raised you.
Yes.
And
He's
there's
got the
nothing wrong
best mix, German and Japanese. Can't go
Thank
wrong with
you.
that.
Thank
But
you.
Doug also knows his place in the sense of where he's at. He'll never be accepted.
Yes.
And even more, obviously, because of his biological father, he's going to be hated and envied even more. On top of who he was associated with, which is even, on top of it's just another layer, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
Obviously, your education and your knowledge of certain things that that people covet, and a lot of the time is people that are obviously very bad people. And when I say very bad people, is the dark arts is what I'm trying to say.
Yes. Thank you.
And on top of that is you're symbolic in the sense of you represent a cosmopolitan societies that are actually true empires.
Yes.
And this is the one thing that the United States cannot seem to understand, is you have to evolve as a society. And when a certain demographic that does a lot of the manual labor, when you corner people into really feeling like they're not wanted, then everybody suffers as an empire. Everybody suffers as a country, because it's all interconnected,
Yes.
and this is just part of the society we live. And it's very easy to hate. It's very easy to point the finger, but all these solutions are they're simple in the sense of what we're explaining. Well, I'm explaining to you what you've explained in the past, where we need to set limits on terms. We need to have guidelines. We need to have real discussions on this is really tyranny. And all this domino effect is because there was no roadblocks and things were not questioned. And the one thing that the Republicans did is they broke the rules.
Yes.
They manipulated the rules. They flat out did not care about bipartisanship. Bipartisanship is really what sunk the ship.
That's true.
Unfortunately, because we had Barack Obama, who obviously was not a citizen, but he was a very outstanding president as far as decor, as far as the way he spoke, as far as his education. That's all great, but that was not good enough.
Yeah.
In fact, that was really a hindrance in the sense of foreseeing the complete opposite that was obviously brought in to destroy everything. The complete opposite as far as education. You're talking about somebody who says common sense when it's
the opposite. Yes.
You're dealing with a child. You're dealing with somebody who does not understand. You cannot say we're going to annex Canada as the president of the United States. You can't say that. That affects a lot of things. That affects markets. That affects, it's a domino effect is what I'm trying to say.
Absolutely.
The word you speak out of your mouth in that position is, it might as well be law. And
yes.
he uses this instrument of a pie hole to create chaos. It's really all it is. It's chaos.
Yes.
These ICE raids are, what they're doing is, as far as my black brothers and sisters, they're next.
Yes, absolutely.
The 14th Amendment, guess what? If that gets taken away, well, we're really talking about how much we messed up as far as not tying these loose ends when it comes to our Constitution.
Yes.
Because we were so lazy, as far as the people that fought these civil rights, that fought for these or just implemented these things, things were not,
settled,
finished, settled, completed. The circle was not completed. It was just left as, well, we will never elect an idiot. We will, the Republicans or the South won't, finagle the way in. Or what I'm trying to say is everything was placed on good faith because, well, it's tradition. We have two parties, and we have all these walking cadavers that are senators in Congress. That it was just a cycle of violence. It was a cycle of abuse. Your normal, things that America got used to, And we're not even talking about, child abuse, the military junta that we are still keeping till this day.
Yes.
Half of our budget's still going to it.
Yes.
And we have nothing to show for it. And it's showing already. Our ass is already out, to the world, and it's going to get ready to get screwed.
Yeah.
If it's not already. And I hate to put it that way, but it's unraveling, and it's unfortunate because the people that are at fault is the people that allowed it. And unfortunately, I have to put a lot of blame on Democrats, and I hate to put it in. And the reason why I say this is because they are very much part of the game. And I can sit here and start naming more things, but really it's just, how can I say this? And I'm trying to put it in the context of it's just change. Change had to be done, even as far as the amendments are concerned. We should have been redrafting things, but like I told you, like how I'm speaking, it's one of these things where it's really going to test as far as our society. If it's not already, it's even more.
Yeah.
It's just, there's a lot of uncertainty now, and I think I don't know. I obviously when you talked about it, as far as referring to the Chinese Civil War,
yes,
with the nationalists and communists, but I think well, I know it's going to really come down to combating pretty much him dismantling a government,
yes,
which he already has.
Yeah,
It's just it's really right now it's just really seeing how much we can actually allow. The problem is, what really bothers me is our elected officials, as far as on the Democratic side, I really feel like they just are there, not doing much. They're not even vocalizing. At least in how I am seeing, how I'm observing.
Yeah.
I don't see them really no resistance at all to their people we elect. This is just mind-boggling to me.
And go on, but no, I think you're saying what you need to say. So by all means, continue. It's very important.
And also when it comes to, and maybe I'm giving, and this is the thing about what I'm saying is maybe I'm giving these people too much credit. Maybe I am. Maybe, like I told you, maybe, and really it's just I don't understand that if you want this cake party, like, as far as when it comes to Democrats and Republicans, if they really want to keep their little positions that they have,
yeah,
where they take the lobby money and they fuck off all our resources for I don't know what they do, whatever they do. But, they want to have their little national conventions and get these little child prostitutes that they probably have in the conventions. I'm talking about the right.
Yeah, by the way, at Republican conventions, probably our man Sammy Romero might remember my saying this in the past, but it was proven that the young male prostitutes are the ones that the Republicans keep going for. They're not, the women stand idle at Republican conventions. The Republicans go for young boys. But continue, yeah. So you've got it down. Yeah.
Those conventions make the Avian Awards.
Yes.
Pretty much be. The Avian Awards might as well be pretty wholesome compared to their bullshit. But what I'm trying to say is all this is really heading towards is our government collapsing. And really what's going to come down to is it's not going to be the same. Like it's not going to same. It hasn't been the same pretty much since he got into power back in 2016. It's really not going to be the same after. I don't see another presidential election. I don't see any elections period until either he gets killed, he gets taken out, maybe by some other government. I don't know, or it's going to be a flat-out civil war. It's going to be, I'm talking militias pretty much taking over, I don't know, Washington, D.C. and started, the killing.
Yeah.
To that point where it's here. And what I'm trying to say is these politicians really have no foresight into making any contingency plans. We had a president who was pretty much the same, except he was old and senile. He pretty much was a walking corpse.
Yeah.
So my point is, it's just when I start thinking about this, I sometimes need to kind of center myself and try to understand that a lot of things we cannot control. And you only control what you can. And it starts with yourself. It starts with, a lot of times the chips are going to fall where they're going to fall. And people that spend a lot of energy into trying to convince people that don't care, that really are insane themselves, you cannot really have a conversation with these people, because then you look crazy. You're more crazy than they are, and it's all really just this is going to happen regardless. And if it wasn't in the past, well, I guess we were chose to see this as far as this generation.
Yeah.
You kind of have to put it this way. At least I'm talking about with me as far as understanding things are how they are, and you cannot. All this chaos, unfortunately, can overtake you, and this is how people really just give up, and you cannot give up. And part of it is your mental health. You know, you have people that have had these dreams of the American dream as far as the educational system, and the educational system has failed them.
Yeah.
And they have also looked at the reality of, no, this American dream has been broken. It's just, unfortunately, you have to find out the hard way sometimes. And this goes beyond that in the sense of even the people that have voted for him are having remorse. And
as well they should. But go on.
But it's unfortunate because they bought into, and they bought into the politics of hate.
Yes.
And when you deal with the real world, when you deal with countries, when you deal with actual real world, a campaign about making fun of a certain demographic is not going to cut it. And what's going to happen is you're left out in the dark. And, you know, we're seeing it. You know, it's embarrassing because there's a lot of people that did not want this. But at the same time, you know, you really have to look at the people that were elected to represent you. I was telling my wife, this also teaches, you know, the Latino community that if we ever get to where we can have an election, you need to come up with resources as far as our own financial institutions, a pathway to have dual citizenship. You see, when you have these things, no one can really threaten you to deport you. You can have the ability to have resources in Mexico, United States, you know, like a lot of people that come from other countries, you know.
Yes.
It's just how it's going to be as far as if it continues to be like this, because we're never going to be accepted. And, you know, even people, and this is, I'm really talking about people of color.
Yes.
We're never going to be accepted. You're not, until things change in a sense of changing our constitution. And it's just how it is. And this has always been this way. It's just we've bought into, you know, the revision of history, where in school they don't want to highlight this, because then, you know, you start how do I say this? The reason why they don't highlight this part of history is because then you get the young kids thinking about their history, their heritage. When you talked about, give an example, when you talked about the black GI, Perry, Herman Perry.
Yes.
There's most black or most African Americans do not know who Herman Perry is.
Of course not. Of course not.
I don't learn shit in school.
Yeah. And I had explained this to a lot of my black coworkers. Yeah, so you need to look up who Herman Perry is. You want to know who fucking Rambo was? That's who Rambo was. You know, subjects like that, where it's almost where if you do bring this up, you probably will get expelled. They probably wouldn't want you back in their school. And one of the reasons why I tell you this is because I'll give you even a background to my family. My father did not come here illegally. My father came here on a work visa, worked the agricultural. He did things, quote unquote, the right way. And, you know, Cesar Chavez was against illegals, but, you know, his fight was a little different in the sense of, you know, wages and the conditions. You know, if you bring illegal, if you're going to bring an illegal here, you know, well, he's not going to really care as far as work conditions or unionizing or you know, just basic things that citizen would have the rights to, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
But what I'm trying to say is, you don't teach Cesar Chavez in U.S. history. They're not going to. They're going to teach you manifest destiny. They're going to teach you all this bullshit that doesn't matter.
Thank you.
Because I'm not going to be accepted. This is the one thing I'm going to tell my children. You're never going to be accepted.
Yes.
And this is why.
Thank you.
And obviously, they don't want this. The miseducational system that it's in play. You're talking about what the right's trying to do with critical race theory. We're living it.
Yes. Yes.
Fuck critical race theory. We're still living it as far as DEI and all these policies that they've been trying to eliminate, where the LGBTQ, and that's another subject where, I've had to take a backseat to you as far as educating myself through you, as far as the LGBT, because I've had my insecurities about that. I'm not gonna lie. I've had to understand that the nuances where you and I talked about, where everybody starts off as a woman.
Yes.
Thank you. During conception, this is why men have their feminine side as far as tapping into that. But what it's teaching me is things are not so cut and dry when it comes to humanity. Some men have more feminine traits. Some men are born with these type of traits and they can't help it. Obviously, you talked about the 5 genders a couple transmissions ago, but what I'm trying to get to is when Donald Trump says there's only 2 sexes, well, what he's trying to say is we don't want to educate, we don't want to educate the children as far as more ways to understand humanity.
Thank you.
And denying the existence of the other sexes.
Right. And this is also why I've also, what I was telling my wife is, I'm not going to feel uncomfortable being around somebody that supports Trump. And not that I care, it's just, you also have to understand that if you are too afraid to expose yourself and to not understand, and you can't study the opposition, because obviously they're going to study. And that's the one thing about the right that they've had. They have studied, especially blacks. They've studied them. They know their weaknesses. They know how to break them in a sense of their community. Their community's broken. They have their, as far as a race, if they can be united, they would be very much a powerhouse. But because they've killed off their leaders or their inspirational leaders, as far as Malcolm X, obviously Dr. King, but especially Malcolm X, they are very much a broken people because they give in to not being united. Yes. Obviously, I'm going into another pathway as far as conversational wise. But what I'm trying to say is, at least me, as far as a Mexican American, a Chicano, or whatever you want to call me, this is very much telling me even more. Excuse me.
No worries.
To really talk to my children about their identity. And that's the one thing that I always learn from you is, and this is how you really kind of defeated who you had to defeat as far as working in government. Obviously, I'm talking, obviously, you know who I'm talking about.
Of course. Michael Aquino. Yes, but continue.
You had knowledge of self. And because you have knowledge of self, obviously he hid his Filipino roots.
Yes.
Asian American, even your opposition has to respect you because of knowing your identity as far as who you know who you are.
Yes.
That's very powerful. That's one of the reasons why even going back to being a Chicano like me, as far as being a colonized people, we had different nuances as far as the European with the Native Americans, but especially with the Native American side, as far as what the Spaniards did, they destroyed our history.
Yes.
They really we were not privileged to know our indigenous side.
Yes.
But nevertheless, what's really there, obviously, what's still there that they couldn't, is still a good inspiration to understand that that it's not a loss. It's just this country, this anti-culture is not who we are.
That's right.
We're not, because we'll never be accepted. And you talked about this, where obviously when I met you, you had your veterans hat, and I knew why you did that. You had to do that it's almost to blend in.
Yes.
And really, you're left alone.
Yes.
Anytime someone sees you, you're a veteran,
yeah,
you at least are left alone.
Yes. Yes.
And it's unfortunate, but it's part of it's part of how you've had to learn how to move.
Yes.
And obviously, we're seeing that now as far as the Latino community, where we're going to have this stance where we're not going to work, we're not going to patronize businesses. But will it work? I'm sure it'd be a little impact, but what's really going to have an impact is pushing our way and really inspiring other minority groups, where there needs to be a really government that is representative of this empire.
Yes. Absolutely.
Talking, Asian Americans, Latinos, Blacks, so on and so forth. And it's unfortunate, but it's gonna cost blood.
Yes.
The people that are benefiting have been benefiting this for 400 or 500 years do not want to go.
Yeah.
And this is why this is why Trump got into place, because he promised them, quote unquote. And really, he lied to them. He didn't promise anything. He manipulated them into getting power now, off that promise of, I'm going to lower these prices and I'm going to deport all these illegals. And we're going to see the repercussions. These tariffs are going into place tomorrow. Everything's going to be 25. Any produce is going to be at least 25% higher.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you're going to feel it.
Oh yeah, people are going to start going hungry. That's what
I remember hearing him saying, "Oh, I'm going to make food cheaper. We can't buy bacon anymore. That's ridiculous. You should be able to eat bacon." Just says retarded shit like that.
Yes.
I'm going to make bacon cheap again.
Thank you. Just the insipidity, the vapidity of what his voters were attracted to. Comfort food, of all things. Comfort food. I will make comfort food available. But let me respond to what Sammy is articulating here. What I will say is I had a long discussion privately with Sammy, where Sammy asked, well, what do you think is going to happen? What will the Civil War be like? I don't need to repeat all that in front of Sammy right now. But here's one thing I can say about what Sammy's saying. What Sammy proposes that is probably the most radical thing for people to accept, or the hardest thing for people to accept because it sounds radical, is that Trump does not intend for there to be midterms or another election, that essentially they'll gerrymander all of the small county level and state level elections, but at the executive level, a national election, as far as Trump's concerned, so long as he's alive, he's the king. During the course of tonight's monologue, I'll address what Kash Patel did. And I don't know if any of you know this, but Kash Patel is this yellow house nigger, multi-billionaire who is Asian Indian that Trump wants to put in charge of the FBI. And he swears he'll abuse the FBI to basically turn it into a political branch of bullies where they're just going to track down all of Trump's enemies and eliminate them, or at the very least imprison them or terrorize them into submission. And Kash Patel actually wrote a children's book. They always take the pedo path. And he wrote a children's book in which he portrays Trump as the king. And he himself is the imperial court vizier, the wizard of Trump, who finds his enemies and eliminates them. He wrote this in a children's book. There is a children's book about King Trump, written by Kash Patel. Anybody can look this up. I mean, this is pedo-political pornography, where you're pornographizing to children the concept that a man who is supposed to be holding an executive office is now imperial in nature and a king. This is predictive programming for children, in which they're trying to show them Trump will not be your president, Trump will be your king. And this is, of course, Trump's intent. Trump wants to be king. And he's hoping that when he dies, he'll set up a dynasty similar to Kim Jong-un's, which is exactly how the communist dictator Xi Jinping is reasoning. We don't know how Vladimir Putin is reasoning. He doesn't seem to have any heirs, but he obviously is never going to hold another election so long as he himself is alive. Trump is emulating all of these autocrats. So what Sammy is saying is well taken by myself, but I'm certain most people will find this hard to grasp. Trump did not want to relinquish the office voluntarily originally. He, of course, put all of his efforts into reoccupying the Oval Office. And now that he's back in the Oval Office, he never intends to let it go ever again. However, what we can say is that because of his overreach, because of his severe overreach and his acting with impunity now, he's collapsing the economy, and therefore this is why he's also mobilizing for war. He feels that this is the maniacal part of all of this. He seems to understand the economy will collapse. Therefore, since he's, for all intents and purposes, scientifically engineering the next Great Depression, what happened with the last Great Depression? We only got out of it through war, World War II. So his solution will be, when he crashes the economy is, well, we have to go to war. So he's taking Canada, Greenland, Panama, and this opens up a second front for Europe. You see, Trump is withdrawing from NATO. Trump is saying, well, we're not going to support the European nations. I'm withdrawing from NATO. So if he withdraws from NATO, what does that mean? He's setting up a second front for Vladimir Putin. So if he sets up a second front for Vladimir Putin, then Putin's fighting in Ukraine. Trump relieves the pressure on Putin by creating a second front for Europe by invading Canada and Greenland. If he invades Canada, he's attacking Britain, because Canada is a British dominion. If he attacks Greenland, then he's attacking Europe, because Greenland is a territory of Denmark, and Denmark is a member state of the European Union and a member state of NATO. Unlike the European Union, which Canada is not a member of, but should join, Canada is, however, a member of NATO. So if Trump then attacks a NATO member after withdrawing from NATO, then what we are faced with is NATO theoretically is forced to respond against America. This opens up a two-front war in which Britain and Germany are now on the same side against America and Russia. So this is the world that Trump is bringing us, is a world war world, a world at war. And he feels, of course, that he cannot lose. He feels that with Russia he will win, but of course he's a fool, and he has no comprehension of what he's stirring up. It's not that Britain and Germany are mighty military powers, far from it, really, but they will be forced to mobilize. And again, this scenario could be a variant in the sense that Trump may remain in NATO, which complicates the issue. I doubt he will, because he's speaking so heavily against it, and he keeps threatening to withdraw. So he probably will withdraw. But if he does not withdraw, there's only one other time in history where we have precedent for this, where a NATO member state attacked another. And that's when Turkey invaded the island of Cyprus, as the Greeks pronounce it. I was saying Cyprus in a past episode, but V was reminding me the Greeks pronounce it Cyprus. She's quite correct. And the island of Cyprus was, at that time, a territory of Greece. So when Turkey invaded Cyprus, then Greece fought back, and nobody helped them. They were both NATO member states, so the rest of NATO just stayed out of it, stood back and watched, and it was only a miracle by which the Greeks were able to rescue half the island. And now Cyprus is divided through its capital at Nicosia, which makes, since the reunification of Germany, the only two divided capitals in the world are Nicosia, divided between the Turks and the Greeks on Cyprus, and Jerusalem, or Jerusalem, divided between the Israelis and the Palestinians, whom Trump, along with Netanyahu, wants to ethnically cleanse. Matter of fact, I should send this to Sammy right now in his private messages. It's something that I didn't get a chance to send him, so I'll provide you with this link, and it's really a hoot. I'm going to put it in Sammy Romero's private messages right now. And
may I ask?
Of course, please, by all means.
Is there a modern day dialogue where Trump has to stand down and kind of like, oh shit, I pretty much can't. And in other words,
we'll find out. But go on. Go on. Yeah, continue.
He pretty much has to be neutered, is what I'm trying to say. Where he has to pretty much, in other words, he has to stand down in the sense of his rhetoric.
Everything he's doing. Well, I believe what will happen is simply that, unlike World War II, we don't have a population that's willing to mass mobilize because he's at war with half the American population. So this is why I made the analogy between the Communist Chinese Civil War. While I didn't express this part or emphasize this part very much, I did not articulate this aspect of the Civil War in China very emphatically to Sammy personally. I will say this much now. It's always important to remember that the Communist and Nationalist Chinese Civil War did not happen in a vacuum. It happened in the middle of a world war. So what's going to happen, this is why the Chinese Civil War analogy is so important to the American Civil War analogy today, is because we will be experiencing civil war in the middle of a world war. So what happened in the case of China was, in the middle of a world war, China became the most important front in World War II. It was the only front in which every major belligerent was involved. In other words, you did not have, on the Russian front, Chinese troops involved, but in China, you had Russians, Germans, Japanese, Americans. The entire world fought in China during World War II. There's no other country that has had that happen. You did not have Russian troops in Japan, or anybody invade Japan at all for that matter. But all such being said, when it comes to the American Civil War, we face a world war that Trump's going to start. And then once he starts that, because he's waging war against half his own population, then that population's not going to agree to mobilization. And as a result, Trump is going to be, that will be the equivalent of a Die Glock. That will be basically what hampers him, hamstrings him, and ultimately causes his downfall. What I will say is this. Just as Sammy said, Trump does not intend for there to be another president after him. He intends to render this into an imperial dynasty. But the reality is that we all have to face is that Trump has broken the presidency. So what Sammy is saying is well taken by myself. Trump has broken the presidency. So yes, by all means, let Trump be the last president. We don't need another president after Trump. Once our civil war happens and we basically have victory for the people, the real people, meaning all the races in a united front that are not part of this white supremacist regime, this apartheid state that Trump is trying to realize, along with both Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, who are both South Africans who came from apartheid South Africa, and because they lost South Africa because of America, America put South Africa under tremendous sanctions, divested from South Africa, and they collapsed the apartheid regime of South Africa. The South Africans never forgave them for that, and in a sense, nor should they. But these two white South Africans of that apartheid tradition have come to America, and now they are determined to have their vengeance, and they want to establish apartheid here in the United States. That's their idea of revenge. So he's got Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, two South Africans, trying to impose apartheid in the United States. This is the regime that we are now fighting. And when it comes to them, they are once again on the minority side. It's not a winning position to be in. And if they're fighting a world war, but they're starting a war against everyone else who is not white acculturated, who is not basically taking the position of Kash Patel and these other yellow house niggers from East India, who are all determined to render themselves as white as possible in their own minds, thinking that if they serve the state, they'll form the middle class, like they did in South Africa. For those of you who do not know, and many people don't know this, it wasn't just whites on top and blacks on bottom. There had to be a middleman. What was that middleman that was the middle class in South Africa and much of Africa was Asian Indians. So the Asian Indians have pulled this shit before, where they just act as the middle class between the whites and all of the Negroes or coloreds beneath them. And that way the whites don't have to deal directly with the blacks. They have this Asian Indian buffer. Well, that's what the Asian Indians feel.
Mahatma Gandhi and those people.
Yes. Types. Tell people about Mahatma Gandhi's connection with South Africa.
He was a lawyer in South Africa that was on the side of the South African government. But if you look it up, they'll say he was for independence and he fought against the Brits when he was there, which wasn't the case. He was trained by the British when he was there.
Thank you.
And then he came back to India and said, "I'm a monk." You know,
yes,
I'm a freedom fighter.
He wasn't dating Mother Teresa?
So, with this having been said...
I bet Peter Thiel is a crypto J, just like Elon Musk. He's a fucking co-founder of PayPal, and anyone who's that big in money is definitely of Khazar blood.
Well, whether that's the case or not, in a very real sense, what Nemo says is, without a genetics test, we won't necessarily know, but from their own mouths...
It's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting that they're both
Look at his nose.
African.
Yeah.
There's a lot of there's a lot of Khazarians in South Africa. Well, there was.
That's true. That's true. For those who do not know, there were many...
And they hide their background.
Yes, there were many Jews in South Africa. This is actually quite true. That's why South Africa was allied with Israel. One of the major reasons, certainly one of the factors that South Africa was allied with Israel forever, until the collapse of the apartheid regime. That's why the black South Africans, under the communists who took over after the fall of apartheid, sued Israel for war crimes, because they said that they were the ones who were behind having Israel condemned for war crimes because of what the Israelis did to them during the apartheid regime. Makes sense, right? So then what we have here in the United States is Trump has broken the presidency. Yes, why not eliminate the office of the presidency? Once we win the Civil War by force majeure, eliminate the office of the presidency. Not only would we hold a constitutional convention, we would hold a constitutional convention to alter the Constitution towards something workable based upon the amendments more than the old Constitution itself. Reinstate the amendments that Trump will revoke, such as, shall we say, legal abortion, 14th Amendment, which of course the Supreme Court under Trump will almost certainly get rid of. We reinstate the amendments which make our government worthwhile, and all of the government should be by Congress and the Senate. And we'll have to expand the court so we don't have the kind of politicized mini court, kind of like a kangaroo court that we have now, as they would call it, a court of politically motivated judges that are simply rubber stamping what the president wants. So we would expect... Yes.
With term limits.
Yes, with term limits, of course. Thank you so much. But then people would ask, well, Douglas, if you attain secular power, through this civil war by force majeure, then what would you be if not the president? My answer to that is, think of what my biological father Adolf Hitler said. Well, most people won't know he said this, but Hitler stated, "I am the first soldier of the Third Reich." So I would easily say, I am the first citizen of the new United America. Rather than say United States of America, we would rename the nation itself. Trump wants to rename everything. We would rename our nation simply United America. The concept of United States is already a dividing line. We would say we are now United Americanos. That would be our new identity. And we would be bilingual, Espanol and English, as officially recognized, which would then include, finally, a sense of culture in America that it never had before. We would think of ourselves as United Americanos, and we would think of our nation as a United American Empire. But instead of taking any title such as president, I would simply refer to myself as first citizen. That's all I would need to be known as. It really doesn't need to go farther than that, and I think it says it all. Just as Hitler said, I'm the first soldier of the Third Reich, I would simply be the first citizen of a united America. That's essentially what you would need to at least transitionally replace the bankrupt and broken presidency with a functional dictatorship for as long as was needed, which, as I said, would probably take 100 years. It would take 25 presidential terms, which are 4 years each. That'd be about a century of progress, as I've always called it, a century of progress to educate successive generations and reintroduce voting in the truly democratic fashion, where we would have no electoral college, where every vote would count, but people would have to be educated to the point where they could finally vote in a national election. That would probably take, as I said, probably several generations, 100 years before you could allow them to do that. You would first start with the county level votes, allow people that, then allow them state level votes. I mean, there would still be, at that point, I think the states would be so altered in geography based on counties, I don't even know if we would have state level administration anymore. It would basically be counties and then federal, and we would have a very different internal geography that would be based upon several areas that would be ethnic enclaves. We would take the worst of the Republicans, the most violent of them, including Trump himself. If he survives the Civil War, they would be deported to Manchuria, where they could basically integrate with the Russians and create a buffer state between China and Russia. And that would be fine. That would create a nation state in Asia that would be a buffer state between the Russians, the Chinese, and the Japanese, actually. And they could use the North Koreans as their cheap labor, because they couldn't get along without cheap labor. And they'll find that out, of course, with everything they're doing now with mass deportation. But once they come to realize that, they'll learn to love cheap labor. But such being said, that would be a great opportunity for North Korea as well. But all of that being said, that would be the most extreme among them of the Republican Party. The white supremacists, who are the out-and-out Nazis, we would just allow them to have a white enclave in the Pacific Northwest, but they would be surrounded by mainly North American Indian states or First Nations. Okay, Sammy says he has to call it a night. So, dear Sammy, enough of that. And by all means, say good morning to everyone and any other thoughts you have to share with us before you go. And, of course, happy birthday, and happy birthday to Isaac.
Thank you. No, really, it's just I wanted to drop by and tell you I'm honored for you to mention me and your title. My twin and I consider you a brother from another mother. And
thank you.
You all Team Dietrich. I think we've survived a lot this past year with the debacle with Benny. Obviously, and this is the one thing about supporting you, and and you know, being on your side is unfortunately betrayal, and you know, sometimes the shenanigans that people pull to really just be against you. It's almost like a switch is turned on, and you know, their mind goes to mashed potatoes. You know, it's just it's one of these things where I think you know, it gives a lot of credibility to you that you still remain, you know, focused on what you need to do. And you know, I think I'm very proud of what you've accomplished and what you've survived. I think it's one thing you know how to do is survive.
Thank you.
And you know, I consider you a very good friend of mine, and you know, I'm blessed to know you, and for you to create context to a lot of what's going on, and a lot of it really it goes back to history. History is just repeating itself.
Yes.
And it gives me comfort in the sense of, gives me a sense of direction and what to expect.
Thank you.
And that's very much a gift to any listener that listens to you. And there's more listeners than what we're actually on right now.
Yes,
including government. You know, I always say it. It's just, unfortunately, your name rings out in the sense of your heritage, who you are, and for some reason, you know, they paint your biological father as the ultimate boogeyman when, you know, you had you know, Stalin, and you had the old fart in the wheelchair. What's his name? Roosevelt.
Yes.
It's worse.
Yes.
And you know, obviously, you know, we don't want to get into that tangent because it's just, you know, you have to do your monologue, and you have to speak what you have to speak, but it goes to show how blind and how much history, how much they try so much to erase what history is. It's all there, you know, even as much as Trump is trying to erase, the truth always comes out. And I think there's a reason why you're here, and I'm happy for that. That's very much a birthday gift to me, to have someone like you as a friend. Okay, and you know, and that's pretty much what I want to say. Good night to everybody. Aristides, Brendan, and Nemo, and God bless. Okay.
Yes.
Have a good birthday.
Yes.
Yeah.
We love you dearly. Share our love with your family, especially Maria and your lovely children. And thank you so much for joining us. It was always an honor to have you with us. Thank you so much for your care package.
Yeah,
love you dearly. Bye for now. Okay, and that was Sammy Romero. And again, hopefully we'll have more of a chance next time for him to exchange notes with Brendan about what happened when he came to the Presidio and visited myself. And with that in mind, I guess
Was there many homeless people hanging around there?
Oh, tell him, Brendan. It was odd. Actually, there's almost nobody in the Presidio. It's depopulated. Absolutely bizarre.
Or just in the vicinity around, not in.
Actually, this is one of the few times I went to SF and there was like not any activity.
Yeah.
So they're doing something. What they did is they actually took them, after all the bad publicity, they pushed them out to like Vallejo. There's like a tent city outside. They pushed them outside of the Bay Area almost. So it's very like, unless you're in the touristy spots, you won't see very many homeless people anymore.
Oh, yeah.
So I've noticed that as of late.
Yeah, it's become rather a depopulated city, but believe me, there's still a homeless problem. I mean, believe me, you see them when you're like walking in the like Polk Street and
exactly. Yeah, if you go to like Chinatown or the city center, like they're everywhere. But where we went, there was nobody really.
Yeah, it was like nobody. Period. Nobody. Period.
Yeah, like
homeless
nobody.
or otherwise. Yeah, it's like it was just depopulated. Oh, it's a crazy joggers in the rain. Tell them about
tons of joggers. Yeah, and like.
Yeah.
Running through the Presidio at night, like at twilight. Shit.
Yeah, in the rain.
In the rain.
An insanity. Just sheer insanity, you know.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out what the fuck they were doing. What were they doing?
just trying to kill themselves. I'm sure that
Just trying to get sick on purpose.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah,
it was pointless.
Subconsciously, it's got to be that. It's got to be that. They want to call in sick days, but they don't. They have this Protestant work ethic where they can't, just call in sick like the Germans do, because the Germans think nothing of it. The Germans will just say, "Oh, I'll just call in sick." And
they use every fucking sick hour they have. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah. Tell people about that. So, were you able to read that article? What exactly did it say?
That Germany is the world's leader in using sick leave. Yeah. And they game it out. They use every penny, everything that's in the bank. They'll use it because they know it resets. They have some system where it resets every year, and they fucking use every dime. I don't blame them.
Yeah, and well, they should. I mean, that's why they set up this social system under Hitler, was just so they could do stuff like this. Yes.
Or it started with Bismarck.
Yes.
It started with Bismarck, where Germany was the first industrialized country to have actual workers' rights and shit.
Yeah, that's true. So tell them about that.
Yeah. And they were the first country on earth. I think it was like 1870 or something.
Talk about socially progressive.
Yeah, he developed the first literally workers' rights from the top down. And look what it got them. So anyone who says, "Oh no, it's gonna ruin," all these companies say, "Oh, we can't give that to workers; it'll ruin our profit margins." It's like, freaking Germany's still on top.
Yes.
After doing all that and losing wars, quote unquote, and all this stuff. So it's like, what excuse do these companies have? Nothing.
Yeah.
Fucking pieces of shit.
Yeah, nothing at all.
We can't give them health care. We can't give them anything.
Yeah. Don't give them anything.
There's money.
Yeah.
In fact, it works the opposite. Your workers become the best on earth, and you make the best shit.
Thank you.
So it's just like common sense.
Yeah.
It just proves how evil the system is. It's like
it's antithetical to common sense. Yes, it's if anything. And did you hear Trump use the term about common sense when he was talking about the plane crash? How he said common sense.
He says that all the time.
Yeah. Oh God.
Tariffs are common sense. It's like he doesn't even know what it does.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's like the other countries don't pay them.
That plane crash on the video, what did you think of it? When I saw...
it sucks that I have to say this, but which one?
Yes, thank you.
Well, the one that collided in the helicopter, it looked like the helicopter deliberately steered into the trajectory of the plane.
You remember they didn't want to release the soldier's name? That it's they
finally did.
Yeah, they finally did, but they were going to originally hide the soldier's name. But why don't you? Let's put it this way: why don't you share the fact that these are sacrifices, Brendan? Talk a little bit about these as human sacrifices, and it's almost like a binding ritual between Russia and America, because there were all these very young Russian and American figure skaters on that plane.
Yeah.
And then the other one coming from Mexico was all children. So tell
it was sick, literally sick children going for treatment, and then it falls out of the sky and blows up. Yeah, so both of these were done on ritualistically important points as far as astronomically and astrologically, and then also the fact that it was done over the water like that. During like a Pisces new moon, right after the new moon, it was definitely a ritual, 100%, without a doubt.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. Like the helicopter pilot, he would have to been programmed. Yeah, stare right into that fucking plane, kill yourself.
Well, they can that specific type of heli can be remotely
commandeered.
Computer? Yeah, computer operated.
They just overrode the pilot. They don't give a fuck about him.
Yeah.
Also it was actually a covert COG mission. I don't know, Doug, you know about COG, right? Continuity of Government.
Continuity of Government is what it stands for.
Yeah, so it was a COG operation for training for when the Civil War kicks off and they try and kill that fucker. Yeah. Basically it was a COG mission, to where they would train if something were to happen. They do it all the time near DC. It's just a normal part of the military's actual job if they, you know, if they have an actual job. That's
Good way of qualifying that. Yes, we need to qualify that. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. So they were part of a COG mission, which those were the guys that were supposed to like pilot in and, you know, save all the people, all the politicians.
Oh,
you know, so there you go.
Yeah, you see what they're worth. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like some Rambo we got.
Yeah. Talk about that. And
you should see all the conspiracy tards, what they fucking bitch about when the plane lands. They're like, oh, they made that plane crash so they could disguise the missile. They kept saying, oh, a missile hit the ground and all that retarded shit. It was so funny.
Yeah. So many people said it wasn't actually a plane and all that, but it's like there were definitely plane parts. We're talking about the second plane in Philly.
Mm-hmm. Yes, so. So these children were actually cancer sufferers, and they were going to Mexico for cancer treatment. And remember, it was Elon Musk who said, I hate kids with cancer, cut all the research to children's cancer programs. So this
did he really say that?
He did. He did.
And how do people just not hate him from saying that? Like, anyone with half a brain should say this bucket should be put under the guillotine.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, well, you're preaching to the converted here. I stand shoulder to shoulder with you.
But even all the right-wing people should just, that's wrong, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, they don't care. They're all sadistic. They think it's somehow going to help or something.
Yeah.
Like, that's what I don't understand. They're like, everything's going back, you know, we're coming back. It's like, dude, you guys are gonna be fucked.
Yeah, dude, we got one Republican governor who's insisting that no lunches should be given to school kids unless they work for it. He wants them to work for their lunches before.
What is the point of that exactly? Like, what is their point?
He says that
other than just pure sadism.
He feels children need to get used to, working.
Get used to labor work, child slave labor when all the Mexicans are gone.
Yes, thank you. That's it.
Shit. No, that's the libertarian way. There you go.
But hopefully they'll just encourage parents to actually just pack their kids' own lunch that's healthy and not fucking garbage goy slop that the school provides.
Yeah.
That's, you would hope, but what I've seen from parents is they don't care.
Oh yeah, they'll just feed them Skittles and all that.
Or worse, they'll just say, "Oh, the school, you can work at the school. Just do that. I ain't fucking paying for this shit. You just work." Yeah.
Oh my god. Yes. It's like.
That way they don't have. They just buy their own fucking sushi rolls and then send the kid with nothing, like it's Charles Dickens and shit, like Dickensian.
Yeah, America's
seriously.
I can't wait to see them all get killed.
Yeah.
It's
well, you're gonna get a front row seat at this point.
Yes. Yes.
It's just gonna be hectic.
Yeah. So dear Heather sent us a beautiful little image. I'm sure she painted this herself. So take a look at that, and that's nice. And I'm really glad you joined us, Nemo, tonight. It's very important that you did. By all means, aside from what we've already discussed about the plane, what are some of the other so these children and what Musk said about his hatred of kids with cancer and cut off the funding, and the fact that
he's just saying, oh, I want them all to die horribly and slowly.
Yes. Yeah.
Fucking scumbag.
Yes. Yeah. It's and no, this should not be tolerated. People should be saying this is unacceptable. Instead, we still have people trying to declare him some kind of a hero. It's outrageous. But it's like
they'll learn quick.
Yes.
The hard way.
Yes, they will. They will. And so in terms of...
Yeah, I wouldn't be calling Trump and Elon and Peter Thiel white supremacists. They don't give a fuck about white. They just care about their own elitist groups, wealthy people. Like all those Trump tards, just call them white trash Americans, white American Trump tards or whatever. I'm a true white supremacist and they're not on my level. I don't share their ideologies.
I agree.
So calling them white supremacists is a title they don't even deserve.
Oh yeah.
I agree. I agree. I agree. And by the way, just so
Or it
people,
should go without saying, but people don't get what
yeah,
your level of what you're talking about.
they don't. A lot of people don't understand that, but we'll do our best to contextualize it. I want people to understand that our man Troy Bellamy is, by my understanding, and he's welcome to come on and correct me if he feels that what I'm saying is wrong. But believe me, he was on an episode with us when I got him to basically say it. He said that black culture is a superior culture. He is a black supremacist. And our man Nemo is a white supremacist. Now, we're all honest about this here, and it's fine. We are fair and balanced here in that regard. Blacks should feel that way about their culture. Whites should feel that way about their culture. There's nothing at all wrong with that. And even in the present Constitution, there's nothing that says you have to like anybody. Our Constitution does not say you need to love everybody. So there's nothing wrong with these various populations not wanting to live next to each other. That's why I say, sure, some ethnic enclaving is healthy, but maintain the urban zones, the metropoli, the metropoles, meaning the urban sprawl sites for people like myself who are multicultural or multi-ethnic. By the way, so I just put an image into the into our text box, which gives another perspective on Musk that should surprise absolutely no one. And real photograph, not CGI. Yeah, real photograph, not CGI. And but basically, yes, what our man Nemo had said earlier is well taken, that Peter Thiel and himself, if they are not ethnically Jewish, then they are virtually in a very real sense. That might be unfair to Jews, but it's one way of looking at it. And so when I speak about ethnic relocations, these have happened with all major wars. Muslims and Hindus relocated by the millions after the collapse of the British Raj, and millions of people died during these relocations. We can only hope that won't be the case here, but we know that millions of people are going to die. We know they're going to die of poverty. We know they're going to die of starvation. We know that the Trump, for all intents and purposes, is scientifically engineering a worldwide depression, and he is engineering a world war. By the way, this is the conspiracy to war that was rendered illegal by the Nuremberg trials. So he should be tried. But honestly, as I said, the only fate that I think really, of course, if somebody takes him out, I'm not going to shed a tear. I would say that's great. But if he is not taken out, then he should be deported. Really, I don't really think he's even deserving of a bullet in a proper execution. Send him over
to Guantanamo.
Well, like I said, Manchuria. Honestly, he can be their Buddha. They would have a bodhisattvacracy over there, government by Buddha. They could say he's the living Buddha, the great pumpkin. So Heather is perhaps trying to. It's not that Heather found this online, and Heather found a picture of, well, it's just CGI with a age filter to make Elon Musk look like a time traveler. So, Heather, obviously you're still awake. Is that what you're saying? Is that Elon Musk is a time traveler? Because that's what they were saying about Trump. Which brings us back to Peter Moon and his obsession. What is this thing about time travel among the retarded? That the retards always think that somebody's time traveling. It's, I just don't get it. But it's like, if they're coming from the past, they would be at a disadvantage, not an advantage in most cases. It's see, if any one of us that's awake right now, or including Aristides, who's asleep, but if Aristides, Brendan Zogit, Nemo, or myself were thrown back into the past, what we already know has the potential for making us extraordinarily rich men. in the past. We could come up with ideas that could improve people's lives based on what we already know, at least theoretically. But if you take somebody from the past, they will have, generally speaking, a great disadvantage in coping with our society. Our society would be so alien, so bizarre to them, it would be very difficult to adopt. But you gentlemen are welcome to put your thoughts into this. What do you think of the photograph Heather sent, and what exactly?
It's so cheesy.
Yeah,
It's a good
it's all.
laugh.
Yes, Heather. Stay off the internet.
I hope it was. I hope it was done in jest, because that's cheese.
Yeah.
Cheese factor.
Yes, and it's yeah. It's just Heather goes into a lot of rabbit holes, and when you go into a rabbit hole, Heather, you're going to find a lot of rabbit shit.
Yeah.
Stay out of these rabbit holes, honey, and you know.
Just remember the internet is a cyber sewer of shit.
Thank you. Yes. And so when it comes to by the way, I want to there's an article
If I could travel in time, I'd just invest money in Apple stocks and watch that skyrocket.
Right.
Yeah, to a point at least. Or
I'll know when it's gonna hit sky high, then I'll just pull out.
Yeah.
Get my millions.
Yeah, or the same with this other crash. You'd sell short just before the stupid DeepSeek came along and everybody collapsed. It's like, how could somebody not see that coming? And of course, they're all under investigation now by their shareholders for the crap they're pulling. So it needed to happen. It needed to expose the just how fucked up our system is. But when it comes to, let's take a look at the numbers, which are excellent. Our numbers are excellent. Christoph Riemel in Germany has joined us, and he says, "Hey, I am back." Christoph Riemel says, "The social system here is being horribly abused at the moment. Me and my Turkish buddy had to move a new washing machine and dryer recently in local asylum homes." By that, I presume he means like refugee relocation centers. Kind of like for refugees. And he says they have to be constantly replaced because the families have obviously never had such machines and even try to wash bicycle chains in them. Oh my God. The men run the heaters while having the windows fully open, etc. And for each additional kid, a family receives more than 200 euros monthly. Hence, their prime incentive is to produce more, while me and my buddy have to try to receive cash for the work we do, since the boss is possibly a gambler or for whatever reason does not pay us. Oh my God, Christoph. So what?
Yeah, that explains why they're having protests in Deutschland right now, because the AfD and the CDU have made a deal.
Yeah.
And the population's not too happy about that. So, they're going to be a coalition government.
Yeah, tell us about
They're going to be a coalition government.
Okay, right. So that's the deal. And how familiar are you with the German Parliament? It's probably similar to Australia's. Most of these.
I haven't been looking into it.
Okay. Yeah.
As much as I know about Germany is I've just been flooded with fucking a lot of immigrants, and I don't like it.
Right. Oh, tell us about that one Polish guy who said to you, "Germany is gone," and all that bullshit. Tell
he's saying, Adolf Hitler betrayed his race, and fucking he's responsible for having Germany destroyed and all that bullshit.
But he said that
because he's Polish and he's been,
yeah,
Polish people hate Germany, but
pretty much
I've been programmed to say stupid shit like that.
Yeah, thank you.
I wasn't gonna dignify his question with an answer. I just removed it. Like, you're a fucking idiot. You deserve to be taken over.
Oh, Beautiful. Thank you. You're very good at what you do, dear Nemo. And in terms of and what else can you tell us about the present German situation, Brendan? Have you been keeping further track of it? Let's see if Brendan's still with us. He might have gotten knocked off the call. He's probably mixing tea or something that's making a lot of noise.
Yeah, I'm still here. But
Yeah.
it's getting late.
I understand.
What was the question? It cut out when you said something.
Oh, no worries, no worries. You can check out soon to get your rest. You've earned it. So are you still on sick leave, or how long have you got left before you have to go back to work?
No, I have to go back.
Tomorrow?
Unfortunately.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh,
I have
God.
to go back tomorrow. Yeah. And I have to
Jeez.
sleep off the rest of this lingering cough.
Oh,
So,
yes, understood.
yeah,
Are you
but just
taking
to
your
brief,
remedies? Colloidal
Oh,
silver
definitely.
and all that?
definitely, I had to break out the hardcore shit. So
Nice.
oregano oil and all this stuff, but it's doing well. I'm doing much better.
Okay.
So this is the brief on Deutschland. Berlin, 160,000 protest against CDU/AfD collaboration. The rally in the German capital comes in the wake of the conservative CDU/CSU leaning on the support of the far-right AfD in parliament to push through a migration bill. Protesters shouted, "Shame on you, CDU." Yeah.
Oh
So
my God.
basically what happened is on Friday, the Bundestag narrowly rejected a bill to significantly tighten asylum laws, which was supported by CDU and its conservative Bavarian sister party, Christian Social Union, CSU. The far-right Alternative for Deutschland, business-focused Free Democrats, FDP, and populists, Sahara Alliance, BSW. But the cooperation in Germany's conservatives and far-rights is what prompted these protests on Sunday. Let's see what's going on here. Yeah. Because they kept saying there's not going to be any cooperation, and then they all cooperated. So there you go. They pulled the trump card, you know.
Oh my God. And it's
Says
yeah.
the front runner ahead of the upcoming election broke the quote-unquote firewall that was set up in the aftermath of Nazi Germany. Since the end of World War II and the Holocaust, there has been a consensus among Germany's traditional political parties that the far right and extreme right must never be allowed to govern again. This so-called firewall, in quotes, has also extended to the open collaboration with far-right parties in any capacity. So they basically broke a taboo and allowed the AfD to interfere in parliament. So
Okay.
that's why everyone's pissed.
Got it. Strange times. We're in very strange times. It's just hard to imagine how we'll get through it, but we will, because we have no choice.
Yeah, I don't think we have a choice.
Yeah, we just gotta
Wake up, Germans, and realize who's destroying your fucking country. Go back
Yeah.
to the old days. Third Reich style.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how far they'll get, but it looks like it's working. They already are rejecting, more asylum seekers because of what Mr. Remel was saying. It's just like it's getting to this nonsense point, you know.
Yeah. And but
Trump said, and then this is our guy. Canada, Mexico, China tariffs may bring quote unquote pain,
shit.
but they're necessary after decades of being quote unquote ripped off.
Oh my God.
Trudeau warned of quote unquote real consequences for American consumers. Yeah, he don't give a fuck about that. That's what he wants.
Right. Thank you. It's like we are just
We're in hell.
yeah, we're in hell, but there will be a reckoning, and the reckoning will be, you'll see, pride cometh before a fall.
Yes.
Let's put it this way. And Trump's getting big, and the bigger they are, the harder they fall. So let's see. We've got good numbers. I'm going to start in on monologue. And Christophe Remel is providing some other details. He says, German politics is not of interest, except the AfD. The other parties are losing their mind. AfD stated that they will immediately stop the publicly financed media. Even I have to pay $53 a monthly. Now the media is shitting bricks. One is forced to pay, even if you do not have a TV or radio at home. Mandatory media fee for each. Unthinkable in the U.S. I know. Did you know this? That in Germany?
Yeah. No, they do that all over Europe. The Brits do that too. It's fucking bullshit. I don't know how anyone puts up in Japan too.
Oh my god.
They make you pay for, so like NHK, BBC, Deutsche Welle, they're all mandated. You have to pay for them if you're a citizen. That's bullshit.
That's
in our case, it's good that they got rid of that thing.
Yeah, like, I guess
PBS. It's like, sorry, but PBS, I wouldn't have paid for that, not by force.
Oh my god! I mean, that's incredible. That's incredible. I can't even imagine that. All right, well, I'm going to dive into monologue
Okay,
now.
good night.
I love you. Stay safe and be well. And,
a good one.
Yeah.
Yes, good night.
If you happen to be awake, feel free to interject if you feel like it, but you'll probably fall asleep very soon. Okay.
He needs his rest.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, I will attempt to rest.
Yes, I understand.
If not, then I'll be back. Yeah.
Okay, but Nemo, you're welcome to stay with me as long as you can stand it and interject whenever you feel like it, okay?
All right.
Okay, thank you so much. Say good morning to everyone. Brendan, before you go, say good morning to everyone, if you would be so kind. And if he doesn't, then I'll have you say it, Nemo, which is fine.
Yes, good. Yeah, good morning and good night, everybody. Gratitude.
Okay. Bless you.
Blessings.
Thank you. And now, Nemo, if you would be so kind as to say good morning to everyone.
Good morning, everybody. Support Douglas any way you can. Send any amount you can afford towards him via PayPal. The link is in the YouTube chat.
Thank you so much. Always beautiful. And like I said, just stay with me. Go ahead and interject when you feel like it. And love you dearly. Thank you so much for what you do for me. And we appreciate you, period, as a person. So glad you could join us in conversation tonight. Okay.
No worries.
Thank you. So let's start out with a, how would I say this? I guess we could say good morning and a shout out to Amy Como. A few scattered thoughts to start out with. As New England experienced its third earthquake of the week, a New York doctor has been indicted in Louisiana for providing an abortion pill online to a minor in a deep red state, while a Vermont woman says child welfare agents secretly tracked her while she was pregnant and took her baby moments after birth. Now, according to the United States Geological Survey, just before 8 a.m. Sunday morning yesterday, a 2.0 magnitude earthquake rumbled about 6 miles off the coast of York Harbor, Maine. About 3 years ago, a 32-year-old woman from central Vermont delivered a baby at Copley Hospital in Morrisville. As soon as the baby was born, the state's DCF, or Department of Children and Families, took custody of that child. A lawsuit claims that what the woman did not know at the time is that she had been secretly identified by DCF as a potentially unfit parent. Women's advocates say efforts to identify unfit parents before their children are born is a growing and increasingly controversial practice by state child welfare agencies across the country. Meanwhile, the Trump misadministration is coming for the free press, and we need your help. The FCC has launched an investigation into NPR, or National Public Radio, and PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service, another step in the Trump misadministration's war on a free press. Their objective? To silence any news source that won't bend to their will. Republicans in Congress want to strip funding from NPR and PBS, and independent mass media like myself could be next. They want to control information and drown out the truth with propaganda. That's why they've gotten Facebook's Mark Zuckerberg, the Washington Post's Jeff Bezos, the LA Times, and TikTok, among others, to bend the knee. They didn't have to with the New York Times, of course. They were already pliant. Team Dietrich refuses to be silenced, but we need your help. Unlike the Russo-radicalized, multi-billionaire-backed, right-winged, mainstream mass media machine, Critical Omissions is powered by reviewers like you. Every dollar you contribute helps us mobilize progressives and hold the powerful accountable by my analysis of the stories that corporate media won't cover or simply dismiss. So my thanks to Stephen Myers, who contributed at least some $250 United States dollars. It might be more. I haven't had a chance to open his contribution yet, but thanks to him and some other wonderful people who I hope to remember to credit on Wednesday, which will be here before we know it. They contributed a few dollars each, but they deserve to be named. One of them a female, the other a male. I don't remember their names offhand, of course, but didn't get a chance to it tonight, what with our being knocked offline. So we'll return to them on Wednesday along with Stephen Myers. So do be patient, Stephen. I'll see if you attached a message to your contribution. In the interim, Trump and his allies are coming after the free press. So stand with us as 3 atmospheric river storms are headed for California, begging the question if one will be enough to end SoCal's or Southern California's devastating fire season. While the upcoming series of 3 atmospheric river storms could significantly alleviate Southern California's fire risk, a single storm alone might not be enough to completely end the fire season. Experts generally concur that several inches of rain across the region are needed to fully mitigate wildfire concerns, and the intensity and distribution of rainfall within each storm will be crucial in achieving that goal. Key points to consider: rainfall amount needed. Experts typically state that Southern California needs at least 2 to 4 inches of rain to consider the wildfire season to be over, and a single atmospheric river storm may not deliver that much in all areas. Also, burn scar concerns. Even with rain, recent burn areas remain vulnerable to mudslides and debris flows from heavy rainfall, requiring extra caution. And distribution of rain. The effectiveness of the storms depends on how evenly the rain falls across the region, with some areas potentially receiving more rain than others. Also, positive aspects of multiple atmospheric river storms. The cumulative effect. Multiple storms can add up to substantial rainfall, significantly increasing soil moisture and reducing fire risk. And finally, vegetation growth. Heavy rain can promote vegetation growth, which really, believe it or not, can help to naturally inhibit fires. Fires do not really burn vegetation very well. They burn that dry kindling of dead overgrowth. Now, of course, welcome to Donald Trump's trade war. Here's what you need to know. In broken news alerts, amidst all the tariff chaos, a chaotic month in Washington closed with a tragedy, but that doesn't end the political tension, as the day before yesterday, President Donald Trump officially announced new tariffs on imports from the United States' top trade partners, paving the way for retaliation and a new trade war, what guarantees higher prices for American consumers. Now, before I get into this, because this is where we dive deep, 'twas a long month, yestermenses, Latin for last month, in our nation's capital, filled with drama, tension, confusion, and then, as January drew to a close, twin tragedies. And alas, according to the White House, President Donald Trump has signed an order imposing tariffs on imported goods coming into these United States from Mexico, Canada, and the People's Republic of China. That includes a retaliation clause, even while instigating a trade war with America's closest trading partners and ergo driving up prices on everything from avocados to automobiles. And so here we are. Brendan says, laugh out loud, the crashed heli's black box has water intrusion. Classic. In other words, they will not release the information from the black box. Oh my fucking God. So
yeah, how convenient. Yeah.
That's,
It's just
it's beyond.
And someone was commenting, they're like, have you ever heard of that before? This is bullshit.
Yeah. Thank you. A black box is meant to survive underwater in salt water so that when relocated
for days, for years.
Years. Yes. Yeah. Almost permanently, just for the foreseeable future so that, it can be finally recovered and the story will be told. Yes, absolutely unbelievable. Literally unbelievable.
Literally unbelievable.
Yeah, it's a offense to the senses. Yes. Thank you.
Basically, so we don't hear the guy saying, I can't control it.
Thank you.
Someone took over the controls.
Thank you.
And then it just blows up. Yeah.
Thank you. The controls have been jacked. Yeah.
It's sick. It's sickly funny.
Yes, hideously funny, ghoulishly so, and it's the heads will roll someday for this shit. It's this is the stuff we need to be putting people on trial for, basically, here's the word of the day for you: brutal. That's the single simple term The Economist magazine uses in a new article to describe the 25% tariffs just imposed by Donald Trump on most imports from America's closest trading partners, Canada and the United Mexicanos states. Don't imagine this is some incremental shift similar to the actions he took in his first term as president. These tariffs, imposed quite suddenly, far outstrip all previous ones. As a result, expect higher prices for American consumers and perennially lower economic growth all over the place. Costs to American industry, such as car makers, will also come from increasing uncertainty. North America's economy in the past few decades had become remarkably integrated as supply lines crisscrossed the borders. Will these begin to unravel? Canada has already said it will impose 25% tariffs on some American imports. Mexico's presidentess has also talked this weekend of imposing new levies. Before I return to this, Brendan asks, how does the executive branch have the ability to unilaterally make tariff designs? Thank you, sir. Excellent point. And the point is, he doesn't. It's supposed to be done through Congress. I will get back to that. But it's the part of why are we tolerating this? Why are we allowing this madman full reign, literally full reign, to do whatever he wants to do with impunity? It's insane. And someday people will wonder how this ever happened. Now, market Leninist mainland China has also been hit by additional tariffs, though at a lower rate for now than Canada and Mexico. In other words, Trump hates his neighbors and his allies more than he does his enemies. In his first term, Mr. Trump mostly focused on Hongzhonghua, or Red China, applying tariffs that hit some $370 billion worth of imports. The new round goes further. Ignoring communist China on the Asian mainland, it applies to some $900 billion worth of goods imported just from Canada and Mexico. In the last lull before apocalypse, the U.S. Federal Reserve's favorite inflation gauge came in pretty plain vanilla on Friday, perhaps pointing the way toward Wall Street's favorite flavor, rate cuts. But even that bit of good news wasn't enough to calm investors trying to read the tea leaves as to what the White House would or would not do, means or doesn't means when it comes to triggering a regional or global trade war. And as if that weren't bad enough, President Donald Trump then issued a fresh round of amorphous trade threats into this weekend. The S&P 500, the Standard & Poor's 500 as I call it, erased a rally that approached 1%, while the greenback hovered near session highs amid reports there would be tariffs come Saturday, or maybe in March, or maybe not at all. Max Gauckman at Franklin Templeton Investment Solutions said, going into the weekend, it seems like even staff closest to the Oval Office don't have all the details. So some bulls are going back to the barn to sit out a likely storm. So he sensed it. I said it. Mr. Trump is just plain wrong in raising tariffs. If they remain in place, Americans will, in a manner of ever-spiraling consumption, pay the price. Still, this is what voters knew they were getting. As an elected politician who long promised that he would do this, Mr. Trump has the right to do so. The challenge for other countries with leaders who better grasp the immense and mutual benefits of free trade is how they respond. Mr. Trump is a protectionist. He wants tariffs on imports from everywhere. Europe is in his crosshairs, and governments there have long championed free trade. The political pressure for others will be to retaliate, as Canada has done, nudging the world towards a trade war and straining Western cooperation in other areas. Are these tariffs for the long term, or are they mostly a means for Mr. Trump to bully his allies and partners in order to extract concessions? There's a chance it is the latter. It is only a week since Mr. Trump threatened tariffs on another close ally, Colombia, to strong-arm it into accepting returned migrants. Colombia's government blustered in anger, threatened to retaliate with its own tariffs, then quickly folded to Mr. Trump's demands. After the walkover of his one-day showdown with Colombia, Trump has finally followed through on his innumerable promises of immediate tariffs against Hong Kong and America's trois neighbors. So what happens now that he's finally done it? The conventional wisdom among economists is that it will be some version of an own goal, with Americans suffering higher inflation and decreased economic growth in a simultaneous 1-2 punch that will flatten them to the fucking mat. But when it comes to equities, the effect is unclear. Chris Beckett, head of research at Quilter Cheviot, said, because we don't know what's going to happen, we have to assume that there's a general increase in tariffs on just about everything which is imported into the States. Then you start worrying about tit-for-tat retaliation and general reductions in free trade. But the work of the governance and all of the need to keep on governing still had to grind forward on Thursday, with hearings for a trio of Trump's most controversial nominees. Trump's unqualified cabinet is still searching for plane crash answers, while he himself has blamed Obama. So let's start with a note on the new presidential cabinet. Dangerous, deconstructed, and disavowed as they are. Now, good journalism is discerning and is alert to those who seek to use it or abuse it to launder opinion into fact. As Christiane Amanpour recently put it in an interview, our job is to be truthful, not neutral. In this, at the least, I agree with her. And as the new Trump misadministration takes shape, I refuse to allow the powerful to cow my team into abusing our platform to distort reality, mislead about science, or sow doubt about truth. In the past 3 days, we have seen 3 people with a history of spreading disinformation seek confirmation to some of the most powerful and influential jobs in our empire. A vaccine denier wanting to oversee the health of all Americans, a Bashar al-Assad sympathizer, and Ukraine conspiracy theorist seeking appointment as Directress of National Intelligence, and a coondog FBI director nominee who has said of the QAnon conspiracy movement, "There's a lot of good to a lot of it." While other reputable and well-intentioned news organizations sometimes appear to prioritize neutrality by describing such perspectives, we'll call them opinionated views, as unorthodox or polarizing, Critical Omissions avoids taking a both sides approach to truth. If a public figure's views are dangerous, deconstructed, and disavowed by experts, I will say so plainly, without hedging. It did not seem like a coincidence that 3 of the most radical of Trump's cabinet picks appeared in front of the Senate this week. All told, 'twas a mega MAGA morning on Capitol Hill. In a Senate Judiciary Committee hearing, Kash Patel, Donald Trump's nominee to head the FBI, faced hostile questioning from Democrats about his past as a QAnon-adjacent promoter of conspiracy theories and his extensive public vows to exact revenge on Trump's deep state enemies. In another hearing room, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Trump's nominee to head the Department of Health and Human Services, sparred with skeptical senators from both parties who worried about his record of undermining public confidence in vaccines. And testifying before the Senate Intelligence Committee, Tulsi Gabbard, Trump's nominee, to serve as the Directress of National Intelligence, did little to help her own nomination, perhaps the most politically uncertain of them all, when she was confronted about her controversial views on everything from Russia's invasion of Ukraine to Edward Snowden. At the hearing's start, she preemptively dismissed the criticism as lies and smears, though hours of sharp queries from senators suggested that for Gabbard, as for Patel and Kennedy, the best evidence against her confirmation had come from her own voluble past. Perhaps the wild news cycle provided enough public distraction to cover for senators who are eager to please the president by supporting his insane selections, no matter their own private misgivings. But as I watched the hearings unfold, it became clear that there would be no concealing how extreme these nominees really are. Still, is a poor performance in front of the Senate enough to sink any of their chances? What Trump's nominees revealed about Donald Trump's anti-woke wrecking ball in 3 hearings, when you consider Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, and the yellow house nigger Kash Patel, all bobbed and weaved around senators' questions, but their own words came back to bite their asses. But was Trump himself just weaving when he ranted about diversity initiatives after a horrific plane crash, or getting back on message after a week of executive overreach? On the Wednesday evening of a Washington week defined by a blitzkrieg of executive orders, vituperative confirmation hearings for Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Kash Patel, and Tulsi Gabbard, and an effort by the new president to suspend much of the federal budget, an American Airlines jet approaching Washington, D.C. from Wichita collided with an Army Black Hawk helicopter near Reagan International, or rather Reagan National Airport. Everyone on board both aircraft were killed, 67 people in total, a significant number of young ice skaters among them. The next day, President Trump called a press conference. He began by expressing his condolences and described his words, icy Potomac. It was a cold night. Cold water. He then said, we do not know what led to this crash. But he added, we have very strong opinions and ideas, and I think we'll probably state those opinions now. I mean, really? Really? We want opinions? I think, at any rate, that statement could be a motto for this administration. But what Trump meant in this case was that diversity initiatives at the Federal Aviation Administration had somehow caused this calamity. Trump saying that it is essential that air traffic controllers be hired for their intellect, talent, the word talent. But instead, the Democrats came out with a directive. Too white. Believe that shit? He said they wouldn't hire anyone who's just too white. He also complained about Pete Buttigieg. That's Joe Biden's gay transportation secretary and an occasional liberal antagonist on Fox News who is reportedly considering a run for the United States Senate in Michigan, claiming he's just got a good line of bullshit. Apparently quoting old reports in the New York Post and from Fox News, Trump listed conditions that he implied the FAA had been giving preference to in its hiring practices, including severe intellectual disability, psychiatric disability, and dwarfism. Really? He's saying that the Federal Aviation Administration prioritized hiring retards, head cases, and mongoloid dwarfs. Or Cho or something. Of course, Trump offered absolutely no evidence that diversity had anything to do with this crash, and at other points seemed to place the blame for it on the pilot of the Black Hawk, himself noting that helicopters have the ability to go up or down. Very astute. When a reporter asked him if he had any proof that diversity hiring was responsible for these deaths, the President of the United States pursed his lips and said, "It just could have been." As recognizably Trumpastic as these crude ramblings were, in their sheer self-absorption in the midst of a tragedy, and in their reflexive racial insinuations, they matched the spirit of the moment. Throughout the government, new appointees have been touting their reversals of diversity standards. The signal feature of what has been a rapid fortnight, a 12-week effort to remake the pre-existing bureaucracy with a white America first agenda. By the way, just this from Brendan Zoget. New York to Paris in 30 minutes. How to achieve Elon Musk's vision of rockets replacing long haul. Yes, rockets that self-destruct. These are basically like private ICBMs, people. Yeah, private ICBMs is what they are. He wants to privately be able to launch nuke strikes against various European cities. There you go. A man who's preparing for his personal apocalypse. This is, of course, the man needs to be taken out and shot. And then all of his wealth nationalized and redistributed. He says they want to take down the aviation industry. Good fucking luck. You can't put people in those rockets. Yeah, it's not like those rockets are carrying people. Now, theoretically, you could design ones that would deliver, say, for instance, a Special Forces strike team, but that's kind of like overkill, to use a pun. Musk claims he can. Yeah, can do. Yes, can nothing. It's like, again, we're just left with. Let me give this one the party hat. Oh my god, I'm yawning. And Vero B says, laugh out loud, you're so funny, D. Yes, everything that Oompa Loompa does is insane. Let me make certain to give this young lady a kiss. Buenas noches a todos, Señora Verona Pereira. So here we are, the usual kisses for her. Give me a second here to type this out. Honestly, I'm just right now exhausted with already how the past several days have turned out. Heather Holman says nosebleed. Yes, if you put people in them, that would be a nosebleed, most certainly. Here we are, Vero. There we are. And there we go. Okay. He's a dick, says Heather Holman. Yes, he most certainly is, young lady. And how is it that these people are still awake, Brendan and our lady Heather? Musk claims it will be possible to travel to anywhere on Earth within an hour. His rocket company SpaceX has given examples such as New York to Paris in 30 minutes and London to Hong Kong in 34 minutes. In response to a post about it on his X platform, Musk responded, "This is now possible." And as Heather Holman said, nosebleed, he's a dick. Yes. I may lose my voice tonight. By the way, I do want to say that this was considered by the Pentagon in the days when I was working with the Department of Defense. And they had a concept called Warhead Warriors, where special operations forces would go beyond paratrooping. In other words, not using parachutes for insertions deep behind enemy lines, but actually be sent in non-explosive missiles, where the missiles would transport at high speed a special forces operation team deep behind enemy lines. So this Warhead Warrior program is simply now being contracted to Elon Musk privately, and this is something that he's probably considering to cause havoc anywhere in the world by inserting his terrorists anywhere in the world. That's the first thought that crosses my mind. You could not get a voluntary civilian passenger to want to ride like that. It's simply not something that any civilian passenger would want to do. If he's using this just for cargo, it's one thing. If he's using it for passengers in a civilian sense, that's just insane. It's like the old days when they first invented flight, and they thought we were all going to transfer from plane to plane. Literally, they had holes in the bottom of the plane's floor where they thought that people would just literally go through a hole in one plane to drop into another plane if they needed to go from flight to flight. And, of course, it never got to the point where civilian passengers were doing that, because you just can't get civilian passengers to pull that stuntman shit. It's not what, a civilian passenger ever wants to do. Nobody wants to do that other than a stuntman, some kind of adrenaline junkie, or special forces individual are the kind of people who go base jumping which is just another form of suicide, except in slow motion, where you commit suicide several times, and one of these days you're going to succeed. You're just playing a different form of Russian roulette. At any rate, going back to the hearings, sometimes the appointees have simply swapped in preferences for their favorite groups. An order issued by Sean Duffy, the new Secretary of Transportation, who is a former congressman and reality TV star, and the father of 9. So we know what he does with his spare time. He fucks a lot. Requires his agency to give preference in the awarding of contracts to communities with high marriage and birth rates. An order banning DEI initiatives in the military requires the service academies to, here I read therefrom, teach that America and its founding documents remain the most powerful force for good in human history. In other instances, there has been a more general anti-idealism. A stop work order issued by the misadministration suspended the PEPFAR, PEPFAR, which is acronyms for President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief program, which supplies HIV or human immunodeficiency virus medication largely in sub-Saharan Africa, and has saved an estimated 26 million lives. Foreign aid, the order so argues, is not aligned with American interests and in many cases antithetical to American values. Well, there you go. Don't want to go saving black lives? Black lives don't matter. Amidst all this, Americans keeping close track of political news may have been toggling their screens yesterday between Senate confirmation hearings. The second day of Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s for Secretary of Health and Human Services, and the first for Tulsi Gabbard's for Directress of National Intelligence, and Kash Patel's for FBI Director. But each of these 3 hearings deserves the public's full attention. Donald Trump's nominees offered new glimpses into their approaches to policy, truth, and loyalty to the president. Not to their nation, but to the president. Now, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Day 2. The columnist, Nicolas Florko, noting that the room went silent today during Senator Bill Cassidy's closing questions. Cassidy was practically begging Kennedy to recant his previous statements on vaccines. Kennedy, like everyone else in the room, had to know this was a make-or-break moment for his confirmation. But despite the potential fallout, Kennedy refused, promising only that he would look at any studies presented to him disproving a link between vaccines and autism. That's what the columnist Nicolas Florko wrote ahead of Kennedy's first day of hearings, that the HHS, the HHS, the Health and Human Services nominee, is no stranger to conspiracist statements. So I will read his review of the hearing, or at least an extraction therefrom. RFK Jr. has insinuated that an attempt to assassinate members of Congress via anthrax-laced mail in 2001 may have been a false flag attack orchestrated by someone in our government to gin up interest in the government preparing for potential biological weapon threats. He has claimed that COVID was targeted to attack Caucasians and black people, and that 5G is being used to harvest our data and control our behavior. he has suggested that the use of antidepressants might be linked to mass shootings. If Republican senators skirt around Kennedy's falsehoods during today's confirmation hearings, it will be evidence of their prevailing capitulation to Trump. And it also may be a function of Kennedy's rhetorical sleights. He's capable of rattling off vaccine studies with the fluency of a virologist, which boosts his credibility even though he's freely misrepresenting reality. But Kennedy's sleights didn't serve him, let's just say they did not serve him quite as well yesterday as he might have hoped. At several points, senators encouraged Kennedy to acknowledge that vaccines are not the cause of autism. But instead of confirming what numerous studies have shown to be true, Kennedy insisted that he would need to look at all the data before coming to any conclusions. The nominee for HHS secretary also showed, for the second day in a row, his lack of understanding about basics of the Medicare system, fumbling his answers to a series of rapid-fire questions from Senatoress Maggie Hassan, a Democrat from New Hampshire. Hassan has also shared that she is the mother of a 36-year-old with cerebral palsy, and accused Kennedy of relitigating settled science on the fact that vaccines do not cause autism, herself testifying it's the relitigating and rehashing and continuing to sow doubt so we cannot move forward and it freezes us in place. Now Cassidy, whose vote could prove key to whether RFK Jr. is confirmed, said after yesterday's hearing that he is struggling over whether to confirm Kennedy. This brings us to Tulsi Gabbard. Gabbard came into her confirmation process with a history that raises questions about her commitment to national security. She has, among other things, met with the former Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad and expressed sympathetic views toward the Russian tyrant Vladimir Putin. As Tom Nichols wrote in November, Gabbard has every right to her personal views, however inscrutable they may be. As a private citizen, she can apologize for Assad and Putin to her heart's content. But as a security risk, Gabbard is a walking Christmas tree of warning lights. If she is nominated to be America's top intelligence officier, that's everyone's business. The topic that ultimately received much attention in her confirmation hearing yesterday was her refusal to say whether Edward Snowden is a traitor. Despite pressure from Democratic and Republican senators, Gabbard refused to answer the question, repeating that Snowden had broken the law and that she would take steps to make sure whistleblowers know how to properly make a complaint. Gabbard also revealed that she was unable to extract any concessions in her 2017 meeting with Assad. She simply said, "I didn't expect to," which begs the question of why she went. Now, Gabbard's potential confirmation will depend on how her somewhat incoherent set of policy views sits with Republican senators. Last week, Elaine Godfrey explored the one through line, besides ambition, that has guided Gabbard's otherwise inconsistent political career, and concluded Democrats figured out the hard way that they couldn't rely on Gabbard. Republicans may soon learn the same. And that brings us to Kash Patel. Kash Patel is simply not fit to become FBI director. Yesterday, he was questioned when he appeared in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee. He denied promoting a song from the January 6th Prisoner Choir. Yes, unfortunately, that is a real thing. He said he didn't have anything to do with the recording, even though he was on Steve Bannon's podcast saying, "We mastered it. We went to a studio and recorded it, digitized it. We. If he had nothing to do with it, why was he gloating to Steve Bannon's listeners about his alleged artistic prowess? His answer? We apparently doesn't include me in every instance. Well, that's a new definition of we to me. And Kash Patel doesn't just lack an understanding of basic grammar, he lacks the character and integrity to be FBI director. He was asked directly, "Did you claim that Trump declassified all of the documents at Mar-a-Lago?" His response? He dodged. Yet he just said he supports transparency. So Adam Schiff pressed him again. If he truly supports transparency, would he support the release of his grand jury testimony to Congress? Because right now, here's what we know. Mr. Patel testified under oath before the grand jury about Trump's mishandling of classified documents, but his statements and the special counsel's findings remain hidden from both Congress and the public. He may also be the first ever nominee for FBI director who insisted on immunity because he was concerned he might incriminate himself. This is the guy who wants to be top cop, mind you. That's why the Judiciary Committee is demanding full access to his testimony. They can't properly vet Trump's FBI director nominee without knowing whether he lied under oath, covered up for the president, abused his power, or put classified information at risk. Donald Trump himself is not always clear about what he means when he refers to DEI. But, again, that's acronymous for diversity, equity, inclusivity. It is, in its acronym, DEI, pronounced DE, and is the Latin name for God. Which means Trump's not always clear about what he means when he refers to God either. But presumably, it involves how someone's identity is taken into consideration during the hiring process, in the case of Trump's understanding thereof. In yesterday morning's press conference addressing the tragic plane crash from the night before last, Trump asserted, without evidence but crediting his common sense, that DEI hiring at the Federal Aviation Administration was at fault. The new misadministration has been moving fast and operating almost exclusively by executive order. Trump seems largely uninterested in Congress, and his inaugural address offered barely any legislative agenda. Congressional Republicans, of course, remain highly invested in Trump. They held a retreat last week at his golf club in Doral, Florida, where the president's name had been scorched onto the hamburger buns. I got no words. When on Monday, Trump's OMB, the Office of Management and Budget, published a memo ordering federal agencies to identify and review all federal financial assistance programs and supporting activities to be sure that they reflected administration priorities and not wokeness, it fell to the Democrats to point out that a president has no authority to suspend legally authorized congressional spending. Senator Jeff Merkley of Oregon called the suspension a constitutional crisis. And if it wasn't obviously that, it also wasn't obviously not that. By the OMB's own accounting, some $3 trillion of the government's $10 trillion annual expenditures was subject to the freeze, seemingly affecting programs such as Meals on Wheels and Head Start, and even scientific research. And the White House appeared a little fuzzy as to where the list even stopped. Trump's new press secretary, Karoline Leavitt, was asked whether the 73 million Americans who rely on Medicaid were guaranteed their health insurance. As the country, well, across our country, portals were down. Government websites offline. Karoline Leavitt said, "I'll check back on that and get back to you." Perhaps that was a step too far. A federal judge issued an order pausing the freeze, and the next day, the OMB put out a very brief update rescinding the memo, but Leavitt insisted, not the policy. Okay, so do say good morning to everyone before you take leave of us, dear Nemo. Thank you so much.
Yeah, good morning, and don't forget to support Douglas. Send payments any amount you can afford via PayPal.
Thank you so much. Love you dearly. Stay safe and be well.
Have a good one.
Thank you. You too. By all means. We look forward to a private conversation sometime soon. All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Sail.
Okay. So that's our dear Nemo Albano. So was Trump just weaving when he used a press conference following this horrific plane crash to rant about diversity initiatives, or was he getting his misadministration back on an anti-woke message after overreaching in withholding federal funds? The smart money is on the latter. For all the glee and the diligence with which its staffers have tried to upend the liberal regime, they haven't bothered to replace it with anything beyond a sour anti-principle. An agenda that casts doubt, even momentarily, on a basic social program like Medicaid cannot honestly be said to be either populist or America first. And Trump's vows to install a government based on merit were undermined by his roster of clearly unqualified nominees. The operating credo at the outset of the Trump misadministration has a transactional Tammany Hall logic. There is no rule except raw power. At Thursday's press conference, after musing about the high standard he'd maintained when hiring air traffic controllers in his first term, Trump said, "There are things where you have to go by brain power. You have to go by psychological quality. And psychological quality is a very important element of it." Yeah, for air traffic controllers and presidents both. It was odd then that a few hours later into the Kash Patel palaver, Republican senators used Patel's confirmation hearing to highlight his identity. Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina asked about examples of racism Patel has experienced, and Senator Mike Lee of Utah acknowledged the struggles Patel and his father must have faced as racial minorities in the United States and Uganda, respectively. Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina as if he were reading from a book report about the Gujarati people, lauded the religious diversity in Gujarat, India, where Patel's family is originally from, omitting that state's extreme tensions and violent history. Patel opened his remarks by acknowledging his family's journey from abroad. He invoked the phrase, Jai Shri Krishna, a standard greeting for a sect of Hindus seeking blessings. Patel was calm and still. He became riled up only when questioned by Senatress Amy Klobuchar about his past suggestion that he would shut down the FBI Hoover building on day one and reopen it the next day as a museum of the deep state. But he was walking a tightrope. Yesterday's hearing may be the rare instance when Patel has publicly broken with Trump, to whom he has otherwise been unequivocally loyal. He refused to explicitly state that Trump lost the 2020 election, but he also said, I do not agree with the commutation of any sentence of any individual who committed violence against law enforcement. Overall, Patel seemed to be trying to carefully toe a line, answering questions about the culture war issues that Trump and congressional Republicans care about. Senatress Marsha Blackburn, for example, asserted during the hearing that the FBI prioritizes DEI, or day, the name of God, and counting Swiftie bracelets over conducting investigations. While attempting not to alienate the employees he hopes to lead. Pressed by Blackburn, Patel made a vague statement about the high standards FBI employees must meet. This is Donald Trump's cabinet of revenge. That this Trump trifecta faced simultaneous confirmation hearings appeared to be a masterstroke in outrage management by the Senate's Republican scheduling gods. Who could possibly keep track of the overwhelming number of controversies, concerning revelations, and just plain weirdness to come out of these hearings? But after I watched all three sessions, thanks to the magic of C-SPAN and the internet, it seemed clear that these three appointments have more in common than just their concurrent hearings. They have perfectly met the qualification that Trump cares most about, a proven record of tearing down the credibility of the institutions that he has chosen them to lead. Let's stipulate that many of Trump's other nominees are flawed or ill-suited to a high office, well, any office. Thin resumes and sizable Fox News contracts might well be the distinguishing characteristic for many in his new cabinet. But Thursday's trio stands out for their sheer destructive Trumpiness of their times in public life. Patel once promised that if he became FBI director, he'd shut down the Bureau's headquarters and reopen it the next day as a museum of the deep state. Kennedy's long career as a scourge of the scientific establishment includes comparing the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, one of the agencies he would oversee as HHS chief, to fascism and its childhood vaccination program to Nazi death camps. Gabbard, as a left-wing congresswoman turned right-wing Trump acolyte, has often questioned foundational conclusions of the American intelligence community. These are not problems as far as the president is concerned. They're selling points. to him. This came through, perhaps unintentionally, in an early moment during Patel's hearing, when Chuck Grassley, the Senate Judiciary Chairman, complained at length about the FBI's participation in a political scheme to take down Trump. Then Grassley went on to address the nominee directly. "They have yet to learn a lesson, and I hope you'll teach that lesson." Patel, in other words, is there to wreak payback for Trump. So are the others. These are cabinet appointments as a form of revenge. There was a certain slow motion car crash appeal in watching the contortions of Republican senators like Grassley as they strained to justify or explain away these embarrassing nominations. The most gimmicky approach was that of Tom Tillis, the North Carolina Republican charged with introducing Patel, in an effort to veer away from the many shocking statements Patel has made during television appearances, podcast interviews, and in his own writings. He prepared a handout, Cash Bingo, with phrases, Cash being spelled with a K, like Kash Patel's first name, with phrases such as enemies list and deep state that he expected Democrats to harp on in their questions. I'm surprised he didn't follow Patel's own example and turn the whole thing into a children's cartoon book. See for yourself the book titled The Plot Against the King, Patel's own 2022 paedo-political recounting of the injustices done to Donald Trump, in which he stars himself as King Trump's court vizier, Cash, the Distinguished Discoverer. I think he's trying to pull my name's initials, Douglas Dietrich, DD. The most politically costly squirm, I guess I'd say they were all squirming. I mean, all of those Republican senators squirming was nothing in light of, well, compared with that of the nominees themselves. And the most politically costly squirm might have come in Kennedy's hearing before the Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee, when Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana questioned him. Cassidy, the committee's chairman and a medical doctor himself, is a key vote in determining whether Kennedy's nomination succeeds or fails. He opened by acknowledging it was no secret that he had reservations about Kennedy, then voiced his concern that Kennedy would undermine vaccines in the role of America's top health official. Cassidy asked, "Will you reassure mothers unequivocally that the measles and hepatitis B vaccines do not cause autism?" Kennedy started in on a rambling answer about data, but Cassidy cut him off. It was a yes or no question. Still, Kennedy would not offer any answer. Up next, the hoary communist Senator Bernie Sanders found himself in an unfamiliar role as a wingman to the conservative Louisianan. Sanders said, "Vaccines do not cause autism. Do you agree with that?" Again, Kennedy would not answer. Had he just failed the Cassidy test? Later, Cassidy suggested that might well have been the case. To quote his T, "Your past of undermining confidence in vaccines with unfounded or misleading arguments concerns me. Can I trust that that is now in the past?" Each of the three nominees tried a similar evasion technique when presented with problematic aspects of their own past. Sometimes they lapsed into pure brazenness, as when Dick Durbin, the top Democrat on the Judiciary Committee, asked Patel if he was familiar with Stu Peters, a prominent right-wing conspiracy theorist. Patel perseverated, "Not off the top of my head." And Durbin responded dryly, "You've made 8 separate appearances on his podcasts." When Amy Klobuchar, the Minnesota Democrat, asked Patel about his so-called enemies list, 60 members of the executive branch deep state, many of them Republicans who disagreed with himself or who tried to block him from obtaining more powerful positions in Trump's first administration, which were listed as an appendix in his 2023 book titled Government Gangsters. Patel insisted, "It's not an enemies list. It is a total mischaracterization. It is a glossary." Not all of the attacks, incidentally, came from Democrats. In the Intelligence Committee, senators from both parties pushed Gabbard to say whether she believed Snowden's leaks about the National Security Agency's surveillance programs made him a traitor. She declined to answer when James Lankford, a Republican of Oklahoma, asked her. He asked again. Gabbard replied, "I'm focused on the future." Then Michael Bennet, a Colorado Democrat, asked her the same question 4 different times. At one point, he said, "That is not a hard question to answer when the stakes are this high." But she again refused to answer. By the time Todd Young, a Republican from Indiana and a key vote on Gabbard's nomination, asked whether Snowden had harmed American national security, he was the 4th senator to push her on the issue. And Young told her, "It's notable you didn't say yes. It would befit you and be helpful to the way you are perceived to the members of the Intelligence Committee if you would at least acknowledge that the greatest whistleblower in American history, so-called, harmed national security." As if the 3 hearings didn't provide enough distractions, President Trump walked into the White House briefing room late on Thursday morning for a press conference on the previous night's tragic plane crash over the Potomac, the first deadly accident involving a commercial airliner near Washington, D.C. since 2009. He read prepared remarks calling the country one family in the face of tragedy. Then he looked up and discarded the platitudinous talking points to bash his Democratic predecessors, air traffic controllers themselves, and an amorphous diversity push, baselessly suggesting that all were somehow responsible for the crash. He said that Pete Buttigieg, the Biden administration's transportation secretary, had run the agency right into the ground with his diversity, and insisted that both Barack Obama and Joe Biden had rejected his proposed standards to ensure that only those air traffic controllers of the highest intellect could be hired, concluding with, "Their policy was horrible, and their politics was even worse." These were hardly the consoling words needed by a grieving nation. But in the end, Trump's performance was, perhaps, the day's most revealing, with little of the obfuscation that came from his nominees on Capitol Hill. Trump said loud and clear what those surrounding him often tried to hide on his behalf. He does not care about facts. He does not care about leading the country. He will seek political advantage in anything, even the death of 67 people in a horrific accident in the second week of his presidency. It was hard to turn back to the confirmation hearings after listening to him. The MAGA palooza in the Senate, after all, was but a reflection of Trump himself. These are his nominees, his choices, the fights that he has chosen to pick. He overshadowed any of the crazy or outrageous or disturbing things they had to say with his own words. Gabbard, Kennedy, and Patel are not the crisis in America set off by his re-election. They are the consequences thereof. Trump is the crisis, was, and will continue to be. Want to know how the next 4 years are going to go? Rewatch, if you can stand it, that press conference. This is it. This, while Trump slapped tariffs on Canada, the People's Republic of China, and Estados Unidos Mexicanos, the United Mexicano States. The president following through on months of threats with 25% tariffs on imports from Canada and Mexico, plus 10% tariffs on Hongzhonghua, Red China, starting a new trade war as Canada and Mexico announced retaliatory tariffs following Trump's executive order. On Wednesday, the Mexicano Presidentress, Claudia Sheinbaum, said she did not believe the United States would impose tariffs, but that her administration has a response ready. Last week, Mao Ning, the spokesperson for Hongzhonghua's foreign ministry, said that trade wars and tariff wars have no winners, do not serve the interests of any party, and are not beneficial to the world. In a statement issued Friday, the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said, "No one on either side of the border wants to see American tariffs on Canadian goods. We're working hard to prevent these tariffs, but if the United States moves ahead, Canada's ready with a forceful and immediate response." On Saturday, President Trump officially announced new tariffs on imports from these United States' top trade partners, paving the way for retaliation and a new trade war. Trump said on his social media site, Truth Social, that he had implemented tariffs of 25% on imports from Canada and Mexico, with lower 10% tariffs on Canadian oil. He said he was also implementing 10% tariffs on imports from the People's Republic of China. The Canadian Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, says his country will retaliate against Trump's tariffs by placing a 25% tariff against $155 billion worth of American products. Trudeau's comments came just hours after Trump signed an executive order implementing tariffs on goods from Canada, Mexico, and Communist China on the Asian mainland. The Mexicano Presidentress, Claudia Sheinbaum, also said in a post on X that she instructed her Secretary of the Economy to implement the Plan B we have been working on, which includes tariff and non-tariff measures in defense of Mexico's interests. To quote Trump himself, "This was done through the AIPA, the IEEPA, International Emergency Economic Powers Act. Because the major threat of illegal aliens and deadly drugs killing our citizens, including fentanyl, we need to protect Americans, and it is my duty as president to ensure the safety of all. I made a promise on my campaign to stop the flood of illegal aliens and drugs from pouring across our borders, and Americans overwhelmingly voted in favor of it. Now, Trump, who has made the threat of tariffs a cornerstone of his economic policy, first threatened the countries with big tariffs months ago, citing the flow of illegal drugs such as fentanyl and undocumented immigrants into these United States. He has repeated those threats several times in recent weeks, along with the trade deficit between the American empire and those countries, which he labeled a massive subsidy. According to the Nonpartisan Tax Foundation, Trump's proposed tariffs on Mexico, Canada, and mainland China are projected to shrink economic output by 0.4% and increase taxes by $1.2 trillion between 2025 and 2034. That comes out to an average tax increase of more than $830 per household this year. Between January and November of 2024, trade with Canada came out to $699 billion and $776 billion with Mexico, according to the United States Census Bureau. The U.S. imports $157.2 billion more worth of goods from Mexico than it exports, while its trade deficit with Canada is about $55 billion. Mainland China was the American empire's third biggest trade partner yesteryear, with overall trade as of November totaling more than $532 billion and a trade deficit of $270 billion. Oh, forgive me. But automakers will be particularly vulnerable. According to S&P, Standard & Poor's Global Mobility, that trades on the stocks as SPG I think. And right now it's selling at 0.46% or something like that. Almost all original equipment manufacturers will be impacted by the tariffs on Canada and Mexico. Some 3.6 million light vehicles were imported from the TWA countries in 2024, accounting for 22% of all vehicles sold in these United States. Wolf Research has estimated a 25% tariff will add about $3,000 to the average cost of vehicles sold in these United States. Volkswagen, which trades at VWAGY 0.58%, is most vulnerable, with 43% of its American sales sourced from Mexico. More on them later tonight or midweek on our Wednesday transmission. It's followed by Nissan. Nissan trades on the market as Ensani, or NSANY, up by 1.2%, 27% altogether. Stellantis, which trades as STLA, 3.22%, or 23% essentially. It's trading at 3.22%, but it's basically, we're going to see an increase of, 22%, 23%. Actually, 27%. Now that I'm looking at it, I'm calling it up on my screen. That's a lot. Stellantis, which trades as STLA, on the market at 3.22%. That's going to increase by 23%. General Motors, which trades as GM-O, well, it trades as GM essentially at a 0.10% increase, or minus actually, a negative, or trying to see the latest readings there. At any rate, its prices will go up by 22%. Ford Motor Company trades as F1, 13% on the market, just shy of 15% in terms of increase. Honda Motor Company, which trades as HMC, up 1.73%. That's going to increase price by 13%. And Toyota Motor Company trades as TM, up by 1.21%. And Hyundai Motor Company, trading at HYMTF, up by 0.18%, which each source 8% of their U.S. sales from Mexico, according to the Standard & Poor's Global Mobility. Each one of the companies that I've named. Several companies, including GM and Ford, also source vehicles from Canada. This week, General Motors CEO, or Chieftainess Executrix Officier, Mary Barra, said, with respect to possible tariffs, we are working across our supply chain, logistics network, and assembly plants so that we are prepared to mitigate near-term impacts. By the way, Heather Holman says, yes, everybody share this link. Douglas's listeners support it. Everybody should donate. His hard work shows. He shouldn't have to worry about meeting his goals. He deserves a consistent, sufficient flow. We love you, Douglas. Love you too, Heather. Mwah. Oh, blessed dreams. Stay safe and be well. Love you, honey. And of course, hang out as long as you want. Now, in terms of, well, here's another quote that I'm sourcing. Noting that the company is very reliant on parts from across the world on Wednesday's earnings call, the Tesla, which trades as TSLA, which was up by 0.64%, CFO, or Chief Financial Officer, Vaibhav Taneja, another Yellow House nigger, told investors, the imposition of tariffs, which is very likely, will have an impact on our business and profitability. Last year, the Tesla CEO Elon Musk himself said that the company would pause its work on a Mexico factory over Trump's tariffs. Trump's tariffs on oil could also become a problem. Canada shipped more than 4 million barrels of crude oil into these United States each day over the first 11 months of 2024, while Mexico delivered about 465,000 per day, making them the biggest crude oil exporters to these United States by far. Timothy Fitzgerald, a professor of business economics at the University of Tennessee, told ABC News that will immediately raise gas prices by at least 70 cents per gallon across these United States. Other major imports from Canada, Mexico, and market-Leninist China include fruit and vegetables, aluminum, wood, plastics, electronics, semiconductors, and other goods. The United States imported $38.5 billion in agricultural goods from Mexico in 2023, including 90% of all avocados, along with $40.5 billion worth of agricultural imports from Canada. Each of these impacted nations is readying their response, although exact details are still unclear. Mexico's tariffs would likely target food products such as cheese, pork, and whiskey, along with manufactured steel and aluminum. The New York Times has reported that Canada would target some $25.6 billion worth of goods, including food and beverages, dishwashers, and toilets. That, while the CDC has been ordered to stop working with the WHO, the World Health Organization, immediately, upending all expectations of any extended withdrawal, the catastrophic implications thereof already having been covered in our recent episodes. And Trump's orders have stunned college campuses as he follows through on his promise to attack the universities. The stunning succession of policies issued in the opening days of the second Trump misadministration have sent many higher education communities into a state of confusion and raw fear. A major source of uncertainty, the executive order signed a day after Trump's inauguration that called for an end to diversity, equity, and inclusion policies for recipients of federal grants. Which begs the question, what is the point of Trump's war on God, or DAY, the acronym that is his name, DEI? The real reason behind Trump's war on DEI, on God, in the acronym and the name that it represents, VIA, diversity, equity, and inclusivity, is something I am now obligated to analyze. To distract from his larger plan to gut the federal government, the president has taken a relatively powerless program and turned it into an excuse for everything that goes wrong in the empire. If Donald Trump's first days in the White House in 2017 were about shock and awe, his haunting American carnage speech, the Muslim ban, the 2025 version, at least initially, felt more dutiful, a bit weirder, but ultimately not quite as scary. Trump 45, back when he was Prez number 45, talked about a new vision to govern our land and promised his voters, "You will never be ignored again." Trump 47 seemed bored for the first half of his inaugural speech, then rambled on about Panama, Mars, and the electric vehicle mandate. The flurry of executive orders that followed might have made for good headlines because they touched on culture war topics such as trans rights and DEI, but outside of a few notable exceptions, withdrawing from the Paris Agreement and curbing renewable energy programs, Trump's first round of legislation mostly seemed like repurposed archival footage from his campaign, chopped up and stretched out into a new thin form. The Gulf of Mexico is now the Gulf of America. Denali is once again Mount McKinley because we're not canceling dead white men anymore, especially not for some goddamn tribe. DEI is over at federal agencies and in the military. Now please go fight among yourselves about all this culture war shit while we deregulate everything. All right, we got a wonderful little message from our lovely Heather Holman. The numbers just doubled. Love you, Heather. You're such an angel. And, sir, let me check into that. That's incredible. Yes, thanks so much, Heather. And, yes, our views are certainly increasing to quite a bit. It's pretty incredible. It's like we never got cut off, and that's fine. Excellent. This period of unhinged, but perhaps not so consequential, Trump theater lasted until Monday, when his Office of Management and Budget released a memo freezing all federal spending that may be implicated by the executive orders, including, but not limited to, financial assistance for foreign aid, non-governmental organizations, DEI, here with no dots in between the letters, so it's just saying the name of God in Latin, woke gender ideology, and the New Green Deal. We still don't know the extent of this order, its legality, or who exactly it will affect, But the brazenness of the maneuver suggests that Trump intends to run the country as a petty despot who values fealty to himself over allegiance to the country. Yes, the White House later rescinded this order, while also saying that the spending review remains in full force and effect. A judge has paused its implementation until today, as dated February 3rd. Given the potential seriousness of Trump's freeze, I think it's good practice, especially after the recurring freakouts between 2016 and 2020, to point out when Trump mostly seems to be doing something for purely symbolic reasons and when he's actually trying to get something done. The first Trump misadministration and the constant stream of stories that ended in Russiagate ultimately desensitized much of the public to the actual bad things Trump was doing, disoriented the audience's priorities, and might have even led to a quiet backlash or at least a sense of disbelief that Trump could actually be that bad. The renaming of bodies of water and mountains, for example, is easy enough to cast aside as Trumpian bluster. But what about the handful of executive orders Trump signed regarding DEI, which included the end of all such programs in the military and the federal government, as well as the repeal of a 1965 executive order that prohibited federal contractors from discriminating on the basis of race, gender, and national origin? It's still unclear how many employees will lose their jobs. The executive order calls for a list of everyone who might work in some DEI-related endeavor and a review, which could neither work or, well, it could either mean that everyone who has said a word about racial or gender equality or diversity will be out of work. Or it could just mean that after a few high-profile firings of DEI officers, this list never really gets made. The review never happens, and everyone moves on to the next dimension of the culture war. When the Supreme Court struck down affirmative action in college admissions 12 years ago, the outrage from liberals and Democratic elected officials was relatively muted. There are many possible explanations for this, most notably that perhaps the people who were the maddest about the decision just didn't have the same platforms as the people who either shrudged or cheered it on. But overall, it seemed like much of the public agreed with Sandra Day O'Connor, who, in an earlier ruling on affirmative action in 2003, famously said that affirmative action should not really be necessary in 25 years. The clock, it seemed, had run out. Similarly, I suspect most Americans won't miss DEI, which has become another digital training you have to finish before you get your first paycheck, and a way for management to control what their workers say. I doubt you get, how do I say this? I doubt they'll cheer on its end either, largely because I don't think most Americans really care one way or another. A recent poll by YouGov, in fact, found around half of Americans had a somewhat or very favorable opinion of DEI programs, and less than 30% said they had a very unfavorable opinion. This isn't really the fault of the employees who work in these programs. I'm sure most of them envisioned something a bit more radical, or at least useful, when they signed up. But if you're a college graduate with a humanities degree and want to make a salary while still vaguely doing something that deals with reducing racism in America, DEI is one of the few possible career paths. The problem, at a grand scale, is that DEI's malleability and its ability to survive in pretty much every setting, whether it's a nearby public school or the CIA, means that it has to be very generic, and ultimately inoffensive, which means that, in the end, DEI didn't really satisfy anyone. What it did was provide a safety valve. I am speaking about DEI in the past tense because I do know it will quickly be expunged from the private sector as well. For institutions that were dealing with racial and social justice problems, it was that safety valve. If you had a protest on campus over any issue having to do with diverse students who wanted equity, that now became the provenance of DEI officers, who, if they were doing their job correctly, would diffuse the situation and find some solution, oftentimes involving a task force that made the picket line go away. A couple years ago, a DEI officer at Stanford Law School went viral after she supported students who were shutting down a conservative guest speaker. I recall watching the video and feeling both a bit annoyed at yet another instance of pointless and ultimately counterproductive resistance, and was also a bit sad because it was clear that the officier didn't understand the point of her job. She wasn't hired to actually join the protest against the conservative speaker. Her job was to intervene, give the students a space to vent, and ultimately find a solution that did not end with Stanford Law going viral for an instance of campus cancel culture. There's also the argument that the growth of DEI offices, especially after the George Floyd protests, led to an aggressive and potentially illegal push to hire racial minorities throughout corporate America and academia, which in turn led to an overextension and corruption of the original objective of enforcing fair hiring practices to ensure that people of all kinds would not be discriminated against. But this narrative also fundamentally misunderstands the purpose of DEI within large institutions. What happened in many workplaces across the country after 2020 was that the people in charge were either genuinely moved by the Floyd protests or they were scared. Both the inspired and the terrified built out a DEI work structure, an infrastructure, into their workplaces. These new employees would be given titles like Chief Diversity Officer or CDO, which made it seem like it was part of the C-suite and would be given a spot at every table. But much like at Stanford Law, their job was simply to absorb and handle any race stuff that happened. DEI didn't hire itself at Meta. It was embraced by the company's founder, Mark Zuckerberg, who gleefully ended his company's program earlier this month, signaling to the White House and investors that the days of wokeness at Meta are over. This was the final purpose of DEI programs in corporate America. When the political winds changed this past November, DEI became the convenient fall guy. The best way to signal that you never wanted to do all that woke stuff in the first place was to fire your DEI staff and blamed them for forcing you down the wrong path. Trump, I believe, is doing something similar at a grand scale. He is taking a relatively powerless program, vilifying it, and abusing its dissolution as proof that he has single-handedly ended the woke era. The clearest example came on Thursday when he outrageously blamed diversity for the tragic airline crash in Washington, when his OMB, Office of Management Bureau, Gambit, turned into a legal and political disaster this past week. Trump's misadministration retreated to a familiar, safe space. The funding freeze, they said, was only for the parts of the federal government directly affected by Trump's earlier executive orders, the most prominent being DEI. He and his administration are welding the word diversity both as a slur and an excuse for everything that goes wrong in the American empire. I suppose it's possible that the elimination of DEI might take away what was a dead-end solution and recommit people to more fruitful forms of protest and dissent. But politics rarely follows such a linear and satisfying script. I also do not think the end of DEI will derail the desires of employers and their workers to have diverse workforces, nor do I think Trump will pay much attention to any of this down the line. On Wednesday, Tom Malinowski, a former congressman and diplomat, pointed out that Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency has just bragged about ending DEI scholarships for Burma. The scholarships in question are through USAID, United States AID, and granted to young people who are fighting against the dictatorship in Burma, which, as Malinowski noted, has long been a priority in Washington for Democrats and Republicans, including the new Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. Malinowski speculating, "It looks like these geniuses are just going through grant awards and killing anything that uses words like diversity and inclusion, even though in countries where ethnic and religious minorities are mass murdered and persecuted, these have long been American goals." One can imagine Musk and his staff hitting Control+F on a database for grants, or a database of grants, for the word equity, canceling any search returns without even reading what they're actually for, and then screenshotting the paperwork to post on Twitter. But this snickering for clout doesn't mean there shouldn't be a great deal of alarm. These first 12 weeks of Trump's presidency have made it clear that his main priority, at least for now, is controlling federal funding and abusing it to enrich his allies and to harm his political enemies. In mine own golden state nation of California, he told Gavin Newsom that he would make aid for cleaning up the devastating fires in Los Angeles conditional, in part on the development of a voter ID program. This past Friday, 17 inspectors general were fired, which effectively removed independent oversight at a multitude of federal agencies. On Monday, the Department of Justice fired around a dozen employees who had worked with Jack Smith, the special counsel assigned to prosecute Trump, saying that they could no longer be trusted. Trump's endgame has started to reveal itself, and it will not be coming through the tired culture war we have all been fighting for the past decade, but rather through the bureaucracy. Whatever rises to enforce or resist it will not sit nicely in a corporate or academic office, nor will it be neatly summarized through words like woke or anti-woke or the endless campus wars. The next 4 years, instead, will be filled with true extremism on both the left and the right that will make supposedly out-of-control DEI feel like a quaint company retreat in comparison. So yes, the war on DEI is almost certainly a catch-all scapegoat meant to distract from Trump's larger plans to gut the federal government, but I also cannot imagine it will hold the public's attention, just as a similar focus on racial politics in academia and elite corporations did not work for Ron DeSantis during his failed run for president. The American public elected Donald Trump, but between social justice warriors, woke, and DEI, the right has now been fighting the same tired culture war for more than a decade, and it has largely lost the capacity to outrage anyone outside of a small set of terminally online, mostly arch-conservative activists. Trump is going to need a better distraction, but one thing we know about him is that he stubbornly sticks to a theme. He might not be able to credibly blame diversity for everything from plane crashes to children's reading scores, but I imagine he will try. Now, the Trump social media claim of using troops to force water flow having been refuted by my Golden State National Empire of California, the deadly California Eaton and Palisades wildfires have been 100% contained after 24 days. Many great modernist houses were burned, but a monument of, well, refugee German culture in exile survived. I won't go into that because that's more Jew-fuckery, but I almost felt obligated to mention it because of the German connection. The Los Angeles County Medical Examiner has updated the death toll from this month's destructive Southern California wildfires to 29. As of late Monday, there have been 17 deaths related to the Eaton fire and 12 deaths related to the Palisades fire. This comes as a new lawsuit alleges the Eaton fire in Altadena, California, was started by an electrical spark from a utility transmission tower. Video obtained by the law firm representing the fire victim shows what they say is the start of the blaze. The official cause of both fires in Los Angeles County remains under investigation. In interim, the iconic Rose Bowl has become a staging area for more than 4,000 firefighters and National Guard troops, turning it into a city with a McDonald's, a laundry, a barbershop, and a cafeteria. But as Western Altadena waited hours for evacuation orders, fire commanders faced utter chaos. On Friday, January 31st of 2025, at approximately 7:15 a.m., the city's Emergency Communications Center received a report of bluff movement near Point Place between 9th and 10th Street Beach. The initial emergency response involved coordinated efforts from Laguna Beach Marine Safety, Fire, and Police Departments, along with mutual aid from the OCFA, the Orange County Fire Authority. Upon arrival, first responders determined that approximately 1,000 cubic yards of bluff material fell onto the beach, and while no structures were directly impacted, private access stairways and walkways from Point Place were damaged. Out of an abundance of caution, emergency personnel conducted a thorough search of the debris field, including the deployment of a canine from OCFA's Urban Search and Rescue Team to ensure no individuals were caught in the slide. Luckily, no individuals were found to be injured as a result of the slide. Per the Laguna Beach Fire Chief, Nico King, "This was a significant bluff collapse, and we responded with an abundance of caution to ensure no one was in harm's way. Luckily, no one was hurt, and while there is no immediate danger, it's important for everyone to stay clear of the closed area while assessments continue." As a precaution, 3 homes situated above the impacted bluff were temporarily evacuated, though they were not directly affected and are no longer evacuated. The city's building division is conducting further assessments on land stability and structural integrity, while a geologist is evaluating overall hillside conditions. To throw fuel upon the fires Monday night, President Trump heightened his battle with California over water policy by suggesting United States military troops had arrived in our Golden State to turn on pumps and send in more water flowing, something state officials immediately deconstructed. In a post on his social media platform, Truth Social, which is neither, on Monday evening, Trump wrote that the military just entered the great state of California and, under emergency powers, turned on the water, flowing abundantly from the Pacific Northwest and beyond. The California Department of Water Resources responded in a statement, "The military did not enter California. The federal government restarted federal water pumps after they were offline for maintenance for 3 days. State water supplies in Southern California remain plentiful." Trump's post came after he signed an order directing federal agencies to maximize water deliveries in my California and override state policies if necessary, and following a long-standing debate with Governor Gavin Newsom over our state's water management policies. Trump has lambasted Newsom, saying that he has held back water supplies in California and impeded the response to Los Angeles' recent wildfires. Newsom and state departments have repeatedly denied these claims, noting that there is a plentiful supply of water in Southern California. In a statement delivered Monday, the Association of California Water Agencies said, "Water supply has not hindered firefighting efforts. Reservoirs in California are at or above average storage levels for this time of year, thanks in part to years of proactive water management." Trump's executive order, issued Friday, outlined steps intended to increase the amount of water pumped from the Sacramento-San Joaquin River Delta. The order, posted on the White House website Sunday, directs the Interior and Commerce Secretaries to immediately take actions to override existing activities that unduly burden efforts to maximize water deliveries. It calls for delivering more water via the federally managed Central Valley Project, one of the Trois main systems of aqueducts, dams, and pumping facilities in California that transport supplies from the Delta southward. The president also directed the Federal Bureau of Reclamation to ensure state agencies do not interfere. In said order, Trump criticizes disastrous policies and water mismanagement by California, and directs federal agencies to scrap a plan that the Biden administration adopted last month, establishing new rules for operating the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project, California's other main water delivery system in the Central Valley. Instead, Trump has told federal agencies to more or less follow a plan adopted during his first presidency, which California and environmental groups challenged in court, arguing it failed to provide adequate protections for endangered fish. This is why it's funny. Trump has said he intends to try to weaken environmental protection measures and has questioned why our state should keep certain flows in rivers to help species such as the Delta smelt. In his words, a tiny little fish. It's one of several threatened and endangered species in the Delta, including steelhead trout, twa types of Chinook salmon, longfin smelt, and green sturgeon. He doubled down on his criticism in his Monday Evening Post, writing, "The days of putting a fake environmental argument over the people are over. Enjoy the water, California." Trump has repeatedly claimed that the wildfires in Southern California underscore why our state should be delivering more water south from the Delta. But water managers and experts have said Southern California cities are not currently short of water, pointing out that the region's reservoirs are at record high levels following plentiful deliveries of supplies in 2023 and 2024. State officials have also said that pumping to move water south from the Delta has nothing to do with the local fire response in Los Angeles. The governor's office said on social media that California pumps as much water now as it could under prior Trump-era policies, and that there is no shortage of water in Southern California. Even with ample supplies in reservoirs, local water systems were pushed to their limits in places as the fires rapidly spread, driven by strong winds. When the LA water system lost pressure in parts of Pacific Palisades, some fire hydrants ran dry in high elevation areas, hindering the firefighting effort. Newsom has ordered an investigation into the loss of water pressure to hydrants and the lack of water available from a reservoir in Pacific Palisades that was out of commission for repairs. Trump's executive order focuses largely on the federally operated Central Valley Project, one of our state's main water delivery systems in region, which transports water from the Delta to farmlands that produce almonds, pistachios, tomatoes, and other crops. The CVP ends in the southern San Joaquin Valley near Bakersfield and does not reach Southern California's urban areas to the south. And Maui's post-wildfire housing crisis offers a warning for Los Angeles. After wildfires devastated Maui, state officials moved swiftly to freeze most rents on the island and issued emergency orders halting evictions. But the measures failed to curb an alarming trend. Maui residents who lived or worked in the burn zone saw rent increases of roughly 100% in the months following the disaster, and some landlords took advantage of the crises by evicting tenants to make way for higher-paying renters. A year later, homelessness in Hawaii has nearly doubled. Advocates fear Los Angeles will face a similar fate without strong renter protections and enforcement. And of course, insurance companies should divest from fossil fuels. Insurance companies know the risks of climate change. So why have they invested more than $500 billion in fossil fuels? They're investing in an existential threat. The Palisades and Eton fires will likely go down as the most economically costly catastrophe in our Golden State history and among the costliest in American history. The historic destruction arrived after major insurance companies announced they would stop writing new policies in my Golden State, citing in part the increasing risk of devastating wildfires. The retreat indicates that insurers are responding to what scientists have been telling us. Human-caused climate catastrophe is intensifying wildfires, rainstorms, and other weather events. And that climate catastrophe is being driven primarily by our continued burning of fossil fuels. But insurance experts, consumer advocates, and environmental groups accuse insurance companies of perpetuating the climate crisis by continuing to invest hundreds of billions of dollars in the fossil fuel industry. With the fires fresh in many Californians' minds, they're renewing calls for insurers to get their money out of the polluting industry that's fueling our fires. And fueling disasters around the world, for that matter. How much money do insurance companies have in fossil fuels? More than $500 billion fucking dollars as of 2019, according to a 2023 study led by the nonprofit Ceres. Ceres, after the goddess Ceres, also the name of a planet, the largest asteroid or largest planetoid in our solar system, which is, because of its spherical shape, created as a result of its own gravity, technically a planet. And that's named after Ceres, the goddess of grain, the Roman goddess of grain, whom we derive from her name, Ceres, the word cereal. There you go. Researchers analyzed data provided by property and casualty companies and life insurance groups and found that top 16 insurers in these United States had approximately 50% of the over $500 billion in fossil fuel-related assets owned by the sector. Among property insurers, State Farm and Berkshire Hathaway had the most money invested by orders of magnitude, $30.9 billion and $20.9 billion respectively. It's not just investing. Insurers were also underwriting fossil fuel projects, which researchers argue helps greenhouse gas intensive industries continue operations, contributing to global warming. Well, global burning is the correct term. California was instrumental in shedding light on American insurers' investments. Back in 2016, Dave Jones, the former California insurance commissioner who now leads UC Berkeley's Climate Risk Initiative, launched the Climate Risk Carbon Initiative, which required large insurance companies to disclose their investments in the fossil fuel sector. Jones also asked insurers operating in our state to voluntarily divest from coal, writing in a statement that investments in coal and the carbon economy run the risk of becoming a stranded asset of diminishing value. The following June, Jones received a letter from 12 attorneys general and a governor in Republican-led states. They all threatened legal action if Jones did not end his initiative, accusing him of harming energy companies and insurers that operate in their states with public shaming. Really? Really? Corporations feeling shame. That's a good one. The data collected from Jones's request was made publicly available on his department's website. Ceres later analyzed the assets reported by insurers in 2019, presenting them in their 2023 report. For Jones, the industry's involvement in fossil fuels is a nonsensical conflict of interest. Jones wrote back, his letter telling those state officials that he was not deterred by your threats. Although it is politically popular in your states to deny or ignore climate catastrophe, ignoring the potential financial risks to insurer investments from climate catastrophe is irresponsible and even reckless. I said, but if you want to sue me, bring it on. They didn't sue. We know that it's the fossil fuel industry's emissions that are the primary driver of climate change that's contributing to these catastrophic weather-related events that's causing insurers to have to jack up rates and or stop writing insurance. It makes no sense. Basically, insurers are investing $500 billion in the industry that's posing an existential threat to their own ability to write insurance. By the way, State Farm, Berkshire Hathaway, and Allstate did not respond to my requests for comment. So what can lawmakers and policyholders do? Jones, along with consumer advocacy and environmental groups, have been urging states to challenge the insurance industry through new laws that would require them to transition away from fossil fuel investments. Carmen Balber, Executrix Directress of the Los Angeles-based consumer watchdog, said her group has been asking current California Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara to resume his predecessor Jones's initiative and require insurance companies to report their fossil fuel investments again. Lara previously denied that request, saying insurance companies are passing all the costs of climate change onto policyholder, but keeping all the profits. If climate change is making insurance losses worse, and there is no question that they are, the insurance industry should not be contributing to that problem. And the first step, Balber said, would be a transparent process so property owners could see how much money the companies that write or don't write their policies are investing in are making off fossil fuels. If the public was better aware of that, people could vote with their pocketbooks by opting to purchase insurance from firms that have committed to divest from fossil fuels. With Balber so saying, that list is not available, unfortunately, because we don't have those kinds of commitments. There was an attempt at federal legislation via a 2023 bill co-authored by then Representative Adam Schiff. It would have required major insurance companies to disclose all their investments and underwriting related to fossil fuels. In a statement at the time, Schiff wrote, "Insurance companies like State Farm and Allstate shouldn't be allowed to profit from the climate crisis while neglecting vulnerable communities. Requiring insurers to publicly disclose their fossil fuel investments will help build transparency and empower people to make informed choices about their coverage." Well, that bill died in a House committee later that year. But seek and ye shall find. I'm going to talk now about AI's new challenger, which is programmed to seek and destroy the giants. Is DeepSeek, a Chinese AI startup, a deep fake or real? One thing's for sure, big tech has a big DeepSeek problem, which obligates me to articulate the real meaning of the DeepSeek drama in context of questionable content. As artificial intelligence has made fake photos and videos much easier to produce, a growing number of American teenagers say they are being misled by AI-generated content on the internet. Earlier this last week, Chi-Com artificial intelligence startup DeepSeek sparked a sell-off of global tech stocks that lost the AI-driven stock rally $1 trillion fucking dollars in value. 1 trillion. Forget that 6 billion. That was only one company, Nvidia. Big tech's multi-billion-dollar spending on artificial intelligence will be under investor scrutiny this week, even more so after Red China's DeepSeek sent shockwaves through Wall Street and Silicon Valley with a cheap yet competitive AI model. What DeepSeek's AI did that everyone else's didn't would be, well, the Chinese AI company didn't surpass OpenAI by going bigger or inventing any new techniques. DeepSeek shook up the AI industry on Monday with new models that rival OpenAI's and Meta's, which trades as META, all uppercase, on the market, but at a fraction of the cost and energy use. And believe me, it fucking shows. Yay! The Chinese model maker has panicked investors, but it is good for the users of AI, apparently. I don't see how, but hey, they get it for free. Can't argue with that in their own minds. The shock of how good DeepSeek's artificial intelligence models are, quote unquote, has sent tech stocks plummeting earlier this week. But there are far more winners than losers from the DeepSeek drama, especially among AI users. People across mainland China are hailing the success of its homegrown tech startup, DeepSeek, and its founder after the company unveiled its newest artificial intelligence model, sending shockwaves through Silicon Valley and Wall Street. The startup's newest model, DeepSeek R1, can nearly match the capabilities of its far more famous American rivals, but costs less than $6 million to build, or so the company claims. Remember, they're all funded by the Communist Party state, single-party state, a fraction of the investment from other major firms. Meta last week said it would spend upward of $65 billion this year on AI development, while OpenAI, the company behind ChatGPT, said the AI industry would need trillions of dollars in investment to support the development of high in-demand AI computer chips. President Donald Trump called the breakthrough a wake-up call for America in its rivalry with the communist Chinese empire. Basically, the company's latest model, DeepSeek R1, has delivered competitive results on major industry benchmarks despite using less powerful NVIDIA chips than those used by American firms like OpenAI and Meta. This success has raised concerns in the tech world, triggering a sell-off in stocks like NVIDIA, which supplies powerful chips to top AI companies. So, NVIDIA, which trades as NVDA, the NVIDIA CEO's net worth dropped by $18 billion. Hard to feel sorry for somebody who has that much to lose. Jensen Huang's wealth plunged 15% as the AI chip maker's stock slumped. Could DeepSeek and its efficient models challenge the dominance of American firms? DeepSeek R1 has induced existential angst in tech circles. Venture capitalist Mark Andreessen described the release of the Chinese ChatGPT rival as America's Sputnik moment. Why the drama? Because DeepSeek encapsulates a slew of fundamental conflicts inside the world of tech. It's the United States versus Red China, complete with Chi-Com-style censorship, no less, as we demonstrated earlier tonight on this transmission, part 2, no less, as my colleague Brendan Zogit and Nemo Albano have both reported. Sorry, TikTok, we'll only love you if we get to own half. Also, it's closed source versus open source. The latter gives the public access to underlying codes and weights so they can modify and use it themselves. It's expensive versus cheap. DeepSeek claims it took but 12 months and no less, or rather no more, than $6 million to build its R1 AI model. President Donald Trump called the news a wake-up call for Silicon Valley. And it's big tech versus new tech. So much for the assumption that you need to be a behemoth sitting atop a mountain of data centers, chips, and dollars to win at this game. Even Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella says he welcomes the competition, despite his stock taking a hit on the news as well. It's also about, well, it's also us versus them. Don Tapscott is working on a book about identic AI and argues that the entire model of AI needs to be redone. Rather than powerful corporations owning our digital future, AI should be decentralized, open, and community-owned and controlled. This vision is increasingly within reach thanks to a co-emerging foundational technology that makes decentralization possible. So what Don Tapscott is urging is a class war to institute infosocialism. In that, I'm on his side. For clarity on all this, turn to Fortune AI editor Jeremy Kahn, who argues that we should all just relax. While DeepSeek is shaking up the AI market, he argues the prognostications of NVIDIA's doom may be premature. Now, our new president, let's see, he hasn't really responded to this other than with his wake-up call bullshit. But when you take a look at all of this tech, the shakeup on the market, it is thus that Trump's Greenland obsession is about extracting metals for techno-billionaires. The great battle for Greenland being all about resources to make apps like ChatGPT better. Our new president's obsession with buying Greenland has inspired jeers, laughs, and jokes about the cost of eggs, but more and more, the attempted procurement looks less like a joke and more like a big handout for the techno companies that backed Trump during his election. Multiple new reports prove that some of Donald Trump's most prominent financial benefactors have long been pursuing financial opportunities in that Arctic nation. The Lever reports on activities of Kobold Metals, Kobold, K-O-B-O-L-D, a startup that is actively engaged in mining Greenland for raw materials that can be used to build AI products. Kobold, which is based in Berkeley, California, right across the bay from my Golden Gate at San Francisco, and uses AI to hunt for metals like cobalt, lithium, copper, and nickel, is basically the property of the tech industry's most powerful executives. Recent White House visitors, Jeff Bezos, OpenAI CEO Sam Altman, and Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg have all invested in Kobold. Billionaire venture capitalist Mark Andreessen, who has helped out with Elon Musk's Doge, or DOGE, and who heartily supported Trump during the election, also has a large interest in Kobold. So does Microsoft magnate Bill Gates, despite his less charitable views of Trump. Kobold is part of something called the Disco Nuswak Project, a mining effort to drill for minerals along Greenland's western coast. It has also secured a mineral exploration license for Disco Island, which is located off Greenland's west coast for the years 2024 through 2030. The New York Times has also reported on the business interests of a firm called Critical Metals, which has plans to mine Greenland starting in the year 2026. Cantor Fitzgerald, a powerful financial firm owned by Trump's current nominee for U.S. Commerce Secretary, Wall Street multi-billionaire Howard Lutnick, has a stake in Critical Metals. Though Lutnick plans to step down from Cantor Fitzgerald and sell off his stake if he is confirmed, the Times has noted that Lutnick could stand to influence tariff and trade policy relative to Greenland in his new position as Commerce Secretary. As such, the Arctic Territories acquisition may come down to mining lithium to create car batteries and extracting precious metals to help build, to actually build from the ground up America's data centers. The AI industry obviously has major plans to scale up its operations in the coming years, and to do that, it's going to need easy access to two things: raw materials and energy. Last week, the Trump misadministration announced Project Stargate, a $500 billion effort to build data centers across these United States with money from OpenAI, NVIDIA, Microsoft, Oracle, and other big-name players in the AI industry. The project seeks to create unparalleled AI infrastructure to make America competitive with the communist Chinese empire in the race to build increasingly advanced forms of AI. Yes, I myself have reached out to Kobold and Critical Metals for comment. As always, from any of these places, I receive nothing in return. There's never an answer to be had. Another factor to keep in mind is the growing influence of the network state movement, a bizarre side project of Silicon Valley's multi-billionaire class that seeks to create a diaspora of privately funded, crypto-powered cities in countries all over the globe. Companies associated with the network state, like the crypto startup Praxis, have announced their desire to abuse Greenland as a neo-colonial testing ground for their urban development experiments. Just what you need. A bunch of, it's like colonizing Mars on invisible money that doesn't exist. Despite what Donald Trump Jr. has said, Greenland itself has expressed little interest in being owned by America. A recent poll found that only 6% of that nation's residents wanted to join the United States. Denmark, meanwhile, has been even more vociferously hostile to the idea. The Scandinavian country has signaled a willingness to engage in a trade war with Trump if that's what it comes to. More on that later if I can make it that far. The general consensus is that the rush to invest in Greenland may be tied to the broader geopolitical struggle between the American and communist Chinese empires. AI is broadly viewed as the most important innovation of our era, which is why both empires are fighting for technological supremacy. The lever points to a recent comment from Michael Waltz, Trump's incoming national security advisor. Of the Greenland acquisition, Waltz recently told Fox News, "This is about critical minerals. This is about natural resources." Well, it couldn't be any clearer than that. And in that context, Trump's tariff playbook notched a quick win, but incompetence and chaos reign as Trump 2.0 crashes and burns. Less than 12 weeks into his second midterm, President Donald Trump is waging a war against his own government, creating a deep sense of fear in the federal workforce and recipients of federal aid as he tests the limits of his power to alter the scope, function, and nonpartisan nature of government without Congress. A trade war between these United States and Colombia lasted less than 10 hours, showing that President Donald Trump's tariff strategy can sometimes produce quick results. The dispute began Sunday when Trump threatened 25% tariffs, rising to 50% after Colombia refused 12 military planes carrying migrants. Colombia responded with its own tariffs, igniting the brief standoff. By day's end, Colombia offered its presidential plane to return the migrants, and the United States agreed to hold tariffs in reserve, declaring victory. Donald Trump claimed the Colombian presidente had caved in as Trump ramped up the threat of tariffs last weekend after El Presidente Gustavo Petro spracketh out about the terrible treatment of deported migrants and turned away 12 planes. This is where we get them handcuffed and deported. Donald Trump's brutal message to the world. Illegal immigrants in chains, heads down, lining up to board a plane that will deport them. In chains, like slaves on plantations, like detainees of a dictatorship, like prisoners of war. We know nothing about these people. All we know is that they have been picked up in the roundups that Donald Trump promised on the campaign trail, and they are not eligible to stay in these United States. They may be criminals, or they might not be. We don't know, and we're not supposed to care. They always deport them like that, handcuffed, maybe to keep them in line, for security reasons. In chains, one guard is enough to control many prisoners. We don't know, and we're not supposed to care. Because in civilized countries, in democracies that are worthy of that name, there is a rule. You don't show people handcuffed, because handcuffs mean you're guilty, a sign of dishonor, and infamy. In France, the media are not allowed to show pictures of handcuffed people until they are actually convicted in a court of law. Same in Italia. In the Empire of Japan, even the hands of the person in handcuffs are blurred in photos. In Hong Kong, to preserve the dignity of the handcuffed individual, police offer a head covering or screen. The White House, instead, displays the man in chains as a trophy, and does so from the official account on the X platform, no less. The message this photo aims to send to the world is clear. There they are! We caught them! Look at these criminals! The image is not one of Elon Musk's crazy spells or a late-night tweet from Trump. It would still be bad, but we've gotten used to those by now. The photo is an official image of the Trump II misadministration and is designed specifically to be shared and discussed. This is how people communicate now. Threats rather than messages. Warnings entrusted to the network. Nastiness on full display. In actuality, then, the aforecited El Presidente Petro got the world stage and made a mockery of Trump in a long statement he posted. A world leader finally slamming Trump, even if much of the American media swallowed the White House's line with hook and sinker. And just 2 days later, it was Trump who feebly caved to outspoken Democrats and the American people after declaring a nationwide spending freeze on thousands of programs appropriated by Congress. A federal judge first shut Trump down, saying it would do irreparable harm, ordering the freeze lifted pending litigation. But even before that, many Americans woke up and were outraged to see Medicaid portals shut down, transportation service disrupted, child care programs threatened, loans and grants put on hold, and even police departments' funds pulled. And that was just the tip of the iceberg. Calls to Congress surged, and even Republican governors, senators, and House members were privately telling the White House to do something. Democrats in the states and in federal office loudly rallied, finally speaking in a unified manner, lambasting the misadministration. Many Democratic senators vowed not to back any of Trump's nominees any longer. And the White House, by Wednesday, announced the freeze was rescinded. This week, Democrats boycotted the Appropriations Committee vote for Russell Vought, Trump's nominee for the Office of Management and Budget, where the orders for the freeze came from, apparently in consultation with Vought, a Project 2025 big player, before he's even been confirmed. As this was playing out, it was impossible for a lot of us not to compare it to the disarray and confusion of Trump's Muslim ban in 2017 and the outrage that lit up many Americans and had Democrats forcefully slamming Trump. We all vividly remember that. This episode, 1 week into Trump's second presidency, proved Trump is weaker and even more incompetent than before. We were led to believe that this time around, Trump would have more loyal people around him and a well-oiled machine, with no one reining him in. The latter appears to be true, but just because he has more devout people working for him doesn't mean they're always going to be able to get things done. In fact, their zealotry hinders them, causing them to act impulsively. They are the cutthroat kind of zealots who are clearly battling with each other, exemplified by the MAGA Civil War. They're keeping one another in the dark, including the president, who is clearly not in control and working to undermine one another. Like I said, many of us saw it as similar to the Muslim ban in 2017, which alerted many Americans and gave Democrats a focus, and it's rare when much of the mainstream mass media machine agrees with myself. But this week, many in corporate media made the comparison as well. From the New York Times, I read therefrom 3 paragraphs for you. The episode, which amounted to the first significant reversal of the new administration, echoed Mr. Trump's early 2017 effort to ban people from mostly Muslim-majority countries from entering the United States. That order caused mass confusion at airports, sparked damaging headlines, and was temporarily blocked in court and pared back. Behind the scenes, senior White House officials were caught off guard on Monday when the Office of Management and Budget released the memo, which ordered a pause in grants, loans, and other federal financial assistance to ensure that federal programs aligned with Mr. Trump's policy priorities. But the memo did not provide detail on the scope and scale of the pause or a list of services that would be affected. White House officials rushed to understand what had happened and what could be done to reassure people that essential services would not be affected. There's so much that is absolutely horrible that Trump has done in little over a week, and much of it flew past the mainstream mass media machine's radar in a big way. So I'm not exactly ready to say this is a major turning point, though it could prove to be, as much as that I see it as the start of something and an opportunity. People are paying attention, and Democrats are getting some fire. Add to all of this a special election in Iowa on the same day the spending freeze was announced, in which a Democrat, Mike Zimmer, won a state Senate seat by 4 points in a Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party-dominated district that Trump won in November by 21 points. 2 paragraphs to read you on that. Heather Williams, Presidentress of the Democratic Legislative Campaign Committee, the State House campaign arm of the Democratic Party, said Tuesday the victory in a district where Trump won by a large margin shows Democrats have a strong path forward in the aftermath of major Grand Old Party or GOP wins in the 2024 election. This earthquake victory in Iowa puts Republicans across the country on notice, Williams said in a statement. Tonight's win marks the first flip of the cycle and builds on key majority-making wins in Virginia earlier this month. The DLCC is starting the new cycle strong just a month into 2025. From battlegrounds to Republican territory, we have dozens more special elections on the horizon. We're only just getting started. So, things are happening. Trump is fucked up. Calls to Congress are getting heard. Democrats are speaking more forcefully, and they're winning elections in places where Trump surged. All of it bodes well, but it's just a start. Let's stay focused and engaged, and definitely keep up the energy and the pressure. Because Trump is waging war against his own government, and there will be, quote, many casualties, unquote, in all the ways Trump has threatened tariffs from Canada to Russia. Both the president's proposed and imposed import taxes already affecting trillions in global trade as Panama officials fear war with the American empire over control of the canal. And Russia having specifically indicated they will intervene militarily if the United States attempts to seize the Panama Canal. President Donald Trump has threatened to slap dozens of countries with specialized tariffs, along with taxes on imports that would affect every other nation. That could affect trillions of dollars in trade, strain relationships with allies and trading partners, and raise prices on all kinds of goods. The United States imported more than $3.25 trillion in goods in 2024, according to data released Wednesday by the United States Census Bureau, which did not break out country-by-country data. As of last November, 41% of all imports came from Canada, Mexico, and Communist China on the Asian mainland, which are expected to, were expected to be the first countries hit with tariffs under the Trump misadministration. After winning the presidential election, Trump threatened to hit market Leninist China, Canada, and Mexico with tariffs unless they met his various demands related to the flow of fentanyl and migrants at the United States borders. Ahead of the election, Trump had proposed tariffs of up to 60% on Chinese goods and 200% on Mexicano vehicles, a 10% tariff on Chi-Com imports, and 25% on Mexicano and Canadian imports is set to go into effect as soon as Saturday, February 1st. According to the Tax Foundation, such tariffs would shrink economic output by 0.4% and grow taxes by $1.2 trillion between 2025 and 2034. On Wednesday, midweek last, Howard Lutnick, the Cantor Fitzgerald CEO and Trump's pick to lead the Commerce Department, testified, "As far as I know, they are acting swiftly, and if they execute it, there will be no tariff." Oh, man. Goes to show, nobody around Trump knows what the fuck he's going to do. Trump himself has argued that tariffs can both be used to reduce trade deficits, which occur when a nation imports more than it exports, and get non-economic victories. He used the threat of tariffs earlier this week as a tool during a dispute with Colombia, which his predecessor has called the key to the Southern Hemisphere, over his deportation plans. Trump has told the BRICS coalition, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates, they would face 100% tariffs if they tried to replace the mighty US dollar. In December, he warned the 27-member European Union that he would issue tariffs to close trade deficits unless the nations brought more oil, or purchased more of our oil, that is. The president has also leveraged tariffs to try and force a meeting with the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin to put an end to the Russo-Ukrainian war, and refused to rule out implementing tariffs to help these United States buy Greenland from Denmark, make Canada part of the United States, and acquire the Panama Canal. During his inauguration address, President Donald Trump threatened to seize control of the Panama Canal and has not ruled out using the military to take it by force if necessary. Panamanian officials are now reportedly preparing for a worst-case scenario. Politico magazine reported Saturday that Panamanian officials have been taking Trump's words literally, suggesting that Panama may retaliate by allowing migrants from South American countries like Colombia and Venezuela to flow freely north if Trump follows through on his threats. The former Panama Presidente, Ernesto Pérez Valladares, told the outlet that he believes there will be many, many casualties on our side, which would lead to international condemnation of the United States. One of the things that we might do if things become worse is just open up the gates. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is currently conducting his first foreign visit as the United States' top diplomat, focusing on Panama in particular. Rubio is reportedly headed to Panama City to smooth Americano relations with our longtime ally in an effort to curb Communist China's growing influence on that Central American country. The Trump misadministration is reportedly aiming to offer alternatives to Panama that roll back, Red China's presence, while also allowing Panama to maintain control of the canal. Mauricio Claver-Carone, who is Trump's envoy to Latin America, is suggesting that the Panamanian government allow U.S. Navy and Coast Guard ships to pass through the canal free of charge. Crossing the canal can cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars per ship. Many companies gladly pay the canal fees, as having to divert Cape Horn at the bottom of Chile can be both costly and time-consuming, adding roughly 25 days to a trip on average. In response to Trump's threats, Luis Almagro, who is the Secretary General of the OAS, the Organization of Americano States, a United Nations type entity for countries in the Western Hemisphere, tweeted in December that he expects the fullest and unrestricted compliance with the agreement signed between Panama and the United States. But Claver-Carone is reportedly ignoring Almagro. According to one of Politico magazine's sources, Claver-Carone said in response, "I don't care what the Secretary General of OAS says. I don't care what some columnist says. Do you think that we give a shit?" How might this scenario play out, given Hong Zhonghua, Red China's close military involvement with Panama as well, and Mexico's clear commitment to Panama? The Russian Empire is a non-factor. They have lost 28 ships and 1 submarine to a country without a navy. The Communist Chinese Empire has the most to lose, and Red China has the navy to defend it, unlike Russia. A threat from Market Leninist China is the most credible, but they have a downside, much bigger than revanchist and revisionist Russia. Would they want to go to war with their biggest customer and cut off all sales to these United States, the largest marketplace in all the world? The answer is no. Then there are Trump's non-specific threats. The president has also threatened universal tariffs of between 10% and 20% on imports from more than 190 countries. Although Trump said last week that we're not ready for that just yet. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is pushing for universal tariffs to begin with a 2.5% levy on imports that would grow sequentially each month. Lutnick on Wednesday said he has advised Trump to look at country-by-country tariffs. Such tariffs would restore reciprocity to the American empire's trade relationships, he said. While speaking at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, Trump told businesses to build in America and pay among the lowest taxes of any nation on earth. But if you don't make your product in America, which is your prerogative, then very simply, you will have to pay a tariff. The president has also said that the United States is taking a look at tariffs on semiconductors, pharmaceuticals, aluminum, and copper. Those tariffs would largely impact mine own true homeland and heartland of Taiwan, Canada, mainland China, India, and Mexico. In 2018, Trump issued 25% tariffs on steel and 10% on aluminum from most countries, sparking a trade war with Red China and angering several countries, including India and Canada. Tariffs would likely raise the prices on imported goods such as food and clothing, since most companies simply can't absorb much of the higher costs. Consumers will most certainly have to pay a higher price. Well, higher prices for many, if not any, imported products. Several business executives have said tariffs will impact their operations, although many companies ramped up imports ahead of Trump's inauguration to avoid any extra costs. A trade war will also break out, with countries like Mexico and the People's Republic of China imposing retaliatory tariffs on these United States. During his first misadministration, Trump imposed almost $80 billion worth of new taxes through tariffs on products valued at about $380 billion in 2018 and 2019, according to the Tax Foundation. Former President Joe Biden kept most of those taxes in place and added additional tariffs on Chinese goods. Trade war policies have boosted tax collections by up to $300 per American household each year, as proven by the numbers run by the Tax Foundation. Primarily using two little-known agencies, the Office of Management and Budget and the Office of Personnel Management, the OMB and the OPM, Trump has tried to choke off funding for a wide array of domestic and foreign assistance programs, made it easier to fire tens of thousands of federal workers, and launched a campaign to pressure many more to resign from their posts. One Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent representative even thinks kids should have to work for their school lunches. As the federal funding freeze threatens meal programs, Representative Rich McCormick suggests children work in fast food to afford lunch. On Tuesday, Representative Rich McCormick, Republican from Georgia, suggested that kids who benefit from federally funded free lunch programs like Head Start should consider getting jobs to pay for their own lunches. These comments were made during an interview with CNN's Pamela Brown after the congressman was asked about Trump's order to pause federal grants, loans, and other assistance programs while the administration reviews how the funds are being allocated. The Congressman McCormick asked rhetorically, who can actually go and actually produce their own income? Who can actually go out there and do something that makes them have value and work skills for the future? Yeah, flipping burgers. Before I was even 13 years old, I was picking berries in the field before the child labor laws that precluded that. I was a paper boy, and when I was in high school, I worked my entire way through. You're telling me that kids who stay at home instead of going to work at Burger King and McDonald's during the summer should stay at home and get their free lunch instead of going to work? I think we need to have a top-down review. And Brown pushed back, urging McCormick to acknowledge that many of the children who receive free school lunches are elementary schoolers and therefore below the legal working age. That's why Republicans, corrupted by libertarians, are trying to do away with child labor laws. The terms of Trump's executive order were laid out in an OMB, Office of Management and Budget memo from Matthew J. Vaith, Acting Director, OMB. It explained that federal funds should be dedicated to advancing administration priorities, focusing taxpayer dollars to advance a stronger and safer America, eliminating the financial burden of inflation for citizens, unleashing American energy and manufacturing, ending wokeness and the weaponization of government, promoting efficiency in government, and making America healthy again. After releasing the memo, OMB sent a document to around 2,600 agencies that receive federal funds, including school meals for low-income students. U.S. Agency for International Development Foreign Assistance, the WIC Nutrition Program for Pregnant Women and Infants, a reintegration program for homeless veterans, and others asking for explanations on what exactly these programs do. In her first White House press briefing on Tuesday, Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt tried to quell worries by insisting the freeze was only a temporary pause to make sure these organizations receiving funds don't conflict with the new administration's policies. Leavitt also said that she would provide a list of the organizations affected and emphasized that eliminating funding to DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, or other woke programs are a priority of the misadministration. Now, I've just got a notification here that crypto is crashing today. Bitcoin, Ethereum, the DOGE, and others sink as Trump's tariffs rattle the markets. There we are. Dogecoin, Ethereum, Bitcoin, they're all sinking. Crypto's crashing today. Trump's tariffs rattling the markets. Oh dear. Who'd have thought? Oh my fucking god. Head Start, which provides early childhood education funding for low-income children, told CBS that the freeze has the potential to severely disrupt the ability for Head Start programs to serve nearly 800,000 children and their families nationwide. Last year, the United States Department of Agriculture announced that students eligible for free or reduced price school meals cannot legally be charged processing fees starting in 2027. 12 federal judges have blocked the domestic spending freeze, and in the face of public outcry, Trump rescinded this OMB memo, implementing it this week. But the underlying executive order remains in place, with the federal workers responsible for enacting it left to choose between mandates from the courts and from the president. Trump's executive order was later temporarily blocked by United States District Judge Lauren L. Ali-Khan until February 3rd, today, after a lawsuit brought by the National Council of Nonprofits, the American Public Health Association, the Main Street Alliance, and SAGE or SAGE advocates for 2S LGBTQ+, told the court the impacts of the freeze would be catastrophic. At least 6 other attorneys have filed similar suits. At a news conference Tuesday, Letitia James, New York Attorney General, called out Trump's executive order, saying, "This policy is reckless, dangerous, illegal, and unconstitutional." In conversations with NBC News, nearly 12 federal workers described a climate of fear, confusion, skepticism, and anger at federal agencies over the past 12 weeks. A number of civil servants described a sense that they were being actively tracked and monitored in a manner that was foreign prior to Trump's return to power. At a time when Americans' trust in government has been eroding for decades, the vast majority say they do not trust that Washington will do the right thing always, or most of the time in Gallup polling. Trump is putting into action long-standing Republican views on how to shrink and restructure the federal footprint. But critics say that taking an ideological sledgehammer to the government will make it less effective, less efficient, and less protected from partisan influence. Nearly 60 employees of the United States Agency for International Development were placed on administrative leave after Trump issued an order freezing funding for global aid programs, and his aides are in active discussions about unilaterally folding the agency into the State Department, a maneuver that critics say cannot be done without Congress enacting law. The agency's website went dark Saturday, emphasizing that Trump's actions will make it harder for the president to collect enough votes to avoid a government shutdown 6 weeks from now. Senator Chris Van Hollen, Democrat from Maryland, said, "The organizing idea behind what they're doing is that Trump wants to be king. He doesn't want to be accountable to the law, and the American people are getting hurt. It also begs the question about whether we can proceed in any good faith on a spending measure. I mean, we go through these negotiations to get a compromise, but the president cherry picks what he likes and discards the rest." Trump allies in Congress, like freshman Senator Jim Banks, Republican of Indiana, say the president is simply fulfilling his campaign trail promises. In a statement to NBC News, Banks said, "The American people overwhelmingly voted for President Trump in part because of his promise to root out government waste and bring common sense back to the White House. With a $36 trillion national debt, I welcome his administration working to ensure every tax dollar is spent responsibly on the agenda he promised." It all amounts to a high-stakes bet that the public will reward Trump and Republicans for a slash-and-burn approach to reforming our federal government, even if it takes money out of the pockets of voters or state and local government functions they rely on. The person who faces the least risk is Trump, who is not constitutionally eligible to run for re-election. One Republican operative said, "Thus far, the approach has been phenomenal." But the operative said they harbored some concern about the Friday dismissal of the top 6 FBI officials, suggesting that may be more problematic for Trump and his administration on the outside than within government. The person says, when it comes to backlash, Trump really shouldn't care. He's not running again, and slimming down the size of the federal workforce is a part of his mandate. It will ultimately be up to Vice President J.D. Vance and current incumbents to defend the actions of this administration if there is backlash in the future. Well, in some cases, Trump is not waiting for attrition. In addition to dismissing FBI leaders, he fired as many as 12 Justice Department prosecutors who worked on Capitol siege cases, those involving defendants from the January 6th attack on Congress. Trump pardoned most of the people convicted of January 6th related crimes and commuted the sentences of others. Federal workers have been advised that they face adverse consequences if they don't report on colleagues whose work touches on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And in citing common sense rather than evidence, Trump blamed a fatal mid-air crash between a commercial regional jet and a military helicopter on DEI hires, or God himself in the Latin, at the Federal Aviation Administration. Oh, that's it. It's always the fucking colored people. That's what Trump's saying. Yeah. Some of the federal employees who spraketh with the Fourth Estate said that the president's words and actions amount to a full-scale effort to demoralize and intimidate the workforce. Trump has instead empowered multi-billionaire Elon Musk, the volunteer head of the Department of Government Efficiency, and his allies to offer buyouts that would pay federal service agents through September in exchange for their resignations. Workers have received nearly daily communications about the deferred resignation option directly from OPM and from agency personnel chiefs at the behest of OPM. On Wednesday, Environmental Protection Agency employees were reminded in an email that they can be fired at any time if they have worked for the government for less than a year. A longtime manager in the federal government said, "If you want government to function, you wouldn't be attacking federal employees on a daily basis with psychological warfare. You want them to show up motivated. This is not the way to do it." Noah Peters, a senior advisor at OPM, who was the only individual copied by name on an email to agency homeroom directors about the deferred resignation program, did not respond to a series of questions from myself, I'm sad to say, emphasizing that while they agreed that the federal government is in need of change, attempting to force through massive changes and disruption so rapidly won't actually improve the civil service. And a USAID official said colleagues were sketched out by the new OPM email system that seemingly allows the federal agency to contact all federal employees directly. To quote they, "All communication from OPM used to go directly through the agency, and then the agencies would disperse that. A lot of people are kind of sketched out by that because that's never happened before. And so it's like, are you trying to control me? Are you trying to monitor my assets? What are you trying to do? Change takes time. There could be positive effects if this was done smartly, and a lot of people would welcome that. But this is just fear-mongering. It's nothing more than being intimidating. That's not how it works. I mean, if you're Elon Musk, it works that way. but that's not how it works in government. At the U.S. Forestry Service, one civil servant said a higher-up told them in response to their questions and concerns about the shifting directives to simply maintain a low profile. This person, as they relate the story themselves, I quote as they, told me that if they were in my shoes, the best thing for me to do would be to lay low, keep my head down, and just do my work. The Forestry Service employee said, which I can kind of understand. However, it's not really a great answer. Republicans said there was little risk in Trump's actions, given that civil servants are considered to be unsympathetic to the broader population, while the president does not have to seek office again to face any potential blowback personally from the electorate. One Trump ally said, not to be glib, but I think his goal is exactly what he said it is, to drain the swamp. Literally clean house of the career bureaucrats that are in there. I think the risk is low, very low. Any service interruption will be related to direct payments to people, and that is mostly automated. And if we're reducing the amount of money spent, that is essentially the waste on transfer payments, I am not sure how many will feel it. Representative Riley Moore, Republican from West Virginia, said Trump's effort to reorient the federal workforce is about aligning it directly with his and his movement's worldview. Moore said, what President Trump is seeking to do is to maximize efficiency and outcomes for the American taxpayer and their tax dollars that are spent to support our society with security and essential services. At the same time, the president seeks to correct the mission statement and guiding principles of these departments and agencies to reorient them to an America First orthodoxy. But Neera Tanden, who was President Joe Biden's domestic policy advisor, said there is a tension between the anti-government crusaders in Trump's circle and the voters who put him over the top in November. That was reflected in the backlash Trump got from the OMB memo, which was interpreted by many civil servants, lawmakers, and recipients of federal aid to require a pause in funding grants for everything from local fire departments and police programs to community health centers. Tanden said, the fundamental challenge for their coalition is its working class people and multi-billionaire libertarians, and they are in direct conflict. I don't think all those white working class and Latino working class people who voted for Trump are like, you know what? I really want to lose my health care. Whether Trump can hobble the federal workforce and cut trillions of dollars from the budget without harming his own voters and the Republicans who represent them in Congress remains to be seen. Although I can already see that's what he's going to do. Hobble the workforce and harm his own voters. Kush Desai, a White House spokesperson, told NBC News that Trump will be able to do just that. To quote us, President Trump received a resounding mandate to streamline our guardian government to better serve the needs of the American people. He will use every lever of executive and legislative power to deliver. I can't believe we still got good numbers, but good. I'm glad we got good numbers. I'm ecstatic. At any rate, Trump not only gutted the Aviation Safety Committee and scrapped aviation safety that had been in place for more than 3 decades, just a few days before the deadly aeroplane crash at Ronald Reagan National Airport in Washington, D.C. on Wednesday night midweek last. His ugly blame game response to the deadly plane crash was a disgusting stump speech on diversity and equality efforts, from dwarfism to Obama. Unhinged! His cornucopia of useless excuses was based on anything but facts. The incompetence of the Trump misadministration is having real-life consequences already. We must continue raising the alarm and demand accountability. Because the D.C. plane crash happened because Musk dropped the pilot. The collision between a combat helicopter and a passenger plane left no survivors in our nation's worst air disaster in a generation, killing 67 altogether in our nation's deadliest air disaster since 2001, the year of my mother's death, but a week after Fukushima Daiichi. Or that was 2011. 2001 was September 11th. There we are. And the FAA chief, Michael Whitaker, quit on January 20th after Elon Musk told him to resign. And now all 64 people aboard an American Airlines jet that collided with an Army helicopter are dead in what is likely to be the worst American aviation disaster in almost a quarter century. To elucidate, Trump's elimination of key positions and committees will have long-term consequences. In fact, under impact of the Musk and Trump cuts, the DC air traffic controller was immediately, quote, working 2 different tower positions, unquote, before the first crash. Indeed, the FAA administrator quit on January 20th after Elon Musk told him to resign, and now, in a tragic case of déjà vu, the figure skating community is reeling from another deadly plane crash. Wednesday night's collision near Washington, D.C. evoked painful memories of the 1961 crash that killed 73 people, including all 18 members of the United States figure skating team headed to the World Championships in Prague. Michael Whitaker had only been in the role for a year, but the SpaceX chief accused him of harassment. The Federal Aviation Administration's leader stepped down on January 20th, months after Elon Musk demanded that he quit. That maneuver by Michael Whitaker means the FAA has no Senate-confirmed leader for one of the biggest crises in its history because he quit before Donald Trump took office. Whitaker ran the FAA for just a year, but announced in December that he would step down on January 20th as the new president was sworn in. Nobody has taken his place. Last week, specialist aviation site The Air Current reported that industry veteran Chris Rochelieu had been sworn in as deputy FAA administrator, which would put him in acting charge of the agency. The Wall Street Journal had first reported that he would become deputy. Whitaker's departure came after he clashed with Musk, who is now in charge not just of SpaceX, but has been named by Trump as the head of the new Department of Government Efficiency, which is not technically a real government department at all, which means they have no authority. In September, Whitaker had proposed fines of more than $600,000 for SpaceX, prompting Musk to demand his resignation and promise to sue. Per Elon Musk, as uploaded on September 25th of 2024, he needs to resign, man! Whitaker, so Space.com reported in September, told a congressional committee that the fines were the only tool we have to get compliance on safety matters. But Musk had kept up the attacks on X at a time when he was campaigning at Trump's side. On September 17th, he accused Whitaker's agency of harassment, posting, "The FAA Space Division is harassing SpaceX about nonsense that doesn't affect safety while giving a free pass to Boeing even after NASA concluded that their spacecraft was not safe enough to bring back the astronauts." I mean, when are we sending up astronauts? I mean, am I missing something? And in a reply to a tweet by an Australian YouTuber who posts videos about space and who has said that the FAA should not exist, Musk accused Whitaker of standing in the way of his vision of putting human life on Mars. At Marcus House is, I think, this Australian YouTuber, Musk tweeted, "The fundamental problem is that humanity will forever be confined to Earth unless there is radical reform at the FAA." Whitaker had offered no insight into why he decided to leave the post before the end of his 5-year term in 2028, called his time at the federal agency the best and most challenging job of my career. In an email sent to staff at the FAA when he quit in December, Whitaker wrote, "The United States is the safest and most complex airspace in the world, and that is because of your commitment to the safety of the flying public." FAA administrators typically serve a 5-year term, but an administrator stepping down before the end of that term is not unheard of. Stephen Dixon, Whitaker's Trump-appointed predecessor, resigned in 2022, just under 3 years after taking office in 2019. The troubled agency has long struggled to have proper leadership. Whitaker was confirmed 98-0 by senators in October of 2023 after a standoff between Republicans and the White House over Joe Biden's first pick, Joe Washington. Acting boss Rothschild now faces a massive crisis for the FAA. Its air traffic controllers are responsible for the safe movement of civilian aircraft and will be investigated to understand how a UH-60 Army Black Hawk could fly into an American Airlines regional jet which was about to land on one of the country's busiest runways. The FAA had already been wrestling with persistent shortages of air traffic controllers, and this week, air traffic controllers were included in the Trump administration's offer of buyouts to all federal workers. The investigation into the crash will be led by the Independent National Transportation Safety Board, which is chaired by Jennifer Homendy. She has also clashed with Musk over the safety of self-driving software in his Tesla cars. Okay, looking at the numbers and time we have left, we can recover Elon Musk's latest fixation. My son and the Blood Boys were kind enough to put together a kind of a transcript so that I can re-review this, what I had gotten into in our last episode but was unable to conclude. I will simply go from the transcript and then provide you as proper a conclusion as I can on this terrible topic. As 2024 turned into 2025 and people across the globe woke up to hangovers and the dreaded return to work, the world's second richest man after Vladimir Putin was sharing a conspiracy theory from 5,000 miles away. In the first week of the year, Elon Musk sent dozens of posts on X, formerly Twitter, the social network he has owned since 2022, alleging complicity by the UK, the United Kingdom Labour Party, in ongoing child sexual exploitation by Muslim men. Musk's posts include claims that 250,000 little girls still are being systematically raped by migrant gangs, that the sniveling cowards who allowed the mass rape of little girls are still in power, and that the Labour Party opposes a national inquiry on the mass rape of little girls in Britain for one reason only: it will show they are complicit. This is what they always say about the Democratic Party, is that they're all pedophiles, and it's all bullshit. If anything, it's the Republican side that is projecting. He has targeted individual British politicians, calling safeguarding minister Jess Phillips a rape genocide apologist, and claiming Prime Minister Keir Starmer is responsible for the rape of Britain. Now, I spent close to a decade when I was involved with the Department of Defense investigating far-right movements and misogyny in these United States, the United Kingdom, and in Europe. All of this because of the incredible insurgency of white supremacists into our United States military. Musk's online activity yesterday, last week, could be easily dismissed as the postings of a bored multi-billionaire who has become fixated on the politics of a country he knows nothing about. But it's more than this. It's a clear and frightening demonstration of how today's far right operates. Individual influencers disseminating disinformation across international networks underpinned by a conspiracy theory on a conspiracist ideology focused on so-called white genocide. This latest row is part of a broader pattern of US and UK far-right extremists weaponizing the very real harms done to women and girls in order to attack democracy, whip up racist hate, and push a genocidal narrative into the mainstream. So here's how it happened and why. We had a mass safeguarding and justice failure in England. To understand Musk's attacks, we first need to revisit the horrific child sexual exploitation that took place across numerous towns and cities in the United Kingdom during the 2000s and 2010s. The issue hit the headlines in 2010 when 5 men were sent to prison for grooming teenage girls in the northern English town of Rotherham, followed by a series of arrests for similar crimes in Rochdale, a town an hour away on the outskirts of Manchester. The arrests and subsequent convictions revealed a clear pattern of sexual exploitation, abuse, and rape across the region, which had gone ignored for years. Ignored in part because, rather than seeing them as victims, police treated the girls as the criminals, or as at the very least, consenting to their own abuse. Now, in April of 2014, a report commissioned by Rotherham Borough Council and headed by Professor Alexis J. revealed that between 1997 and 2013, more than 1,400 children had been sexually exploited by gangs of mainly Asian males in the town, That we don't mean Orientals like myself, porcelain doll, pretty, and effete. We're talking about brutal, swarthy, unibrowed ragheads, alongside multiple safeguarding and police failings. These findings, as well as other child sexual abuse scandals, including those where white men were the perpetrators, led then Home Secretary Theresa May to launch the independent inquiry into child sexual abuse in 2014, which Jay was appointed to lead in 2016 after previous chairs stepped down. Similar crimes were investigated in Oldham, Oxford, Telford, Bristol, and other cities and towns across the United Kingdom. A recent Channel 4 news report exposed grooming and exploitation in Barrow-on-Furness, a northern port town. The details in all cases are extremely distressing. This potted history tells us trois important things. The first is that for years, groups of mainly white working-class girls were raped, exploited, and trafficked by gangs of predominantly South Asian men across a range of English towns, the kind of motherfuckers that Trump is putting everywhere in government and that dominate Elon Musk's techno world. These are the men that go on rape safaris for white meat. To them, England or America is just a giant meat market. Well, more like a hunting ground where they poach. So, the second thing is that the police and social services catastrophically failed to protect any of the victims, often due to misogynistic and classist stereotypes that blamed the girls for the abuse perpetrated against them. The 2014 Jay report noted that a reluctance to be seen as racist played a part in safeguarding and policing failures in Rotherham. Similar conclusions were reached in Oldham, while in other localities, fears of racism were not found to be a factor. Although these crimes were pernicious, child sexual exploitation and abuse are not racialized offenses. A 2020 Home Office report into ethnicity and grooming gangs found significant limitations to what can be said about links between ethnicity and this form of offending due to limited research on offender identity and poor quality data. The report did say, however, that it is likely that no one community or culture is uniquely predisposed to offending. Now, bear in mind that 1 in 20 children has been sexually abused in the United Kingdom, and it is worth remembering that white men remain most likely to be the perpetrators. In mine own late and sainted mother's Morzanis, or death year, of 2011, the solicitor, Nazir Afzal, was appointed as Chief Crown Prosecutor in Northwest England and began bringing those who committed child sexual exploitation to justice, including by authorizing charges against the Rochdale gang that same year. This paved the way for more prosecutions. After men in Rochdale were convicted, Starmer, who was then the Director of Public Prosecutions in England and Wales, put AFZAL in charge of the national response. As Director of Public Prosecutions, Starmer also brought in important reforms to try and avoid a repeat of these horrors in 2013. Changing official guidance so police were required to investigate the suspect and not focus entirely on the credibility of the victim. He persuaded the judiciary to allocate specialist judges to these cases, reformed how victims are questioned in court, and commissioned research to prove false allegations of rape are rare. In the same year, David Cameron's Conservative government published a response to grooming and safeguarding that specifically praised Starmer and AFZAL. It reads, Starmer has striven to improve the treatment of victims of sexual assault within the criminal justice system throughout his term as Director of Public Prosecutions. His response should provide a model to the other agencies involved in tackling localized grooming. This is a part of the history that Musk and his outriders have chosen to ignore, instead amplifying disinformation and spreading a conspiracy of Labour complicity in abuse. This brings us to a situation of spiraling hatred, or basically promoting hate. Musk is a hate monger, and Musk's fixation on grooming gangs in the UK seems to have begun on the 30th day in December of yesteryear, when an X account under the name Max Tempers, obviously a pseudonym, shared a post from somebody with the username Wolf of Clapham, which is used to represent commonality. The common man is often called the man on the Clapham omnibus, and meaning the man who's trying to catch the 6 o'clock bus home, you know, the common man at work who relies on public transportation. What would this mean to the man on the Clapham omnibus? And so the Wolf of Clapham means the common wolf, who had written, "People should be hung for Rotherham." I guess this is a British English twist, or maybe the guy just can't speak English. But no, people should be hanged for Rotherham. They may be hung, which means they have big dicks, but they need to be hanged. Now, quoting this, Tempers posted a screenshot of the distressing sentencing details for the Oxford grooming gangs, which was in turn boosted by multiple accounts, such as those of the UKIP, UKIP, the United Kingdom Independence Party, which brought us Brexit, and the UKIP candidate Carl Benjamin, and the academic Matt Goodwin, all aped the act and posted multiple more accounts. Musk also shared the post, which has now been viewed 13.3 million fucking times. At the same time, GB News, Greater British News, which is a right-wing channel that has been compared to Fox News in these United States, reported that Jess Phillips had rejected requests from Oldham Council for a national inquiry into grooming gangs. In a letter to the local authority, reportedly seen by GB News, Phillips is said to have recommended that such inquiries remain local, saying, "It is for Oldham Council alone to decide to commission an inquiry into child sexual exploitation locally rather than for the government to intervene." Though this rejection of a national inquiry was the same approach the Tories took in 2022, Musk started to push conspiracy theories and disinformation about the issue, including that Phillips should be in prison for her decision. In reality, Phillips is one of the architects of the Domestic Abuse Act, has spent her career campaigning for women's and girls' safety against men's violence and has been praised by survivors of a grooming gang in Telford for the support and kindness she showed to them and other victims of male violence. The more Musk posted, the more other far-right activists and influencers got involved. An increasing number of posts focused on Tommy Robinson, an outspoken far-right activist who founded the English Defense League, the EDL, which is an Islamophobic organization that was active in the 2010s and who has 1.2 million followers of his own on X. Robinson's own X account sent multiple posts boasting of his campaigning against grooming gangs and the rape of Britain, failing to mention that in 2018, he himself was jailed for contempt of court after his interventions nearly led to the collapse of a trial against members of a grooming gang in Huddersfield. In other words, he's acting in, basically, what do you call it? Hindrance of the law. There's different terms for it. As far-right influencers with large followings amplified his content, they also pushed disinformation about him, focusing in particular on the 18-month sentence he is currently serving for another contempt of court offense, having breached an injunction to share false accusations about a Syrian teenage refugee. Now, Robinson's supporters have wrongly claimed his sentence is linked to his outspokenness on grooming gangs, implying that the state has imprisoned him to cover up sexual exploitation and rape. Many of those making such claims are highly influential and have large followings. InfoWars conspiracy theorist Alex Jones, with 3.5 million followers, posted that Robinson is in prison because he refused to stop exposing Islamic child kidnapping sex rings in the UK. And controversial Canadian pseudo-academic Jordan Peterson, with 5.8 million followers, posted that Robinson is rotting in prison after he exposed hushed-up mass rapes in the UK. The influencer, Naomi Seeped, with 365,000 followers, posted Robinson's Rape of Britain video and claimed he was put in prison because they don't want the world to see the full scope of their tyranny. Libs of TikTok, an X account with 3.9 million followers, shared a video of Robinson talking about rape gangs with the caption, "And now they threw him in prison," again making an inaccurate link between the video content and Robinson's contempt of court offense. The Austrian co-founder of the far-right identitarian movement, Martin Sellner, with 103,000 followers, posted that Robinson's treatment and the gruesome Arab rape gangs was now getting the attention they deserve. The gangs in question are not fucking Arab. They are South Asian. They are totally different ethnos. According to Joel Mulhall, director of research at Hope, Not Hate, a British anti-racism advocacy group, X has been fundamental in helping rebuild Robinson's reach after he was previously deplatformed from multiple social media platforms. It has also helped to boost his profile among the American far right. Now, Mulhall has described how X is the worst of both worlds, in that it has a mainstream reach and audience while operating a free speech and moderation policy that is closer to the bespoke social networks such as Gab or Truth Social set up by the far right. As such, it allows extremist content to infiltrate and influence mainstream discourse. The disinformation shared on X in recent days has not been confined to Robinson's criminal history, nor his false claims to have exposed the rape gang scandal, which was in reality covered comprehensively in the Sunday Times and elsewhere, as is proven by the link that I will enter into live stream. So there, that gives you that to access. And now I will stick that into the text box for our wonderful team, Dietrich, and anyone who cares to access the call later. Now, Musk and other far-right figures have repeated an allegation made in the House of Lords that 250,000 girls had been raped by migrant gangs, making the claim former UKIP or UKIP leader Malcolm Pearson, who now sits in the Lords as an independent, said the figure was based on extrapolating the number of victims in Rotherham, Telford, and Oxford on a national scale, although there is no statistical basis for extrapolating crimes based on specific local factors to any national scale. So this dubious statistic was picked up by Robinson himself and echoed by the American podcaster Don Keith, who demanded Mayor of London Sadiq Khan, whom he wrongly called the Mayor of Britain, there's no such thing, explain what and when he knew about rape jihad in his domain. Khan is not responsible for local government or policing outside of London and has no jurisdiction over any of the towns where this abuse took place. The disinformation was also widened to include the much repeated and deconstructed conspiracy theory that Starmer failed to prosecute BBC, or British Broadcasting Company, TV star Jimmy Savile in 2009, after Surrey police investigated 3 allegations that he had sexually abused young girls. As I said, we know that's a lie. These are false allegations because Jimmy Savile liked young boy butt. In 2012, the year after Savile's death at the age of 84, it emerged that he had abused hundreds of people, mostly children, throughout his life, and the majority of them of the male species, well, male gender. In a post that has racked up 17 million views, Musk urged his followers to connect the dots, man, sharing a video in which David Duke, endorsing Judeophobe Ken O'Keefe, claimed Starmer signed off on a decision that there was not enough evidence to prosecute Savile. While Starmer was head of England and Wales's Crown Prosecution Service, at the time he was not the reviewing attorney for the case, and there be no evidence that he was personally involved in that decision. An official investigation commissioned by Starmer in 2013 criticized both prosecutors and police for their handling, or rather mishandling, of the allegations. This brings us to the ideology that Musk referred to Phillips as a rape genocide apologist, exposes how this attack is rooted in far-right ideology and conspiracy. You see, the term genocidal rape is the belief that Muslim men are raping white girls in a genocidal attack on whiteness, an attempt at replacement, with the implication being that the gangs intended to impregnate white girls and pollute the gene pool. Other far-right influencers, such as Dutch political commentator Eva Vladingerroth, who self-defines as a shield maiden of the right and has 1 million followers, used the term genocidal rape. Don Keith referred to a rape holocaust. Genocide is central to modern far-right ideology and at the heart of the Great Replacement, a baseless conspiracy theory that posits white people are being replaced by migrant people from the global south. The replacement is supposedly being aided by cultural Marxists, a Judeophobic term encompassing everyone from liberal elites to the BBC, human rights attorneys, feminists, 2SLGBTQA people, TQA plus people, meaning 2SLGBTIQA plus people, and Black Lives Matter activists. Musk has pushed the Great Replacement theory, as have the aforecited Robinson and other far-right influencers such as James Goddard, who, this month urged his 28,000 followers to stop white Brits from being replaced and claimed that Labour is pro-rape gang. Now the term rape genocide signals that the far right believes the appalling crimes committed by grooming gangs were an act of white genocide, in which Labour, or the left more broadly, was complicit. Similarly, terms such as the rape of the UK evoke a violation of whiteness, an attempt to seize or take away the archaic meaning of rape, as when you rape someone, you take away their sense of everything about themselves. In this case, the taking away or seizure of the United Kingdom itself from white people. Within the Great Replacement conspiracy theory, this places those falsely blamed for being complicit, people such as Starmer, a former human rights attorney, and Phillips, a feminist, as traitors to the nation/race. And what happens to traitors? Of course, they recommend their execution. In this case, that would be assassination. A post by the American far-right influencer Mike Chernovich dog-whistled a second aspect of modern far-right ideology, satanic abuse and QAnon. This is another baseless conspiracy theory that believes elites are trafficking children and drinking their blood as a source of adrenochrome, a hormone that purportedly offers immortality. QAnon, an American far-right conspiracy theory and political movement, urges its followers to save the children from these elites. Chernovich posting in the context of a discussion on rape gangs that the UK elite are pathetic. They look like blood drinkers. Once you understand that the far right is obsessed with saving the children to prevent so-called white genocide, you can start to understand why its focus is on the South Asian rape gang scandal, not rape and sexual abuse more broadly at all. There is little comment from the far right on a Cornish rape gang led by white men, or the West Midlands child sex abuse inquiry, where the majority of the perpetrators were white. The exception to this is Seville, where the focus tends to be on elites, the BBC, and a cover-up. The far right has also failed to reckon with its own record of sexual violence, including child sex offenses. Hope Not Hate proved there have been at least 20 members and supporters of the English Defense League, the organization founded by Robinson, convicted of child sexual exploitation offenses. At least 10 of these were active in the EDL, the English Defense League, while Robinson was still leading it. Hope Not Hate went on to state, while we are not suggesting that Robinson had any knowledge of these awful crimes, we can find no examples of him condemning these supporters once their crimes came to light. Ooh, what does that tell us? Now, Hope Not Hate further found that far-right extremist Andrew McIntyre, who was imprisoned for his involvement in the racist riots that raged across much of the UK last summer, has a record of making graphic rape threats. According to Hope Not Hate, this includes messages on Telegram such as, "I wish to let Redacted know that I intend to brutally violate her and then bleed her to death." Musk criticized this individual's prison sentence, because that's the level at which Musk operates. This is Musk's kind of man. The far right also waged war against feminists and Me Too, claiming the movement was a witch hunt against men in general. Many of its members support men such as Andrew Tate, who has been convicted of trafficking underage girls en masse. Musk oversees a platform where rape threats flourish, and the techno multi-billionaire is working with Donald Trump, even after a judge in New York found a rape allegation made against our president to be substantially true. These are not the actions of a movement that seriously cares about men's violence against women and girls at all. In fact, the far right is built on male supremacy, determined to instaur a ruchistic, unnatural order where women are subordinate to men. Members argue that domestic abuse is permissible, and its political parties want to overturn all laws protecting women and girls from gender-based violence. It is a movement that is concerned about rape committed by black and minority ethnic men because it sees such crimes as a form of genocide against white people. It has nothing to say to victims and survivors of white male violence. The tragedy is that thousands of victims of child sexual exploitation and rape gangs have never seen justice, whatever their ethnicity and the ethnicity of their perpetrators. Millions. Oh, getting a flood watch notification. San Francisco flood watch has been issued until February 5th. At any rate, millions of women and girls endure the horror that their rapists will never go to prison and they will never receive redress. Men continue to rape women and girls with impunity, and rape prosecutions are less than 5%. The far right has no answers for this, as it sees sexual violence only through the prism of race and a genocidal conspiracy theory, not the misogyny and male power which its own movement valorizes. So how do we avoid falling into these traps? It starts with strengthening our critical thinking, opening ourselves up to different perspectives, and embracing a little intellectual humility. Breaking free from echo chambers isn't easy, but it's worth it for our minds and for the world around us. You have to learn about the pull of charismatic leadership. Why do we follow certain people or ideas so mindlessly? There is a person who is an academic who has studied this phenomenon named Montel, who explains that cultish groups, whether religious, political, or even social, often succeed because they tap into universal human desires, the need for connection, purpose, and certainty. While some groups offer positive community and shared goals, others exploit these needs for control. Take the story of Elizabeth Holmes and the rise and fall of Theranos, properly pronounced in the ancient Greek as Tyrannos. Holmes's compelling vision of revolutionizing healthcare captured the imaginations of investors, employees, and even patients. Her carefully curated persona, a black turtleneck-clad homage to Steve Jobs, combined with persuasive storytelling, led people to overlook mounting evidence of deception. The language of certainty and revolutionary promise created an echo chamber where dissenting voices were drowned out. But it's not just high-profile cases. In our day-to-day lives, we can fall into the trap of following influencers, leaders, or trends without ever questioning their validity. The cult of hustle culture, for instance, glorifies overwork while ignoring the mental health costs. Glamorizing overwork has existed for decades, whether it's been about glorifying prestigious jobs and fancy offices, or hustling and grinding to pursue a passion. One of the messages from 1987's film titled Wall Street was, "Money never sleeps." And many think that workaholic vibe colored the 1980s as a decade and is still common today. In 2018, the Tesla and SpaceX CEO Elon Musk tweeted, "There are way easier places to work, man, but nobody ever changed the world on 40 hours a week." Why do we buy into the cult of overwork? Overwork culture is thriving. We think of long hours and constant exhaustion as a marker of success. Given what we know about burnout, why do we give in? In 1987, Gordon Gekko, the unscrupulous cigar-smoking powerhouse in the film titled Wall Street, told the world, "Greed is good." The movie, ultimately a cautionary tale, depicted work and wealth-obsessed executives putting in long hours in sleek skyscrapers to seal deals and boost their pay packets at the expense of whoever got in their way. If you live and breathe work and toss in some moral flexibility, the message was, the rewards will be exciting and immense. Although many of us associate overly ambitious workaholism with the 1980s and the finance industry, the tendency to devote ourselves to work and glamorize long hours culture remains as pervasive as ever. In fact, it is expanding into more sectors and professions, in slightly different packaging. Studies prove that workers around the world are putting in an average of 9.2 hours of unpaid overtime per week, up from 7.3 hours just a year ago. Co-working spaces are filled with posters urging us to rise and grind, or hustle harder. Multi-billionaire techno-entrepreneurs advocate sacrificing sleep so that people can change the world. And since the pandemic, our work weeks have gotten longer. We send emails and Slack messages at midnight as boundaries between our personal and professional lives dissolve. In spirit, we're not so far from the gecko years as we think. Yet, one thing is different. We understand far more about the consequences of overwork and the toil burnout can take on our mental and physical health. Given how entrenched our admiration for high-stress work culture is, however, halting our overwork obsession will require cultural change. Could the post-pandemic world be our chance to try? Well, I first have to tell you where it happens and why. Overwork isn't a phenomenon exclusive to Silicon Valley or Wall Street. People work long hours all over the world, for many different reasons. In the Empire of Japan, a culture of overwork can be traced back to the 1950s, when the government pushed hard for the country to be rebuilt quickly after World War II. In Arab League countries, burnout is high among medical professionals, possibly because its 22 members are developing nations with overburdened healthcare systems, as suggested by all the studies. Reasons for overwork also depend on industry. Some of the earliest researchers on burnout in the 1970s asserted that many people in jobs geared toward helping others, like employees in clinics or crisis intervention centers, tended to work long hours that led to emotional and physical exhaustion, a trend that showed up in the pandemic as well. But millions of us overwork because somehow we think it's exciting, a status symbol that puts us on the path to success, whether we define that by wealth or an Instagram post that makes it seem like we're living a dream life with a dream job. Romanticization of work seems to be an especially common practice among knowledge workers in the middle and upper classes. In 2014, the New Yorker magazine rightfully called this devotion to overwork a cult, which brings us back to its origins. So where did our tendency to glamorize overwork come from? Why, in rich Western countries like the UK and these United States, is there a sense that working yourself ragged is something to brag about? The roots of this phenomenon can be traced back to the Protestant work ethic in the 16th century. A Weltanschauung, a worldview held by white Protestants in Europe that made hard work and the quest for profit seem virtuous. Fast forward to the yuppie age of Thatcher and Reagan, when spending long hours at the office to support the upwardly mobile lifestyle and the rampant consumerism of the decade became more commonplace. Afterward, in the late 1990s and into the early 2000s, workaholics started to be identified not by blazers, but rather hoodies, as tech startups grew into giants like Google and Facebook, and power shifted to my own Silicon Valley. Society started to glorify the entrepreneurs who said they wanted to change the world and told us how they structured their very long days for maximum greatness. There's a intellectual named Maitleys who highlights a motivational shift between the Gordon Geckos and the Mark Zuckerbergs of the world. The latter felt they were fueled by passion for the product or service or for a higher purpose. The joke was on us, of course, because much of that new technology ended up enabling the kind of overwork and burnout we're dealing with today. These days, many people work long hours to pay off debt, to simply keep their jobs, or to make that crucial next step up the ladder. And in many cases, companies expect employees to work long hours and be constantly available. But for those who embrace the overwork culture, there's also a performative element. Whether that manifests as a new car to show off, a dream career, doing something meaningful, or even exhaustion that can be displayed like a bizarre kind of trophy. And that's what brings us from the fast track back down to burnout. In a parallel with this work warship, however, came an unpleasant consequence: burnout. Back in time, at the 1970s, occupational burnout was being studied in volunteers at drug rehab clinics and other workers in the human services industry, many of whom were on call throughout the night, and reported headaches, depression, and irritability on the job. A decade later, when the economy was going great guns in places like the United States and the United Kingdom, capitalism fixation skyrocketed and people worked long and hard. But while the overwork was revered, the burnout that followed hasn't been. The World Health Organization, which Trump just quit, defines burnout as a syndrome resulting from chronic workplace stress that has not been successfully managed, characterized by feelings of exhaustion, negative feelings about a job, and reduced professional efficacy. In other words, it leaves you feeling dehumanized, physically and emotionally exhausted, and questioning why you took the job in the first place. The body formally recognized burnout as an occupational phenomenon in 2019. One of my sources named Leshner says, "Today, it's all hell broke loose. A few decades ago, the pervasiveness of this was nothing like what you see today. While a lot of burnout culture came from Wall Street," herself affirming, "it's even worse now because we put techno-entrepreneurs who barely sleep on a pedestal." Tesla and SpaceX CEO Elon Musk tweeted in 2018 that when it came to his companies, "There are easier places to work, man, but nobody has ever changed the world on 40 hours a week." The old distinction of day or night, or let's work until 5 o'clock and then go have drinks and go to sleep at 10, is for the 20th century. The 21st century is very different. We live in a culture that is 24/7. Social media is 24/7. Communication is 24/7. Amazon Prime is 24/7. Everything is 24/7. We don't have those fixed boundaries. Well, this brings us to the future. Yet even though we're working harder than ever, and young workers are faced with a potentially toxic combination of greater financial pressures, student debt, combined with lower salaries and higher house prices, pressure to find their passion, and pressure to find a stable job in an increasingly insecure job market, there may be some small signs of change. In March of 2021, a mock employee survey by 13 first-year analysts at Goldman Sachs found its way into the public eye. Respondents said they averaged 95-hour work weeks and slept 5 hours a night. One respondent to the survey, which I have seen, said, "This is beyond the level of hard working. This is inhumane/abuse." Elsewhere on TikTok, Gen Z users have been open about mental health struggles and built communities discussing depression, panic attacks, and burnout openly. And as grueling as the pandemic has been, it's also forced us to see work-life balance in a whole new way. In 2021, LinkedIn conducted a survey of more than 5,000 users over 12 weeks. 50% and 45% of respondents said that hours or location flexibility and work-life balance, respectively, have become more important to them since the pandemic. Now, Sally Maitleys, Professoress of Organizational Behavior and Leadership at the University of Oxford, says that later, the drive for efficiency that arose out of the Industrial Revolution, as well as the way we prize productivity, have further embedded the value of consistent hard work, often at the cost of personal well-being. The pandemic has been powerful, not only in making salient many of the things that matter most, health, family, relationships, and in disrupting some of the routines and systems that were keeping people on the treadmill. In response, some companies have begun talking about offering more robust mental health programs for workers, including perks like the complimentary therapy sessions or free access to wellness apps. Yet, experts think it is highly unlikely that we're entering a new era that prioritizes well-being over work. Well, well-being over overwork. For example, while technology has made it possible for us to work from home indefinitely, it also ties us to work all day long. If there's a group call where workers dial in from London, Tokyo, New York, and Dubai, some people will have to wake up at 0200 hours or 2 a.m. in the morning to dial in. If they don't, the company will find someone who will. Because as long as we glamorize money, status, and achievement, there will always be people who work hard to get them. It's overwork or get left behind. That's why Einat Leshner, Clinical Associate Professoress of Management at New York University, does not believe burnout will be solved anytime in the near future, qualifying that for many companies it's still, if you don't work, then someone else will come along and do it, and if that's not going to help, we'll allocate it to the AI. And if the AI takes over, we'll put together a gig workforce. The good doctor is emphasizing that at the end of the day, companies want to make money. To quote she, we dehumanized the workplace a long time ago, and I'm not saying it with any pride. We glorify the lifestyle, and the lifestyle is you breathe something, you sleep with something, you wake up and work on it all day long, then you go to sleep. Again and again and again. It's not necessarily a message people like to hear. They think they enter a relationship with an employer where the relationship says, I work hard, you take care of me. Again, this is a 20th century mindset. So, in the 21st century, we're at a crossroads. We can prioritize our well-being or prioritize sending an email at 0300 hours because it'll impress the boss. Letting people work from home can only go so far in easing the burden. It has to be up to the workers to stop making burnout somehow desirable, and up to the companies to stop making the workers feel like they should. Christina Maslach, Professoress Emerita of Psychology at the University of California, Berkeley, right across the bay from myself, who has studied burnout since the 1970s, has observed that centuries ago, guys had duels, and they'd have a dueling scar, which is almost a kind of badge of honor. You fought, and you survived. That's where you brag about, yeah, I don't sleep. It's that kind of thing. Burnout has cycles, like it gets rediscovered, then it dies down and gets rediscovered again. Workplaces can be very unhealthy environments. If there was any time to change the way we work, now is the time to do it. If you take a plant and put it in a pot and don't water it and give it lousy soil and not enough sun, I don't care how gorgeous the plant was to begin with, it isn't going to survive. Now, recognizing these patterns is the first step in breaking free. We'll talk more about that in our next episode on Wednesday. Well, I guess I can carry on a few more minutes. Or should I? Basically, the data on echo chambers and their effects is compelling. A 2021 study by the Pew Research Center found that 64% of Americans say social media platforms have created echo chambers, where people are exposed only to ideas that align with their beliefs. Published research highlights how groupthink in decision-making can lead to poorer outcomes, as dissenting voices are often suppressed in favor of consensus. A study in psychological science revealed that exposure to diverse perspectives enhances critical thinking and problem-solving abilities. Yet most people gravitate toward information that confirms their biases. These statistics underline the urgency of addressing our susceptibility to echo chambers and cult-like thinking. We'll be back to tackle that on Wednesday. And for now, I think I've committed myself enough for tonight. No need to overwork myself. We've gone close to 8 hours. And, Art Historic says, it's an interesting parallel. Investigate the rapist and the phenomenon of burnout. Thank you, honey. Love you dearly, and I haven't had a chance to respond to your emails yet. I may not get a chance to open them for a few days as of yet, so be patient with me. Love you, Amy. And let me give her some kisses here. Yes. And, dear Aristides, join us. And Amy, jump on the fucking call. Oh, call Amy. That's it. Or Amy, call us. We can merge you on the call. Yes. Or you can call her. Aristides, bring her on. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. And say good morning to everybody, dear Aristides. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. The donation link is in the chat. Just put that there. Make sure you find that and make sure you use it if possible.
Yes. And thank you, T-Tank Barry. Appreciate T-Tank Barry for saying support Douglas Duane Dietrich. God bless you, sir. God bless both you gentlemen and wonderful individuals. The best in the world. Yeah. And yeah, feel free to call us, Amy. I can merge the call and you can say good morning to people before we check out if you wish. Otherwise, I'll basically, get ready for a small amount of rest before I get picked up to go back to the Estates and continue my work through the weekend. I'll put on a screen share in just a moment. Let's call up the calendar. And then I can give our man Aristides a kind of outlook for the next few days. My schedule's so busy throughout the Asian Lunar New Year that basically I can't even plot ahead for the own month. It's got to be for a week at a time, or even less than a week. So today was National Missing Persons Day. Tomorrow will be the birthday of Amanda Eitenaier. Poor girl. We haven't heard from her in forever. Hope she's doing okay. And I'll take some blood labs, see how my blood sugar is, since that went up on Halloween to a level that rendered me as suspect diabetic because of all the sugar candy these little sugar plum fairies were eating, gorging on before I had my fill of their E-core. Yeah, aside from that, international days, yes, we've got a Taiwanese holiday coming up. That's very important. Japanese holiday on the weekend. Okay, that's almost so far away I can't even see that far ahead right now. So you've got a general idea of how busy I am, but definitely you're the man. This way I know I won't need to ask for help from you this month, thank God, because of your help with this last month has covered this month as well. I'll go into that, telling you privately about that later, and it should help us, you know. Hopefully I won't need to ask for any help until at the earliest, the month after February. Wait a second, it's February, the month after March, I mean to say, hopefully. So Amy's calling, we'll merge her call. Okay, there we are. Okay, dear Amy, say good morning to everybody if you would be so kind.
Okay, good morning everyone. If it's still ringing, I don't.
Okay, well, we're with you. You can hear us, right?
Okay. Hello, everybody. And I wanted to let you know that I'm actually missing a part of the email where you were giving different designations for other countries like Africa.
Okay.
It's disappeared. I know it's probably in my email. I just haven't been able to pull it up.